once again.
Hello everyone, hope y'all are doing well out there. Friday usually means B League here in BPL, but before we get to that we have a special show match first. It's Sarasota Seniors versus Sovereign. I'm your host Jimmy, and joining me on the desk is Worstcast and Ippy. How's it going, you two?
Yeah, really good. I mean, I think it's a great show match to kick us off, you know. For maybe the people that don't know about these teams, these are two A-League teams from last season. They had a bit of a rough season, but there were two fun teams, I think, to watch. You know, everyone was talking about Sarasota Seniors and Sovereign. Maybe a bit of the memey side, right? But I think, you know, it is great to see these guys sort of back together and playing, you know, another time.
Yeah, it's become quite popular lately to bring back some of these old rivalries, some of these old teams. You know, we had that original 6-piece team recently play against Salivary Rives. Last weekend we had a B League rematch with Daydream and Vector Matrix, and you know, tonight it's going to be a rematch from A League Season 2. If you think we'll see interns come back anytime soon?
Sorry, say that again. I think like at least hearing production whispering in my ear, Kings Row is the first map. Makes a lot of sense. You know, it's a pub map. You know, they get to pick the teams. Of course, you.
My question to you was, you think we'll see interns come back anytime soon?
If interns come back, that would feature a very, very washed-up flex support player. I don't know. I haven't played like an FPS game in months, or maybe month. A long time. It would be bad.
Just get Bing Bong again, I'm sure.
Just get Bing Bong. Nothing, no drama would happen there.
One of the reasons we're doing this show match tonight is because we have a very special guest in the lobby. It wouldn't be Sovereign without their captain, Alwyn. You know, he's been absent since World Cup. He's just been enjoying life playing FIFA, which I think kind of based. But he is returning at least for this match tonight to kind of fill out these rosters. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see most of these people tonight. I do believe we have a couple subs every here and there, but most of these players were ready to return to their old teams. And as you mentioned, both of these teams, they were at the bottom of the standings. They both had their issues in their own right, but they were definitely both very fun to watch in Season 2. You know, as someone who I was on Waffle in Season 2, which was also kind of a bad team, and because of the proximity, we were scrimming both of them very frequently, especially Sarasota towards the end of the season, and I still kind of have some PTSD from from Signet's Reinhardt play and their weird like rush plays that they were doing. You guys have any memories you have from these two teams? I mean, of course, you've not really been here at Season 2 yet, but...
I have no memories, no attachments. I will objectively be talking about these teams, which is not the greatest thing for a show match, but Ippy will carry me in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing I can say, it's Signet on the high ground. Now, Kings Row not really known for its high ground. But, you know, there's a gif you've probably seen in general chat, you know, of Signet spinning around on Dorado high ground. And, I mean, here he is. You can see him in the back there, you know, he's taking up the flank, charging someone in.
Classic.
An unwitting participant in a sleigh ride, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, that whole team high ground right now is fun around Signet. But for those of you that are here, this is our show match to start out before we get to the final week of BPL B League games. And interestingly enough, starting out from Signet walking down here. And if you're ready for those B League matches, if you're here for B League matches, don't worry, we have one here for you right now. It's the equivalent to B League, to A League 15 to 16 season. These two teams were not good back then, but a lot of their players have gotten a lot better as you see from their first team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it's Kings Row. You run the classic Ryan Zarya, like, you know, it's classic rush comp with the J silly to get a bit more silly. Sovereign, on the other hand, opting for the Diva, a little bit less honest than the Zarya matchup. But with the great stun from Signet.
Honestly, when you have a hammer right there, it's gonna go straight on through, but Tomatin is gonna be on that left side. Is gonna take out Bolt and Cake, and this is what you expect from a show match between these two teams. I think these teams are just gonna just fight each other, fist fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kings Row as well, not in the map pool for BPL as well. So it's just for fun. You're hoping Sovereign can build some ultimates this game because they haven't got any as close as Buko. But the big shadow from Signet comes down.
Why do we lamp our Ryan that wasn't shadowed behind a shield? I don't understand that one. And it kind of results in them not having the ability to stave off the ultimate bombardment that does come, and they have lapped them in ultimates basically. Or they're going to if they don't pick it up.
Absolutely. Despite that massive investment, they're still ahead. You know, Signet dies, you invest 3 ults to try turn the fight. You hope you win that, and they do. But still, now Sovereign coming up to their own shadow, but not gonna matter.
Signet is going off into the distance. 07. They're gone. And this is pure chaos, really. And honestly, I expect nothing else. We're gonna have staggers here for Sarasota. They will be staggering for the next 20 minutes, and nothing will change.
Absolutely, another pick. Hayden on the flank. And Signet's in again. It's just support Signet.
Nothing. Okay, we got Spooka really going crazy. Spooka's actually a really good player, but it is a show match, and we all know that collectively brings everyone's SR down by 1K.
Absolutely, but another flank. Oh my goodness, I'm dead.
Doesn't get the pin off, gets stunned right out of it, loses their life for it. Strato hits that beat, and this is some Overwatch gameplay right now. As the tire in the back, Hayden showing off why they are feared on the J Silly. Anywhere they go, doesn't matter. Hayden does take names with that tire.
Absolutely, it's watch your corners the game. You know, there's a Ryan hiding around this corner, there's a Junkrat around that corner. You never know what you're gonna get facing Sarasota, and you know their kind of wacky rush style kind of, you know, shows its face again. They're still good at it. Sovereign invested Dragon here. Can they get some picks off it?
Yes, the Dragon. Grab to the backside is good. Signet's just charging on in there, unafraid of basically anything that could possibly happen to them. They lose Bolt and Cake, but that's not too bad for the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, more swaps come in for Sovereign. It's a bit of a rough situation for them, not really able to build up these ults as fast as Sarasota are, who are basically, I'm pretty sure, have invested 90% of the ultimates in the entire game so far. But maybe with this pick from Protein, they can start moving.
Protein just deciding to win this point for their team. Doesn't want to get full held in a show match, but it's going to get 1v1 by Frank here, potentially. Still on top of him. It's a fog on top of your head. How are you going to deal with it? Okay, you're going to call your buddies in, and finally takes them out with a Peach Fest in that corner. And wow, would you look at that, Epi. They've taken the first point.
Absolutely. It's a point, you know. You don't get full held. You know, there's merit in that, I suppose. But you know, Sarasota's still sticking on this comp. They've been running since the start of the game, and now Sovereign on a kind of a very odd selection of heroes, with Orwin on the Ashe. Orwin anyway, back with Orwin, but Signet, he's on the cart, stopping it for 3 microseconds.
Yeah, this is only video game that I am watching unfold before my eyes as these two teams try to outthrow each other in colossal ways, but somehow, so far, Sarasota has come out on top of that trollery. And will that last? However, the beats are going to be traded out. Protein is the reason for that. They boop him up into the air, and the ball doesn't get out of the way. Hayden's tower, though, is ineffective. The vaulting is going to remedy that situation, as Robokiller is now just unabated here. He's going to be firing ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a bit of a nice play from Sovereign. The power drive into Dragon, unfortunately, doesn't get that much value. The high ground Rhine strikes again, waits perfectly for the moment in his natural habitat. Will he be found? He's found, but he's going anyway.
He doesn't care. He'll shatter 4 people. Won't hit anyone that's actually important, and then we'll just die, or just die without shattering. Shatter, do it. There you go. Didn't even get the shatter off though. Signet is an interesting creature in show matches, but at least it's a predictable creature nonetheless. You know exactly kind of what's going to happen, even if it's like standardly unpredictable. He's just done it so many times that it's just predictable at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, they seem to be getting in the way of the play of, you know, make so much focus on Signet that he's such a big threat that you ignore everyone else, like Robokiller just going off, you know, in the back line, just picking them off, and Sepora as well with another grab. Is it going to be eaten? That would have to be the play, but the bomb invested.
Let's go out. Just finds the lamp for that ultimate. I believe Frank is the main target there. Signet's back, swinging into this graviton surge. It's pretty massive. The window is going to help out immensely in getting through any amount of damage reduction that's going to come out there. The Bob is trying to buy space, but how much realistically can this Bob do? Luca's trying to assist it, trying to get on top of Bolton here. But that regenerative reverse will disallow any actual meaningful damage there. And it wasn't a first hold, but it was quite close to it. Early second point is all they can secure. And honestly could be quite a quick show match if this is kind of the vibes we're getting.
Absolutely. That's a rough corner on King's Row to be held. I don't think I've ever seen the cart stopped exactly there. But I mean, I'm loving these players coming out from Sarasota. You know, the Rhine charge from the backline into the grab, perfectly positioned. You know, drop the windows to support the swinging Reinhardt. You know, these are revolutionary strategies coming out of this game that I'm sure we'll see played in Overwatch League next season. Although actually you won't, because you can't have Rhine and Zarya, but ignore that.
Yeah. And I'm getting some interesting stats here. We got stats for our show match. Because why not? As SRS, or Sarasota, are 1-1-1 on King's Row. Sovereign are 3-2. Which is more impactful? Both of them just kind of show the middling. And honestly, that's better than I can say for what their final record showed in this season, so they're okay at King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, but the past is the past, right? You know, that was, you know, a long time ago. The Sarasota Seniors have aged even more.
Okay, count that as it's a B League team, so we don't count that. It's 2-2.
Yeah,
they're not 3-2. Mickey Mouse stat.
The season 2 of a B League team going against A League teams was an interesting experiment for sure. It caused a lot of scarring, I think, mental scarring. But Sarasota looking for the flank here. Spooker found out. And they might catch Sepora though. Nope, they don't.
Before back to the team here. We're gonna be shutting Signet. Does
no parkour
not
here.
Hit that. Does not hit that.
No.
Wait, why is that wall?
I think that's just a bug. I think that's just a
That
thing.
is a interesting bug. I've never seen that before actually. In the 6 years I've been playing this game.
You clearly don't watch Noob Hunter.
No, I don't. I enjoy not predictable.
You enjoy content produced by the person producing it.
Yeah, and not
as
by...
Sarasota are getting picks, they're probably winning this point.
Quickly, change the point. We don't want to get canceled. We don't want to get canceled with a new hunter stance. As that's a quick first point. Very different than what Sovereign was able to do, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Orwin tries to come in here on the Cassidy flank. Not working. Sovereign go. They're kind of running a strange composition. An interesting one. The Anna Zen. This is the pin. Slept. Can he be punished?
Yes.
Yep.
He will in fact be punished. And
3 people looking at him punished him.
yeah. And honestly, you know, to be fair, for these lineups aren't that bad, you know, for like season 2, 15, 16 slot. Like a lot of these names very memorable, very.
Oh yeah,
even
memorable.
in A-League, you know, even in A-League, you got some good names here that are doing quite well for themselves nowadays. It's a long time ago, and people get better sometimes. But not so much.
They invest in Nano here. Onto the ball. They survive with the trans. Can they support Signet to get all these swings?
Signet do be swinging. And Frank is into the mines. Fuka finding that kill off of no merit of their own. In fact, it's all Frank for that one. As there's 2 widows somehow, and Alwyn is going to get pinned and flattened into a wall. Welcome back, Alwyn. You got a fun one.
That was a game of Overwatch, if ever I saw one.
It's very easy to understand what's actually going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sarasota, like, the rush comp looks good. It's kind of fun to play. You know, it's easy to play. Although don't let them hear that. They and you know, it works out well. I like it. It's kind of what Sarasota's been known for as well. This kind of wacky rush. And yeah, I'm looking forward to, like, I assume map pick is loser's pick. One of the producers can whispers into my ears. No,
Eventually.
I don't know. Maybe.
They'll find a map. They'll agree on a map. Might be Horizon Lunar Colony. You never know what these.
Oh, that'll never happen.
What do you mean it'll never happen? People are asking for that to be added to the map pool. Okay. Okay, to be fair, not the worst map in the game. I actually prefer it over many other TCP maps. Because I can just play monkey and jump top left.
True. If you're a monkey player, Horizon, cool. If you're any one of the other 10 players on the map, maybe not. But
see, I told you it's Horizon. I understand the minds of fellow monkey enthusiasts, these people have that kind of brain capacity right now.
it's definitely brave, I'd say, opting for not only 2CP in like a pub match, but Horizon in a pub match, especially. But you know what? I can deal with it. You know, it's gonna be a bit weird. I imagine, you know, they probably haven't played this map for 2 years since it's been, or however long it's been removed from comp. You're gonna see some Monkey. Monkey's a fun character. He's fun, good voice lines on the character. You know,
That's
talks
what
about
we've
peanut butter.
devolved to.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm trying to give, you know, some kind of benefit to playing Horizon Lunar Colony. Yeah.
Thing is, it's new. Okay, we can kind of opt this. Imagine it's a new map, right? Imagine the Overwatch team. They released the new map, and it's Horizon Lunar Colony.
Yeah,
you know?
that's how desperate Overwatch players are for content. Is yes, this 3-4-year-old map, brand new, sparkling out the box.
You know, back when it was first on PTR, there was a thing on, if you capped first point, there was a thing where you could see the enemy team spawn from the other spawn. It was really weird. There was like some walls that weren't there, so as a Widowmaker, you could basically spawn camp from the safety of your own spawn. Yeah,
it's a map that's been through a lot of changes. Like it had the complete redo with the sort of like bio area we just passed through here, and even this point has changed quite a bit. It really doesn't look. I mean, if you go back to season 1 of Overwatch League, like they were playing on the old Horizon, and it really is a cursed sight looking at that map. But you know, this map kind of maybe a bit better. I'd say better. And the original Horizon Moon Clone was not good. But you know, this map, a lot of high ground. And who loves the high ground? No one more than Signet. And here he is, set up in the back line, crouch walking, pretending that his footsteps are very silent, even though he's wearing a whole lot of armor. And he makes a lot of sound. Sound that we can't hear right now because we are paused.
We do be pausing. We do, in fact, be pausing in this show match. I don't know what went wrong with someone's computer. Maybe the toaster burned up. The Pop-Tarts, they're burnt. They're gone. Alwyn's actually just AFK. We really haven't left season 2, huh? This is just season 2 all over again.
It's good. I mean, sure. Sometimes you get into that comp game, and you know there's that guy that doesn't pick right away, and then he comes back from getting whatever his Pop-Tarts out of the toaster that burned down.
He's playing FIFA.
I mean,
does it make sense? Completely.
Maybe you can play FIFA with your hands and Overwatch with your feet.
I feel like it'd be the other way around. I feel like one of those games is more demanding.
Definitely
to play with your hands.
Definitely FIFA.
I guess it's FIFA. It'd be telling me it's FIFA. I haven't played FIFA.
I haven't played FIFA
in many a year.
I don't play FIFA. I mean,
but apparently you need a lot of
brain power.
Not brain power.
Why, like,
wallet power, maybe. Some wallet power.
But how do you earn the wallet power? You use your brain to
take your mom's credit card.
Exactly. And the wacky numbers on the back, give it to whoever. Don't do that. The wacky numbers on the back remain.
For legal purposes, do not give us those numbers. We can be legally held responsible for that. We don't want that.
Anyway.
So don't give it to us. We will not accept it.
I mean, hopefully, you know, Owen's mum has figured out the ability to pause online video games. I mean, certainly we have over here at Pachimara League. It's quite a new technology we've been testing out. The downside, of course, is that it has to put two people's faces on the screen for a very long time to talk about absolutely nothing. But that time has come to an end as we now resume from the pause and see.
Yeah, we don't really have much to work with these teams that are however many years old. Grams is there. Grams is now dead. So is Sig. Sig will now die. I believe that's Sig, right?
Yep.
Sig is now dead. And,
and the bag.
Robokiller finds Protein. I believe both of these players have been playing support recently, so this is interesting to see. The TP, another strat that was kind of useful on Horizon Lunar, getting past that first choke, as Robo is unawares that there's this Symmetra dumpstering them right next to them, as this is like someone so eloquently put it in chat. Silly gameplay.
I love the TP bomb to nobody, like absolutely nobody within a 50-foot radius of it, and then the Widowmaker, like lowest charge body shots to TP to death. I mean, what more could you ask for in this match? As don't tell me that Sarasota are going to come back in. Do not tell me this.
Fight through your third mapper. Okay, here's the prediction, Iffy. What do you think? What do you think's more likely? We get like a 6-6, or we just have a team get full health at one point?
I think absolutely the full hold should come in. I think Sovereign, they've woken up, and they're going to switch the Torb
Alwyn is so confused. Did you just see Alwyn just look around, like what was happening, and now he's dead? I think he was still playing FIFA. You were right. He's still playing FIFA with his hands. Those were his feet he was using. That's not hand gameplay. I've seen hand gameplay. That's not it. That's feet gameplay. This could somehow turn in Sovereign's favor, but it doesn't look likely. But they're gonna keep investing here. Obviously, this is a show match. Okay, Signature's standing there. Yeah, this is basically gonna be pubs. What pubs? Whichever one. And so we're not gonna expect a lot of amazing high-level gameplay here. We're just kind of expecting.
Oh, what do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm watching high-level gameplay here. I'm watching the highest level of gameplay. Sarasota Seniors clean up the 3 remaining targets on Sovereign in about 5 minutes' time. Your Signet taking out the Widowmaker, close range, still in. The beat invested.
This is an enthralling gameplay. Like a lot of people are hyped to see this stuff, but for me, as someone who has zero emotional attachment to the names of these teams, it is something to behold. nonetheless.
This is where you develop the emotional attachment. You see drums somehow gets a kill through the window, through the wall.
Maybe break it down for us. What's going on here? What are these teams thinking?
Okay, so the Robociller is thinking, okay, if I see a head, I'm just gonna kill it. If Signet doesn't get to it first, that is. He messes the shadow as well. Gets 2, gets 3. Oh my goodness, I love this. It's just, don't block the shit. Don't even need to block. Your team will clean it up. You know, Spooker's on the high ground, on the ball. Turret mode activated.
I sometimes have to question, how did adminations fail when you have someone like Signet on your team? I do not quite understand it.
It's the support.
So much immense trollery that happened on that team, with not only in the game, but also in the management, that somehow Signet did not get his glorious win.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I think what we're witnessing right now is 8 together strong. If you all do the same stupid thing, it all works out. That's just how Overwatch works. As Protein very low on high ground on the rafters, but does get killed by Orwen. 2 kills for him.
Orwen's doing something. Fog you after his moment of intense confusion earlier. He's somehow woken up after picking Sombra. That seems to be their character of choice right now to start finding some value, but Overkill has been on this Widowmaker the entire time and has remained a threat. Here, Fire's gonna go down, but not before that grab comes out, and now they're just fish in a barrel, and they got plenty of guns to shoot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I saw a bit of the play there. Orwen sees that Deborah has grab, tries to get the kill, but you know, sometimes the death grab works. As Orwen, the Signet shutters 1.
So Jimmy, there's still 230 left because it's TCP, and you understand sometimes why this game mode is seen as unfavorable by people, where it can last forever even when nothing of value ever happens. As
I see. 2CP moment.
Yeah, it's TCP moment here. Sephora is gonna go off. They're gonna push the spawn again. They're having a fun time.
Yeah, and you don't even need to worry about the cap either. You got Robokiller on the job. You're facing the Winston alone, kills him. And you know, he's got the ball. Like, meanwhile, the tank line and the support line is just in the spawn. You know, this little boss that escorts Signet around and gives him all the resources in the world. You know, just pillaging all the resources on the way there, in fact.
They're gonna stay here until they are forced back into spawn via violent means. And that is the only way you are moving Signet from this position, or get back capped, as it's just Sephora, but Sephora is doing a great job of it. The mines do come out. We're going to sidestep them from now. Aren't really pressuring the point. You have to walk into it. Can you? Finally takes out Spooka. Sephora holding it down. That's why Summit's the #1 team. Tries for the 180 pin on the Nano Blade, doesn't quite find it in Protein. They finally left the spawn. And will probably die to Drams. Oh, never mind. Drams is just shooting into a deflect.
Oh, you got him, don't worry. But with the amount of picks that they have, they might win, and
we get more of this, folks.
So,
you guys have done this by popular demand. This has been brought to you. So if you are happy, prime sub in the chat for more show matches and other legacy content. I'm gonna call it legacy content. It's the only way I know how to describe it.
The old adage goes: if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. I'm happy. I love this. It's kind of a death match. A bit wonky, bit crazy. Fights happening everywhere between 1 or 6 people. Any number of those. You've got Ryan, pretty much a perma pick for Sarasota. I think it makes sense. I honestly don't think anyone other than the DPS has swapped heroes at all. Sovereign, they're kind of playing mystery heroes at times. You know, trying to play every hero in the game in one match for the achievement unlock, obviously. As they're now on a Break comp. Break, hero very well known for its fun and interactive gameplay. I'm sure Sarasota will love the ability to play into that.
Yeah. And some more stats to fill the air with instead of our amazing ability to improv. Last time these two played for the 0-4 in Season 2, the Swiss formats. Sarasota won Kings Row. That happened again. Sovereign won Junkertown. This map is basically Junkertown. And then Sarasota won Ilios. I don't know where we're going next, but if it's Ilios, we're going to repeat the sins of our past. Goodbye, Sig. Oh, never mind. He's timed to that. He
knows the distance. He has the perfect distance.
Goodbye, Spooka. We're gone to the depths of space.
Nope. They're all very good at holding their breath, which is a great strategy that Sarasota have been practicing very well. And you hope now they can use their high ground power to wrestle the point.
Yeah, I don't believe like any of these. Is Tomathan? What team is Tomathan on? Tomathan's on.
We should know this. I'll find out.
Pretty sure it's a B League team, right?
Tomathan is on Monarch, so.
Not a B League team. Different player.
Kind of a B League team.
I don't.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
I don't think any of these players are actually on a B League team. Besides, what was it, Hayden in our last map?
Yes.
Maybe some players could be from certain teams.
I don't know what you mean. I have no idea.
I am looking at one player, and no one will know what I'm talking about because no one knows me well enough to know who I know. What I say. So no one actually knows who I'm talking about, but I can get away with it. Oh yeah, so no one is actually warming up for their matches later. This is just all for fun.
No. Yeah, and you know, maybe if you are playing one of those matches later, then you're a bit annoyed that your regular warm-up partner is instead on Horizon Loon Colony, playing Brigitte or something like that. I don't know. But
I wasn't talking about that. I actually wasn't talking about that.
Okay.
I was not talking about that. I was talking about something different. So we have different ideas of that. I don't know about Nova. Okay, this visual bug is great, by the way, on Soldier. I saw this all of Wednesday when I was casting on the thing. Like, it's... I've never seen it before. Again, a lot of bugs popping up, but I've never seen it before. They're all visual. We got some new content, finally. Some new cosmetics.
I mean, other things. There's only one league that I'm aware of, and it's Bad Hachimura League. Subscribe and go to our sponsors.
I follow...
follow our TikTok.
Bad Cliff, John Overwatch Coaching. Actually, John Overwatch Coaching, though. Guys with makeup, but also Bad Cliff and ExpressVPN. As we're gonna give okay, we swear, guys, we are not usually this bad at like this off at casting, but there's not much these teams are giving us.
I mean, I'm getting a lot. This is just my warm. This is my warm.
I'm getting a lot of visual feedback. None of it doesn't mean much. This visual's happening on my screen.
There are indeed like things moving around, pixels being transported around by the game, and charge into the grab again. I love this combo. It suits Signet's playstyle so well. As you hope with the amount of picks they get, they can start taking this point.
No, we'll have see some Horizon Sol's Protein is literally just standing still right there. They're gonna get some trades out onto this point, and infamous 2CP stall occurs on a map that has been long forgotten. Riggins are on the points out of the bubble, gets a shatter for it. They could end here with significantly more time unless his visor just desperately pop off. Unlikely to, as there's no follow-up to it. I don't even know who can touch. Nope, not even here. Get on that point, and now it's looking rough here for Sovereign to turn their fortunes around after that first map.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, Signet showing his mastery at speccing into the damage abilities. You know, not using his abilities like his shield to take space on the point and, you know, clear the mines, but instead, you know, using the hammer and dealing damage to the Widowmaker or whoever was in the backline at that time, you know. And, you know, it clearly is the better play because they've won the point. You know, it's clearly happened. Obviously, it's a good thing.
Yeah, and I wanna respond to something, a common thing, because we have a lot of time here, some dead time. Talk about with observing as that conversation does come up in chat. Spec more supports is not an actual argument, guys, because supports are boring to watch, and that is a fact.
I say that as a support player, they are really boring.
Here's the thing: half the time you aren't actually doing something that's crazy, flashy, or mega impactful. You're just doing your job, and I will spec you if I think you're doing something unique.
Sorry. Actually, I think I disagree. What I want is Mercy Spec 100% of the time. I don't want a single other hero to appear on my screen. If it's another hero, I will lose the stream and just go off.
I expect Mercy before, and it has not gone well.
No, you probably fall asleep. As Sovereign, they've had the rude awakening of Signet in their face.
Grams is dead. Classic, really. Now there's a brick in the back line. Will they ever shoot them? Nope. Signet will stand there, their shield absolute, and they will just let them walk up, being accused of stream sniping in chat. I think that's likely given how this has gone so far. Rafa is going. They've listened to my pleas of gotta spec support, guys.
Yep. This is so good.
What you get. So now when I spec
Look at that. He's holding mouse one.
Wow.
when we spec you,
I love it.
and you mess up, just be happy that we're not specking you most of the time. Because honestly, a lot of you people are not doing the right thing sometimes. Yep.
Sometimes you just walk. You go on a picnic. You go on a small adventure.
They did not leave spawn.
No. In fact, they were cold and wanted the heat of the spawn room more than anything else, I think.
That is
and
the
yeah,
fullest hold I've ever seen. Ever.
that is quite a full hold. That's rough. That's kind of London versus Washington at their own homestand, kind of rough.
I was there in person. For
You were
that.
there in person. What a match.
We survived the. I believe that was right after the toilet bowl.
Oh
which,
my
for you, those of you
goodness.
not aware, very long thing. As a Houston fan who was also there during the game, one, ended in an extreme disappointment. Two, took forever. Was a very long night that night, and that was the first day of the homestand. Things did not go well after that, and the home crowd, they were not happy that they lost. They were very sad, very depressed Justice fans. So if you like that kind of thing, depressed Justice fans, that was kind of the peak, I think.
Yeah. On the other hand, my Overwatch esports live experience was Overwatch World Cup, France, Paris playoffs. UK versus France game. The French fans were all seeing Marseille, and it was incredible. So it was really good.
French crowds, man.
French crowds are amazing. But you know what else is amazing? This composition, sure.
This hog
no.
Off the, see, okay, so I don't know why Signet knows that specific rollout that puts him right on the cliff end, but he does. Now
not the 3K boop. Not the 3K boop. Oh, just
only
the Ryan.
one. Everyone else survives. Now this ball is dead. Unless
No. Oh no, drums.
God. This is why Horizon should be in the map pool.
Drums was not the imposter. Is that a modern reference? Am I too boomer for that?
Was that a Moongus reference? And now Gag's dead. Goodbye, Gag. Man, it really do be some Overwatch quick play I'm watching. I just tuned in. They added a new spectate feature, guys. You can spectate random quick play games.
I would love that feature. I would love that feature just to see like what the hell is going on in the Overwatch universe, the Overwatch cinematic universe. As speaking of which, the protagonist Signet is dead. I didn't watch that far. Spoilers.
This is the resurrection. Bring him back, and they'll be just fine. The killer trying their best to secure some amount of about anything here. Find the ball with kind of bolting, but Coaching is kind of fine. Please do not draw this. Please don't draw this. We have matches after this that actually impact standings. We should.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And
where are
Signet
you going,
with a,
Signet?
just in case, you never know. Yeah, there might be someone there. As in fact, Thompson jumps down to
spy checking. Spy checking the Sombra.
Yep. Yeah, so spy checking, no Sombra. Spy checking complete.
Spy checking complete. Now those actually, as what friends? I don't know where that chat is. That chat is off in the far left. That's in Narnia. Someone's dying. Someone's not getting through a wardrobe. The battle point is actually quite massive. This could be finally the chance for them. So, Mahir was on 99% to Transcendence. That's rough to lose like that, but they've answered our prayers to get on with the rest of the games, and in fact, the first game will actually have no impact on standings, really, because GFC versus Redwood is our next map, and GFC is guaranteed last spot.
Yeah, absolutely. But even so, like, you know, you've got to play all the matches, right? You know, it's a classic play. I mean,
well, I mean, Redwood could drop a lot because of it, but for GFC it doesn't matter much. But Redwood has some implications. Because if you guys don't know, 7-way tie for first or 6-way tie for first if this goes some way.
poorly. if the worst happens, if the monkey's paw bends its finger and gives us the wish of some interesting B League games, that'll make for an interesting discussion in the admin room as the calculator's furiously typing away. You know, what's the answer? As I believe we were fishing for some interviews for this match. For congratulations, by the way, Sarasota Seniors. That's well done. You won. You won the match. What was it like for you watching from the sidelines, Jimmy?
I think this win doesn't count because obviously Sovereign were missing their best player, their true leader, their anchor player. Of course, I'm talking about Percy. You know, just the true MVP of Sovereign in Season 2. I know West doesn't know what I'm talking about. That's some BPL lore right here. But yeah, it was fun to watch for sure. I didn't expect anything else coming into this. I was just, you know, Sarasota. As always, they're kind of off the goop when they play, especially with Signet on Reinhardt. So it was a nice blast to the past to see them like play like that again. Even though some of their players might have moved on to greener pastures now, but yeah, for sure, it was a cool little show match. And I guess Sarasota are the better, worse team with this direct showdown. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you say green pastures. I mean, you know, football pitches are green, and your game gets updated more than ours does. So, you know.
Is that true? Is that true?
Absolutely.
Does football actually get updated more than Overwatch?
We've
I think they
got
just
a
put a new
regular
number
riot
on it every year, but that's still a new game compared to ours, which hasn't really got anything in 2 years. But yeah,
man.
We got a regular riot building up in the waiting room. We've got quite the interview coming up, I suppose.
Yeah, we're just getting everyone in here. Reading out who's in here. Just assume the whole lobby.
You mean Signet, right? Yeah, I'm Signet, by the way.
Okay.
Oh,
okay,
nice.
okay. I really wish we knew who everyone was. And,
Who everyone was, but no.
Of course, yeah.
We don't use tags.
No. I definitely haven't been casting you as Signet the entire game.
No.
No.
That was a
definitely
good
knew that
Signet
you
impression, though.
were-
You fooled me for sure.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I tried my best.
You would pass the Turing test.
He was a bit too sus in VC.
Not enough high
Too
ground.
sus.
Actually,
Not enough
probably.
high ground. Not enough.
Plus.
I'm fine. Not enough. I'm pinning.
My bad, team.
So
Absolutely.
I was like wondering like because I just got told like, hey, we're having a show match Sarasota versus Sovereign. Like, does anyone in here is anyone in here responsible for that, or like what was the reasoning why these two teams got together again? Was there like any motivation behind it?
Yeah, I saw the Daydream
Go ahead,
versus
Kat.
Vector Matrix show match, and I thought this is the perfect candidate for A League of last season. So, yeah, I wanted to do Admin Aces, but they didn't want to do it, so I got Sovereign instead, and I think it turned out pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a blast. I mean, like, I've got a question as well. The Horizon Lunar Colony pick, who was responsible for that?
I think that was Mara.
It was Amara. Oh, not even a player pick. It's just, you're playing this map now. I'm lobby admin.
I guess our lobby admin chose.
No, it's essentially that, and then Tom threatened to not play the game if we did not play HLC. So I guess that was what happened.
That was it.
I
That
guess
was
Okay.
we got stuck there, and then
So I
Matt
guess-
took the Rhine from me, and I got very sad.
Sorry, James.
A more general question. I know you guys just got back together to play one more match. Just like for anyone here in the room, have you guys been like keeping up together with like your old teammates, or was this like just like a first thing in like I don't know like how long it's been, like 6 months since we played season 2, or you know have you been keeping in touch together with your old team?
No, I hate.
Yeah, this is true.
Fuck these guys.
We have not
That's the
scrimmaged.
I've been forced at gunpoint to play this match. All for me not to play Ryan. What the hell, man? What is this?
Kind of a wasted
Next time.
opportunity. Yeah.
Well, I guess
Yeah,
it was
for the
on the same
Monarch
level
match next
as
season.
your typical Monarch match.
Yeah, basically. It's basically the same thing. Just different players, I guess. It is what it is.
Cool. I guess Ippy Worst, do you guys have any more questions for these guys?
No, I just want to thank them for playing, getting back together. It was a lot of fun. Good way to start off the rest of B League this week.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
For sure.
awesome.
Dude, Alwyn came back for that, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping
I'm
we
so
could have talked to
sorry
him,
for
but
him,
I
dude.
guess he doesn't want to.
I was
He's
hoping
probably
so
busy
sad.
playing
Was he
FIFA
just playing
again.
FIFA the whole time? Like,
I think he
honestly?
was playing FIFA the entire time, dude. I mean,
Seems about
That
right.
is-
He looked very confused when he got on the second point of Horizon Luna. He looked around like, where am I? This isn't the football pitch. This is not the football pitch.
my boy tried to shoot the shot instead. Oh no, dude.
No.
Unlucky.
But besides that,
Yeah.
no thoughts. Head
Uh,
out.
Oh yeah, I guess Alvin isn't here yet because we've only been talking to Sarasota players. I didn't even notice yet. So, with that, I want to say thank you guys. Thank you guys for showing up. It was definitely fun watching you guys play again. As someone who has scrimmed you guys a lot in season 2 on Waffle, it was fun. It was fun watching the goofy plays you guys did, even if it wasn't a real Signet. But MacTickle, you did a pretty good impression. So
Thank you.
good job on you. And thanks guys for coming out.
Yeah,
Thanks
yeah,
for
you
having
got
us.
it.
Yeah, thanks.
Good time.
Thank you.
And with that, I believe we also have some Sovereign players to talk to. I think I just need to tell someone that we're ready for that. So I guess we're still waiting on that. But yeah, it's cool hearing them all be happy to be there. We're getting the whole or most of the Sovereign squad in here. I believe we have let me see real quick. We got Rafa, we got Mahir. It's the whole team basically.
It's the whole
So
Yes.
a very special guest here. We have Alvin, who has returned at least for tonight. How you doing, Alvin? How's life been treating you?
Life is good until Sovereign. It should never be. This is the last time you will see Sovereign. Never again.
The rain has ended, huh?
There was
Putting
no
down the
rain
crown.
ever.
Sovereign was a bad moment, and then Ada came into my life, and then it just made it worse.
Yeah, he's kind of been stuck in this purgatory, huh?
Yeah.
How's
Absolutely.
FIFA been, Alwyn?
I'm bored after like 9 weeks straight.
Perfect. Perfect.
That's a little new FIFA moment. But yeah, it was cool watching you guys play again. Sovereign had some stories in the last season. I think most of them have been told yet, but it was still cool watching you guys get back together one more time. I kind of asked this to Sarasota already, but like, what was the motivation again for like getting back together? I know it was mostly just because like Alvin wanted to play one more match, but like, was there any other reasons you
redemption
guys
arc.
wanted to have another show match? What was
The
that, Spooker?
redemption arc. That's what.
A what?
Mm.
The redemption arc.
Oh, the redemption arc. Yeah.
Redemption on ball.
And
We
the
did good,
redemption
the
has
redemption arc.
worked. Huh?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
worked perfectly. Yeah, we won both maps. Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Well done on the
never
victory.
lost.
Yeah, we said that to the team too, but well done on your victory as well.
Everyone won. Everyone's a winner.
Yup. There's no
Everyone
losing.
won.
Truly.
No losing.
Can't.
No losing.
Losing
Yeah,
is
everyone-
cursed.
Where was Percy? Where was your MVP player? Why was he not? I think you guys would have won if you had Percy in.
He was playing Valorant, so he couldn't show up.
He's probably on Halo right now, actually.
Is he actually?
Switch games.
Well,
Very
still not playing
respectful.
Overwatch then, I guess. I guess I have one more question for Alvin. Was this just like a one-time thing, or was this like a sign of you maybe coming back to
The
BPL?
apocalypse.
No, I'm not coming back. This game is dog shit. It is so bad. I'm not playing ever again. It's so bad.
What if Bad Patrimonial League starts a FIFA arm?
I would
How are
win.
you on that?
So easy.
Yeah, maybe
There we are.
maybe
BPL
we'll branch
FIFA
out.
Yeah,
coming up
100.
soon.
BPL Hunger Games.
Like in real life, IRL, you fly everyone out to a field.
Yep.
Greenland.
Fly everyone to Plymouth. I'll do it in Solomon's backyard.
Don't dox them. No doxing. Next time we see everyone, we'll just be in a field somewhere in Greenland, and it'll be a Hunger Games, and then one person will leave that alive, and then that'll be the new commissioner of BPL.
I don't really have any more questions. So, is there anything else you guys wanna say to the crowd, to the Twitch chat?
Hayden,
Yeah,
Overwatch,
don't put me on main. Yeah.
Yeah, stay tuned. Watch Atomic absolutely roll.
Don't
today.
put me on either, bro.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah,
Heartbreakers.
we'll see some of
will
you
win.
later again, because yeah, Strato and Rafa, you both are playing in our matches later tonight. But yeah, I want to say thank you guys very much. Thank you very much for coming back together again and giving us one more match with Sovereign. But I think it's time to put it 6 feet under and close the chapter Sovereign for good. But it was definitely very fun to watch you guys. So thanks for coming out.
Yeah, GG's, thank you.
And yeah, with that, I believe that's the end for this show match here. But our day is just getting started. Of course, we still have an entire week of, or entire day of B League matches left tonight, and it's really interesting because I don't want to give away too much yet, but pretty much every team tonight is still playing for something, so you don't want to miss this one. We'll be right back after a short break with our first match, which will be Redwood Rockets taking on Gerald Fan Club.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by John's Overwatch Coaching. Struggling to hit plat? Want some advice in your BPL scrims? Need an OWL coach? Book a session with John at medify.gg/@John for a high-quality professional coaching session regardless of your skill level. He has excellent experience from XL2, Team Doge and British Hurricane, but will still give you incredible advice at whatever rank you are. Support BPL's coaching partner today at medify.gg/@John.
Hi everyone, we're back. It's time for B League to start. The big storyline tonight, heading into these matches, of course, is that we have still 7 teams that have a lot to win or to lose. If we can take a look at our standings here, you see that we have a lot of 3-3 teams. It's really, really close. The only team that is kind of out of the top 4 race guaranteed already is Gerald Fan Club, sitting at 1-5. But every other team can still move up there or even drop down. You know, heading or like going into the or heading into the match. I was making some notes, and I thought that Heartbreakers were already guaranteed to be top 4, but even they have like a 2% chance to get dropped down. It's a lot of math that has to be done here, depending on the outcomes. If you're unsure or want to do it for yourself, I recommend heading to bpl.solomon.gg. We have a little foldy sheet there where you can play out all the different outcomes. There's a lot of them. Some teams are favored, some teams are less favored, but it's still everyone's game, except for, of course, Gerald Fan Club, which is a team we will see in this matchup here against Redwood Rockets. I'm still joined by Worst and Ippy. I was going to ask you guys, do you think there will be any crazy surprises today on who we might see in top 4?
I don't think necessarily like there could be surprises in top 4, like who goes in. But I definitely think there's a chance that Redwood Rockets here could go out. They're kind of in a shaky position where really they can end up anywhere between 1st and 6th with kind of equal probabilities based on how the other matches go. It's really outside of the winning this match just to hopefully get as many points on the board as they can. It's kind of out of their hands, and a lot of it falls down to the other teams.
Absolutely. We're a little bit behind schedule, so we're cutting it short here on the pre-show. So we'll move right into the match. I'll hand it over to our casters, and I'll be back later.
Yeah. Thank you, Jimmy. And you are going off into the Shadow Realm. I like to say you go. It's just kind of how it is. It's casted with you as host so many times, me and Ippy. Is once again starting out the day for the B League. This is nothing new for us, Ippy, but what is new is the fact that it's a different team. We're not casting Nitemare.
No, Redwood Rockets for a change. And they're running out on this sort of like rush, double shield kind of thing with a Sigma. Not the exact mirror. Gerald Fan Club running the Junkrat as well. But Redwood Rockets taking the point early.
On that point, looking for some way to get in here. They are sectioned off here. Gerald Fan Club off into the right room. Hayden is under pressure and does lose the life. Function is on top of that. Along with Thomas Flat, they're not going to allow that Junkrat to get the value it so desires. Everyone knows how dangerous that Junkrat is when in the hands of Hayden. They are quite aware to shut that down whenever possible, and it results them in first cap.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd rotation from Gerald Fan Club, going through the small mini room, all the way around to the end. You see Hayden, try poke in, get some damage in, but Red Rockets able to punish, and a fast window. What a shot! What a flame strike! That's that fight already won, and 15 seconds more off the clock.
Fish here, graduated sniper, top of his class. Pushing that into his Overwatch gameplay here. We're going to be looking, how will Gerald Fan Club get in here with only this window? They're going to go fast. I don't believe they only catch that Symmetra. They don't even force out the lamp. Could have been used there on the Rhine, but just too late. The wall doing a good job of putting them away. And now the rest of the team is just open for obliteration. This is exactly what will happen. They trade out Fish, but with that charge, they'll be back in no time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good coordination from Red Rockets. Like you see, using their superior ult bank as we go into a pause. They've got a huge amount of ults, and they're just rotating them really well. Joe Fan Club on the other end, just kind of being caught a little bit off. Even with the flux miss from Red Rockets, they're able to capitalize a lot better off the ultimates that they do use. Joe Fan Club, not quite there. Tosha not there with the lamp in time, and I think it's just these kind of like areas which Red Rockets look a lot more polished. Joe Fan Club, some weaknesses here, which they really got to clean up. Maybe use the pause to think about it, iron out the kinks, and see what's going wrong. Right?
Yeah. So gonna be waiting here for ping pause. It is seen, so I want to get those players back on that, back onto that competitive. What's the word? It's not competitive integrity, but on the competitive.
Equality almost.
Equality. There you go.
You making sure that
gone,
Comcast isn't screwing you over, or whoever your internet provider of choice to make comments about is.
We should be getting in here shortly. But again, looking at the team here, it's going to be hard for, I think, JFC to get in here against these very defensive ultimates. With the lack of ultimates, they really have to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a lot of tools. The Blizzard, really good at designing the space. Yes, Tosha has the window, but can they get value out of it? Not with the window, not with the wall in place.
Blizzard is out. The wall, the window there, going to be used for Total Shell, trying to get something. It's going to result in Hayden finding a 2K with that mine. That could turn the fight in their favor. Hayden, an absolute menace, and there's no focus fire on them just yet. The wall actually going to save Hayden from that fire strike, and they're going to take the tire out. The lamp is perfectly timed there as Total Shell, though, is going to equalize here. They're on the back foot now. They can try to stabilize with this beat if they so decide. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to be shattering forward. The Spectre walks forward behind, but past their Rhine shield. It results in them on their back and almost dead. But in fact, just Catapult Zool going to be going and losing their life in the backside of the fight, trying to get something done, but all they do is give a little more ult charge, and potentially this fight, but Hayden is doing the best to keep them in it. Doing so much damage on the flank, and no one is looking, no one's aware. The one shot comes out of the Fungin. I'm sure that was the direct target, but Hayden, like I said, everyone knows how much this person can do with that Junkrat in their hands. You have to be aware, and you have to shut them down, or they'll do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a hero play from Hayden, really. Starting off like what was a rough fight, with a double mine kill. Getting rid of the tire, then Total Shell can follow up with a kill. Zool is in Signet mode, apparently.
I was told that GFC was taking this seriously. Zool isn't.
Zool
is not.
Zool may be been inspired by the wrong Rhine last year.
May have been watching that show much too closely. And he's going to go over, it's going to find the Rhine. They might even win this fight despite what is a little bit of tomfoolery there from Zool, but instead, nope, the rest of the team are going down. Courtesy of that Blizzard Kid, he can no longer stick around in this fight to do more of that Hayden things on Junkrat. And I think this could go, this map could go either way, depending on how much of that more of that tomfoolery we potentially see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the solo shatter on the trace that recalls away immediately, was killed immediately. Yeah, it's a bit silly here. Obviously, this map not mattering to Gerald Fan Club that much. But you know, maybe not looking to play spoiler as much as we were led to believe here on the desk, on the broadcast. Our sources, we need to rat them out and make sure we got better sources for next time. But still, you know, round 1 in the books. You got round 2 and it's Gardens. And now, if you have been watching Signet and you know if Zul's on the Signet juice, Gardens has some high ground you can play around with. Not as much as City Center, but you can still use it to your advantage. And you know, if that's one thing they're going to take away from Mac Tackle in the Signet cosplay, it ought to be that.
We're gonna roll out here, a 6-man for Gerald fan club, and a simple rush composition with that Reaper going to be available for Redwood Rockets, which comp will come out on top. Some would say the rush, as Missy's already dead, getting stuck on that wall, not able to wall raid out to safety. They lost their disengaged tool as well as their engaged tool. They only have to rely on the minuscule amount of damage that Hayden can do, but he is gone, not able to provide that. And just a Rocky Ducky show right now. This Reaper is uncontained right now, as they're just going to push forward and decimate everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's actually a tank swap coming in from Gerald Fan Club. Zul now on the Diva, whereas T was playing Diva in the previous map. Now, it could just be that T has a better Winston, or that's just the best pick for the 6-man comp. Either way, hopefully we'll see. Still not very close to really this EMP. Your closest are actually the tanks. You see them trying to build for the coal now, but they're not very close. Redwood Rockets are going to have this Shatter online quite quickly once T goes for the jump. I don't know if they'll be expecting it.
Go in, the hack onto the Reinhardt. Fish is in a barrel, but manages to survive with the help of his team. And Shatter comes out. That's 5 on the ground. That team is now gone. Nothing they can do is stave off this rampage now.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's that fast Shatter I was talking about. You know, it builds so fast. You were able to contest the low ground, build the last bit of it, and yeah, completely wipe the team like that, caught completely off guard. But Gerald Fan Club now coming up to some big ultimates. They've got the EMP online, but still struggling to get this Coalescence. What is normally a very fast building ultimate. Might be found here. Translocator? No Translocator.
Questionable decision there from Flappy to go for that without the Translocator up. Gets found out, and now the EMP's out of the fight. They have to back up, wait for Flappy to get back in. I mean, it's just an odd decision in general.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough. Redwood engaging the window here. A little bit of an overinvestment, really. Like, we're able to hide away very easily. It expires. They're looking for the engage here.
They throw it up, but the EMP is way too late to disable that speed to get them away. And the crunch does come down. Fish is in danger, but Rocky Ducky is... Oh, he's unleashed right now. No deep in the backside to help them was on the dive. So the Reaper had a free Death Blossom to take out 2. Now this fight should be a simple cleanup with the numbers advantage on point here for Red Rockets, and honestly quite a quick first map unless this stall can play spoiler and try to stop them in their tracks. Remake does come in, that gives them some more tankiness on this point, and even find Fungin in their desperation, but can they get any more? Shatter is going to end all hopes of that one. It's going to be Redwood taking the first map here, and quite quick, and yeah, just quite quick.
Yeah, it's rough coming out from Gerald Fan Club. You see what they're going for there, you know, the bomb into the EMP, get rid of all shields and get a big kill, but a couple of things went wrong. One, the map. I mean, there's like, the bomb goes onto the high ground, people go to low ground and hide behind the pillar and just dodge the line of sight of the EMP. And yeah, the EMP as well was late to that. And I think it's just like showing these little things where Redwood Rockets are just a lot more coordinated with these players, and Gerald Fan Club are just not able to use these like combo players to the best of their ability, which is a shame. You know, you expect, you know, a team that has 5 ultimates coming to a fight, they should be able to win that out. Really, it's such a huge advantage.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of It's weird because we see glimpses of them like really trying on that first map, and then we have Zul saying, "Hey, spec me," and then charging into the spawn and dying and giving up any advantage they had. I'm getting mixed signals here from Gerald Fan Club. Maybe it was a rogue element there. Maybe it was just a rogue element causing some chaos. But I mean, I could have genuinely seen Gerald Fan Club was looking on the upswing. Even if they were losing, they were taking the maps off teams that they normally would have just been crushed by, and they even won a match, the first of the season. So no winless teams in B League. But they just fall back to those old pitfalls that I would have hoped to see them push past.
Absolutely. But on the other side, to consider as well, Redwood Rockets, obviously, at the start of B League, they were looking hot. You know, people were talking about this team as if, you know, they were going to be the #1 seed. And then they've gone on a 3-1-2 loss streak. You know, it's quite, you know, it's quite heartbreaking, you know, for that team just to go start out so hot and then, you know, have the complete opposite fortune of losing 3 in a row. So looking at this as well, it's definitely a good sign for Redwood Rockets that they're able to turn that around and look very clean against a team, even if it is the 1-5 team in B League.
Yeah, I think they need that confidence to start moving forward, because something that's been said in the community a lot, and I believe even one of their players may have said it at one point or another, that it isn't that they got worse, it's that everyone else in the league leveled up. And I do believe that quite truly, that every team there in B League did level up from those first few weeks. I think Gerald Fan Club is actually they leveled up, but not nearly to the extent other teams leveled up to. They are still very much that 1-5 team, at least looking right now. We saw glimpses of them looking better. They got a win, but then that team that they beat, Hayden Overwatch team, has looked much better. They have gone undefeated since that match. I guess that lit a fire under them to try and to not lose after that one, as we should be moving on to Hollywood. That is our next map. And on Hollywood, I don't really know what to say for GFC. It's just weird for them.
Yeah, and I really didn't like the 6-man comp for them. Luckily, Hollywood not the best 6-man map, but then you start asking questions about their sort of dive comp. Who on this team is going to play? I was going to say who on the team is going to play Winston or Ball, and it could be Flappy for all I'm concerned, because Zul is out, Flappy is in on tank, with Reborn as well for coming in on Cassidy.
Maybe they weren't a fan of that tomfoolery, huh?
Yeah, maybe Zul on the sidelines just for a bit, able to cool down perhaps. But still, Gerald Fan Club going with the bunker comp with the Diva instead of the Sigma. It is a good comp for defending against a dive. However, we have seen in B League on this map the bunker comps losing to dive immediately on Hollywood A. It shouldn't really happen, but sometimes it does. Redwood Rockets coming out on the double bubble with the Widowmaker in tow. Maybe just a spawn pick, maybe just the actual pick.
The Timberleaf Gambit now looking for maybe they're gonna dive on in with that bubble. Fish goes extremely low, but buys space, gets out cooldowns enough for those stickies to get the intended value, which they pick on a squishy character. Reborn looking for a trade kill, not gonna find it, gonna have to use that flashbang to disengage, and AC-nade with the cherry on top of that one, and that's gonna be Redwood Rockets trying to eat the entire pie here as we're trying to take this point all in one fell swoop, but Fish's death might delay that.
Yeah, absolutely. It still looks good for Redwood Rockets here. It's just the support bouncing around on the point, but Hayden in the back line takes down the arrow.
It's just the 12-1 against this Widow and Zarya, and luckily the turret was also up, but more ult charge though is going to come in the form of this Diva.
Absolutely, it looks like it's just stagger here. But I want to say, like at the beginning of the fight, Reborn comes in, but should be taken out very quickly. It's really the shield pressure, good shield pressure from Redwood Rockets into the excellent anti-nade from Trisky. It's 3. Missy is immediately blown up, and the ult charge shows that Missy's just not had as much value on the brig right now. As Redwood Rockets pushing forward, take down both supports for Gerald Fan Club.
Really pushing forward, taking their map advantage that they need with these DPS. They need angles, they need sight lines, and to do that you need some space on the map. You need some control to allow them to get in positions where they aren't just going to die instantly or peeking into enemy fire. And Timweek's found that. Could pick off this Baptiste if they find the shot. Waiting, is looking, finds the body shot. Does find the headshot of the Reborn. They're not aware as yet of where Timweek is located. They're not even looking in that direction. This could be more kills for the Widow, but they're not going to find it just yet. The Echo copy doesn't find the bomb, but it will find this remech. Doesn't find the Baptiste, but does have the bomb available. Won't be able to pop it before that Echo copy does go away. Now there's a turret looking at them. Dong Wangler is now just gone. The point is still moving, but for how long?
Yeah, absolutely. Gerald Fan Club should be able to push in and take it with their superior spawns and numbers. But I say that, excellent focus fire onto church shots. That's not quite immediate.
Yeah, and this Nano Monkey is just doing a lot of work on the backside of this fight. Doesn't have that primal just yet. Could be in a bit of danger, but not really any damage to put that pressure onto the Winston to have to force out that cooldown. Instead, it's just going to be them kind of walk in, dying for it. Going to have to use the bat with the lamp just to get out of the choke. And that's all she wrote for the second point.
Yeah, and it's looking a little rough for Gerald Fan Club. Not really building these ultimates as fast as Redwood Rockets are. They do have the superior bank right now, but you know, with these spawns, they're hopefully going to get T. No, actually, T does get out. The position is just going to be much better for Redwood Rockets able to claim some of the space. You're hoping for a window investment, something like that, to burn down these targets, but they just peek behind the wall, and it has to be the bongo as well. This is expensive for Gerald Fan Club.
Wait, they use both the window and the bongo there. Before the engage comes in, they're going to have to push forward to try and find any value with either. Can't find any of that. Now your Orisa doesn't have Fortify. He's going to have to just back straight up. All the spam damage can come through. Your backline's in danger. Enemy Monkey has the primal. Isn't afraid of getting their hands dirty. He's going to just go throwing hands in the corner. That's where you don't want to be against an angry Monkey. But they're going to really nullify this Widowmaker here. They don't have a lot of line of sight. I don't want to see that res come down on them. Instead, looking for the res on the Dong Waggler. I think that's the correct play. But even with that, I don't believe they would push this point through. It's just not numbers and then spawns on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get Tommy Slap back out with this high energy, with this grab. That's going to be a fight win condition for your next fight. But on the other hand, you know, Gerald Fan Club, a good sort of fight win. Really the first they've had all map. Quite decisive as well. Reborn going crazy on the Tracer. Actually going very deep. Yeah, I think get out of there. Don't challenge the Reinhardt with that face up. So, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be keeping the Echo here until the next copy is gone, but what do you want to see them swap off of that Echo if it doesn't work out to take this point?
Yeah, I mean, Echo is a bit of a weird one on this point. You've got access to these flank routes very easily. But yeah, I think I was going to say Bricasti, but the May would work here with Con, turn into sort of classic rush.
Grab goes on the left side, trying to sideswipe the ultimate that came at them. They traded out a couple kills here, but the Orisa unaware, doesn't put the Fortify in time. They're going to get charged up. They're going to lose their life for it. Flappy now putting their life on the card, just trying to stall it out. But Reborn finds two. Doing the best Hayden cosplay, but is it enough? It's only Turtle Chill ever touch point here. Has to use that fade. For 6 seconds, isn't he able to use it again? And no, they're gone. But now the fault comes out. The Wrecking Ball is back, but booped away. Can they cut in time? Yes, they can. Just this game that everyone hates to play. The stall game for both sides doesn't feel all that satisfying, but they're actually going to come out here trying to stop them. Hayden is going to do their best, but in the end, the Zarya Bubble does deny them from getting that pick, and it's really just a hammer getting swung on this point, denying 75, 80 HP. Cleave is all they need, and that's a full cap.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a great play from Redwood Rockets. Like coming in, worse old bank. It's really just the grab that locks them up. Gerald Fan Club not able to get value out of their window. And yeah, it's pretty much just clean up from there. Just, you know, good focus fire, able to, you know, take down these single targets and eventually, you know, give yourself the man advantage. And it's a good time bank as well. You know, Gerald Fan Club did do their best trying to stall there, and it was an okay stall. You got about like 20 seconds off the point. But yeah, capping Hollywood with 2 minutes is a very good time. That is a very fast time, and you know, partly attributed to their very quick take on A and the very quick route through B.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard here for GFC to get back into this. And then, I mean, you move into playoffs here. Obviously, this is the last week of regular play. Redwood, after this, would move up to the 4-3 spot. That banner is incorrect as well as for GFC. It is 1-5 and 4-3. Well, 3-3. I'm not going to count them out just yet, I guess. But maybe that's the caster curse they need to get back into this GFC. But I mean,
they need something.
It's not looking good.
They need something. So GFC running out on a very odd comp. It's oh, okay, well, I say that you gotta pick immediately like that onto Team Week, and you know, you got 5v6. If they can move fast enough, they can absolutely capitalize on it.
Yep, gonna be looking for a potential dive here. Maybe even trying to farm that nano up. He is dead. He is gone. He is perished. He is no longer on this plane of existence. They literally PP-poofed out of this world. They that was insanity how fast they just died. And now it's on the Hayden to access to take with the deflect, but now the deflect is on cooldown 8 seconds. And there's nothing they can do. Just gonna get taken out with that pool. I mean, that was rough.
Yeah, and it's a Winston diving fully into like 6 people
Hayden?
shooting at her. Reborn is AFK in the background, but yeah, Hayden is swapping over to the Bastion for the offense. No Symmetra to teleport the Bastion around, just a Bastion dive comp. Rare, uncommon.
Get that nano up in time. I wonder how much value this Bastion can get. I mean, he do be firing, and especially when you just jump in front of them, Tristan. What are you doing? As kind of an odd decision there, but they are going to get a tick onto this point at least here. Move forward. Reborn does die to that burning sensation. Now it's just time to ball it out on this point. All the ults have basically been expended from both sides now, but the rally will come up. Do they have to commit it? Punjin is in a bit of a pickle here. Do they commit it? They will. Trying to equalize this fight because Hayden in the front line and Don Waggler is making his mission to get them out of there. But with the pressure that's being placed on them by Reborn on this Tracer, the stick isn't up just yet. Oh, there it is. The stick does come out through onto the Torbjorn, and they are just gone. And they make it to this first point with this unconventional at best composition with this Bastion.
So I think I kind of get it, and it is the Ooga Booga play of me see shield, me use Bastion to kill shield. But following up from that is Total Shot actually with 2 big anti-nades onto targets, and once the shields are gone, and it's good focus fire from Gerald Fan Club to clean up those anti-targets and take that advantage. And this is what I want to see, like these kind of like taking advantage of the plays that your team makes, like Total Shot with these anti-nades. If it requires Hayden, the nano Hayden Bastion to do it, then all the better.
Looking for something here. Post Nano Bastion. It's going to be a setup onto the high ground. This is the composition they use to roll out and beat Hayden Overwatch team on this specific map. It wasn't this specific comp. They actually ran with the double shield variant, if I'm not mistaken. But still, they are comfortable on this nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a Bastion on the high ground on this map is a scary proposition. You can just rain down like an AC-130. But the Red Rockets with a quick engage.
INC is going off right now with that Tesla cannon. Bob in the back line is going to get some value done. He's trying to hit the forward one. Sort of an odd gnome to hit at times, but this point is unabated. Just going to go straight in, and it's been a clean take here ever since they got that first point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good progress. Hayden on the Bastion, on the cart, the classic quick play move. The Red Rockets as well, doing a full comp swap to the classic Maycast Rush. No ults to speak of. It's lucky for them that T has the primary range, not the strongest ult on the bank, but they've got to come up with some big plays to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and right now it's going to be the first casualty is going to be Missy. That's a big piece of the puzzle that you're missing out on. So is T. No space to go off of Hayden. There should just be a mad rush to get on top of them, but instead they're just going to ignore Hayden. A very weird strategy with that Bastion. Everyone's going to die, and then we're going to kill Hayden, but didn't end up finding enough value to offset it.
Yeah, and that's exactly the play they need. They build up to more of these ults now. They've got Fish with the Shatter. We've seen the work that Fish can do with these Shatters. But Reborn takes out Timwig. That's certainly not the first time that's happened. Reborn taking out Timwig in the neutral.
Oh my, just in a bit of a Fortnite situation right now without the walls blocking them both. So the Shatter! Oh. It's quite massive. 5 kills. No, not 5 kills, but 5 kills on the ground. Usually can be converted into kills, but it won't be this time. Nicest engage so far from Gerald swapping off to that rush composition. The flash not quick enough to take away that blizzard, but Flappy pays for it. Now it's kind of this weird disassociated fight right now. They don't have the Reinhardt, so their team is privy to the enemy team's bullets.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a good like play. Like it's amazing that they didn't all die to the Shadow. But unfortunately, like investing the blizzard as well, taking out Flappy on the Rhine. And he does sort of swapping off the Anna to the Baptiste, which I think is the play, even with the nano charge. Baptiste with the lamp, just so strong. As we see Reborn, double high noon.
Oh, the shots come in. They're gonna trade out. One is a Reinhardt. That's a big value target missing from this fight. They do still have Funju's beat. This hasn't opened up quite yet. The Shadow is gonna come out trying to clean this fight up. The ball on the backside could change something about that. No, it's ineffective at best. And right now, Timwig is trying to clean this up. Back and forth, these picks do go. It's a mirror match in many situations. And now Fish is just back in just to take out Slappy again. Opposites are just taking each other out. It's like the episode, not the episode, it's like the movie, the first Pokemon movie where all the Pokemon are just slapping each other and everyone's crying.
I remember that part of the movie. I don't think it involved quite as many guns as this one. But, Gerald Fan Club able to get some progress. They're going to have some Swans coming back. They're going to have Flappy come back. And they can take some position here, but Dong Waggler, with this Blizzard, there's no one to deflect it. So, they could end here.
Yeah, and right now the Blizzard on the far left side, and it frees plenty of people up. But Flappy is trying to make up that difference in ultimates with the difference in hammers. Right now, going to be swinging. Fish is super low. All they have to do is turn around. They're going to cap this point potentially, unless this stall is absolutely massive. And even the walls are going to be used to try and counteract each other. And that should be it for GFC. A minute less, but still a cap nonetheless. And they are still in this game, no matter what anyone might say, including myself.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the better Blizz from Gerald Fan Club. It's in the back, it's in the spawn, it stops the spawners coming out. And you've got Flappy back there, tearing through all the frozen targets. It's just that the follow-up's just a lot better for Gerald Fan Club in that regard. Which is kind of an opposite to how it's been through the rest of the map. So, I was criticizing them early on for this, Team Flappy combo, which I don't believe we've seen. But, it's paying dividends. It's worked out. It's a bit unorthodox, maybe. But, if that's the change that the team needed to get the win, then, it's absolutely worth it. Now, coming into Time Bank, Hayden's on the Bastion again, but I don't think it's going to work the second time. You see Redwood running out on a different comp. They're not trying the double shield. I hope, Gerald Fan Club are able to identify this early on. Identify it maybe through the process of losing the spawn hold, depending on where they go. Depending on where Redwood go, I should say. And they should swap off the Bastion here. It's not going to work against the rush. They're going to run at you. Diva's going to hold defense matrix in you, and you're going to have several fists in your face.
Yeah. And I don't think they're expecting this in the slightest. The Diva even doing a good job of acting like everyone's in main. They might be privy to it if they look around, if they turn to the left. If they don't, they're going to be engaged upon. Hayden, unawares, is just instantly dead, the first target of their aggression. The lamp is useful in staving off death for the May right now, but T is trying their best, but they will lose it. They're going to have to reset fast. They want any kind of a good, clean couple fights here. Reborn might be just changing it out by himself. The Cassidy is by their lonesome, is going to get caught out. This could flip in the favor of GFC once the reinforcements do come back. They're missing two pieces of the composition, and it could go south.
Yeah, absolutely. Gerald Fan Company to play slow right now. But I like the rotation from Redwood Rockets. Take the high ground. Deny the Genji this ability and pressure the backline.
Sorry, they don't just quite do it, but both tanks are extremely low. T needs to get back, needs to get healed up. They need a clean engage here. They almost have that played. But what are they going to do? The nail for the dead! The window comes out, and they're all just gone. The best that GFC can hope for here is a tie. And of course, the more likely outcome typically is that will result in Redwood 2-0 and will finalize their record for this season.
Absolutely, and I think Reborn does a great job of building the blade. You saw how fast it was built. Unfortunately, didn't expect the window there. It's caught out early, as unfortunately we're going to a pause. But it's Hayden still on the Bastion even after that play. They're not playing the double shield. You're not gonna secure position to burn down the rush without, say, a Symmetra. Bastion's not the pick. I want to see like something like the Cassidy, the May, the Junkrat, maybe. Certainly not Bastion. And that might come back to bite them. Back to bite them. There we are. Coming into this defense. The best like you said, the best you can hope for is a tie. And with a 2-minute time bank on the other end, it's gonna have to be a very good tie.
Considering how the first point hold went previously, not the greatest thing that we've seen from them. So I think it's unlikely. I believe this should be a 2-0 for Redwood, but hey, you never know. Maybe we can extend this, go to a map 4, boom everyone's mentals before the days even really started. That'd be nice.
Yep.
That'd be effective, I'd say. I think that would throw everyone off their game today. I think everyone's like, their warm-ups are ending. They're like, hey guys, let's get in the game. They're like, wow, they're still on 1-0. Haha.
Absolutely. I'll be casting up to 1 AM and probably get noise complaints from my neighbors.
It's fine.
Maybe.
We kick out, just go up to Plymouth, like you said.
It's cold. It's the sea. It's cold. It's windy. And it's the south. But it's... Of all the places to be on the beach, there's plenty of places. I'd love to go to the beach. Maldives, the Bahamas. Bahamas in the Maldives? No, I don't think so. Anywhere else? Any beaches other than British beaches? Luckily, we don't have to talk about any more terrible places because we're back to Hollywood.
I wouldn't consider this a terrible place. Have a lot of bad experiences here, perhaps.
It's warm. You got that. It's warm.
Yeah, it's warm.
It's bright. It's sunny. The sun's out.
Yeah. And ready for battle. We're gonna see here what Gerald Fan Club can pull out to try and save themselves here after a slew of pauses and technical issues. They will finally be chugging along. Redwood. Nothing different for them. Gonna just stick with the same comp that found them success earlier.
Yeah, and I believe Gerald Fan Club on the same comp apart from the Hanzo for Reborn. But I'm still not sure I rate the Orisa Diva over the Orisa Sigma. I feel that Redwood Rockets are going to go for the same sort of play. Burn down the shields, get a big anti-nade, send fish in, Dong Waggler poking in from the back. And they've now actually got Team Week on the Sombra. Who can potentially go and hack one of these people like the Diva or something like that. To make sure these anti-nades land. And we'll see how they take it.
Right now, this is a typical play here. We're with that bubble. Second one as well is going to be introduced into the play. Keep this monkey as healthy as possible. Dong Waggler does take a stray concussion mine. Good look for a kill here on Hanzo. Isolated in the back line, and Fish is going to secure that kill. And secure the first pick of the fight. But ooh, the trades are better here for Gerald Fan Club. They're fighting back, looking for that draw.
Absolutely, and it's interesting as well. The Winston from Fish jumps up to the high ground, really doesn't get punished all that much. Expecting the Brig Bash, anything like that. But I guess Redwood Rockets just left their backline exposed. But now coming back in, close to this Nano, they're going to have it in this fight.
Just back in there. Doesn't have Primal. Has to run away. You're waiting for this Nano. And wait, you are gone. You are dead. Dong Waggler is in another big bit of trouble. As my alliteration skills are lacking at times, it would seem.
Yeah, and it's a great pull. Pull mine combo from T and Hayden. A bit unorthodox, but gets the job done. And you can see Hayden's on this flank angle again. Red Rockets have done a good job of taking care of Hayden's flanks in the past. Just need to do it here.
Nano, the opening gambit here for Red Rockets, and again, Reborn is the first victim of the fight. The EMP gonna shut down that Bongo, the only ult that they can really invest here early. It's now off the table. Fish has built up his own. The ult disadvantage just could be too much here for GFC. They're gonna build up that grab mid-fight as well. So really, not a lot of outs here unless they walk into that Hanzo Dragon or die to this bomb, but neither of those two aspects happen. Dong is dead. They've lost their Echo, but the grab is going to give everyone off of that point. There's nothing they can do. Redwood not going to fall victim to the draws. Instead, going to pick up the 2-0 victory here in the final week of B League regular season, setting them up for at least a good spot in the playoffs here.
Yeah, absolutely not predetermined. A lot of their placing does depend on the other teams, but getting 2-0 up is certainly a good look. And if one of these teams above them goes 1-2, 2-1 even, it could mean that they can eke further up the leaderboard, which would be great for them, and avoid getting picked instead of picking the opponent in playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Great showing from Redwood Rockets. They move on to, I believe, 4-3. Our standings were a little outdated there on the top, but they were 3-3 going into this. They move on to 4-3. They did their part, and now they can sit back and watch the rest of the matches to see if they maybe still have a chance of getting into top 4. It's looking pretty good for them. Also, just a little reminder, because we keep mentioning it, top 4 here, top 4 that. Why is it so important? Well, the way that B League works this season is that if you get into top 4, you get to choose your opponent for the first round of playoffs. Which is important because even if you just barely miss it and you go to number 5, you still have a chance of getting picked, or you still are in danger of getting picked by supposedly the best team. So you definitely do want to get that placement. So it is very important, and yeah, kind of an expected result, but considering how the last couple of weeks have looked like, definitely a great win for Redwood Rockets. What do you guys think was how they were able to turn it around and finally get a win again tonight?
I think it was just kind of the mortar around the bricks, right? Redwood Rocket, the players of the bricks, they're excellent players, but you need the mortar, the coordination, right, to build the wall. And yeah, they did it very well. I really liked the sort of follow-ups on the anti-nades, from good window engagements, things like ult rotations. Overall, just excellent. I believe we have some Redwood Rockets players coming in for interview. We've got Dong Waggler and Tommy Slapped. Hey guys, welcome to the desk, and congratulations on your win. You're now 4-3 for the season, and now your season isn't necessarily sort of locked in. You're not locked in seedings, but certainly your chances are better. So, how are you feeling after that match?
I don't know, it feels good to finally win, after a few games.
Yeah,
of
after
losing.
5 months of losing in a row, is winning is pretty nice, We used to do that sometimes.
Yeah, way back when. So yeah, it does feel good to be team finish the season off on a win before entering playoffs, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely been a while. I'm gonna be honest, there are so many different outcomes tonight that I don't really know how the other games have to go so you guys go top 4. But I was gonna ask, what are you guys' plans for playoffs? Even if you make it, even if you don't make it to top 4, and how do you think you can find that old form again you had when you were so dominant in those first 3 weeks of regular play?
So I think I do want to give like a big shout out, especially to like Vincent Parody and Ahi, because they've been coaching us pretty well, and we've been able to just like recollect ourselves and like what we want to do on maps and like have like a good game plan going into map. Had to do is just execute it. So they've made it really easy for us. Like they've laid out a plan and we're just following it and sticking to it pretty well. So
yeah, I think
I don't
early on
really
in the
care like top
season-
4, bottom 4.
Early on in the season, we started off a lot higher than everyone else, but everyone improved exponentially faster than we did. Everyone's got a lot better.
Yeah, and I mean that's a great sign, right, of a competitive league. You know, these teams like looking to sort of patch up their faults and really look hardened and good going into the playoffs, and that I think makes the playoffs even more exciting. Going off just like you said, like your coaches with plans. What was sort of like who? So I think like on Hollywood you swapped to the Maycast Rush like towards the end of the map. Who's in charge of like calling that kind of play like in the game?
Oh, definitely Fish. Fish is
that's
pretty
Fish
big
is
brain.
in charge of our team swaps.
Yeah, shout out Fish also. He's a great player, but
Yeah,
he
he's-
usually
he's
calls
the
any
goat.
comp swaps. Like he fight plans a lot and stuff. You can ask anybody on the team; they'll pretty much say the same thing.
He does consider himself the standout player for his own team, so it doesn't
Yeah, I
surprise
guess
me to get that.
Yeah, worth
Yeah.
worth the ego. Worth the ego. Hopefully we can get into that first seed spot. I will be wearing my maid costume if we get that first seed.
Yeah, you definitely did your part. Sorry, what was you gonna say, Boris?
Just a lot of maids here in BPL. Just a lot of them.
Recurve has his influence, I suppose.
Definitely started a trend in Season 2. Well, you guys have done your job, a 2-0, and that's pretty much the best outcome you could have had for tonight. So all you have to do now is just sit back and watch how the other teams do. So I want to say congrats on the win. Thanks for coming out and talking to us, and well, good luck in playoffs, however you guys are going to be set in there.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you guys for having us.
Yep, thank you.
Awesome. Alright. Well, with that was a short match to kind of make up for us being a little bit behind schedule. So I want to say thanks Ippy and Worst for casting this game. We're going to go to a quick break and we'll be back with our second match, which will be Hayden Overwatch team versus Atomic.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Get a discounted rate on the world's largest premium VPN service with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Head to expressvpn.com/BPL and help support our shows.
search and pray. Sweet talking dirty on the floor. Look like an honest copy paste. Swarm around my head, look the way he goes. Buzzing like he thinks that he's my hero. Thinking of taking a break, shutting it down to refresh. Honey, it's all for the better. Oh no, so spit it out to my face. It's okay, I've been busy working late, unrehearsing my fate, like repeating my mistakes. It's alright, it's okay, there is no one else to blame. I'm busy loving myself. I've been prioritizing, and you don't make it on that list. Don't get offended, baby. It's just a self-reviving thrift. Swarm around my head, look the way he goes. Buzzing like he thinks that he's my hero. Thinking of taking a break, shutting it down to refresh. Honey, it's all for the better. Oh no, so spit it out to my face. It's okay, I've been busy working late, unrehearsing my fate, like repeating my mistakes. It's alright, it's okay, there is no one else.
And we're back, everyone. Got 2 new people on the desk here. It's Jace and Megalas, and our next match is going to be Hayden Overwatch team versus Atomic. 2 teams that are now closer in the standings than one might think. You know, Hayden Overwatch team, they had a lot of ups and downs this season, but with some recent roster changes and some new coaches on deck, they've really started to glow up. And Atomic, they look like a surefire candidate for top 4, but last week they slipped up against Heartbreakers, and they are now in actual danger of dropping out of the top 4. So both these teams really, really want to win this match, and you know, it's really all is on the line for them. Jace, who would you even consider the favorite in this matchup right now?
I don't know, because under the guidance of the almighty Fara Lord, the King of the Skies recurve, Hayden Overwatch team, I think have almost quite got it together. This is something that I talked about in length with Fish when we did our VOD review of Hayden's last team for the power rankings for B League last week. I think that Tanic B Echo, alongside the Gurgler and Robbie as a dive duo Winston Diva, is maybe the scariest that we've got in B League, and that's going to sound really weird to say for a team that's not quite set the stars alight, not quite set the whole sky to burn this whole season. Hayden Overwatch team definitely underperformed. They've had roster issues, sure, but going into it, like, that's a really scary trio, and I think if there's any trio that can really cause problems to Atomic, it's going to be those 3, but I think Atomic should just have a bit too much macro for them. I think Hayden Overwatch team aren't quite ready just yet. I don't know if you agree, Megalas.
I mean, I definitely do agree, kind of, to an extent, right? In Overwatch team, we've seen them at their lows, but they have been improving under the coaching of Recurve. And Atomic, they've kind of been that solid team throughout the entire season. And, you know, while Atomic should be the favorite on paper, obviously, just not only given record, but just kind of how they play the game, how they execute their plays, I'm going to go with Hayden Overwatch team simply because I've predicted a few upsets here, and I want to keep that streak alive, so why not?
Yeah, if we look at Atomic, I wrote an article about them this week, kind of talking about their draft choices from Toxicinator, their captain or manager. One thing he mentioned is that he kind of drafted this team in kind of a Moneyball style, which, if you don't know, is kind of based around just getting people that put up stats, maybe not people that are super popular, so you can potentially get some bargains in the auction. And you know, it's been working out quite well for them so far. They have those 2 losses against Redwood and Heartbreakers, but they're still number 2 in our standings right now. Do you guys think they're still a favorite for the B League Championship? As we head into our map 1 here, so I'm just gonna hand it over.
See you later, Jimmy. Throwing us an excellent bone. I think Atomics, to call their team comp Moneyball and to call their roster Moneyball is a little bit disrespectful, because Moneyball implies these are underperforming or undervalued players. Siren is one of the highest SR. Interflux, again, one of the highest SR. C-Dub, one of the highest SR, and Doc, one of the highest SR. There's other pieces, yes, but that core 4 of Atomic, Doc, C-Dub, Interflux, and a Siren, that's a really strong high SR4. So they're definitely looking to carry them this match.
Yes, indeed. And as we're seeing both teams kind of approach Ilios Ruins here a little bit differently, It's going to be the Sim TP with the Reinhardt coming out from Atomic, but Hayden Overwatch team looking to probably jump this Mega Health Pack just to guarantee the hack on it with Greenie.
Yeah, there we go. They're going to take it. So Robbie gets forced off the health pack. He gets so low. Atomic just running at them. They've got the Doom, they've got the Reaper, and that means that they W key. Kemi goes in, pops the Metza down, the Gurgler goes, which means that Hayden Overwatch team are just lambs to the slaughter for this Doomfish. The punch comes in, Robbie goes into the wall, and Robbie goes down. And it looks like Atomic, just by the power of the pure W key, there we go, Kemi. He's got the cooldown, he's got the time, he's got the space. A Siren puts one into the stall of the Reaper of Panic B, and Atomic pretty comfortably cruise to a first fight win.
Yes, indeed. And despite Robbie kind of jumping into that health pack there at the start, they weren't able to get the hack on it, so that's how dropping Robbie low kind of resulted in that fight going the way of Atomic. Going to this next fight though, Cute White Boy, this shatter's gonna be massive. I said that already.
There we go. Ooh, doesn't quite manage to slip under the shield of Robbie, but Zeno doesn't care. He picks through the flatline and he kills Hayden. Gonna fall for it though. Let's see if Interflux manages to follow him to the grave, and he doesn't, thanks to some great peel from Rafa and a Siren. So they keep going, and Cute White Boy, although he did a little bit of trolling, he ran it just a little. Atomic, yep, still come up the fight win thanks to a good window from a Siren.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal window. And now going into this next fight, they're going to have several ultimates online. The Meteor Strike, you know, if you're lucky, you might be able to get a kill out of it, but Rafa's key is going to help him sustain so much here, especially with the lamp already being
Yeah, Hayden Overwatch team going in with so many ultimates. They really have to win, but if they say that, C-Dub just takes Robbie down again. Definitely Reinhardt, not one of his strongest heroes, but hey, against this composition, any good Reinhardt player would look weak. That's the May of Panic B down back into the grave. Atomic though doing a great job. They're just soaking up the pressure. This is going to be a cosmetic Death Blossom that comes in from Doc, so that's not really going to be getting too much value, but hey, it just sends Hayden Overwatch team back to spawn quicker. But for those guys, now Goliath, I think they've actually got a really great re-engage opportunity with that all-important Blizzard that could come in from Panic B.
Absolutely, and this re-engage is going to be massive, but Interflux could be the hero to eat this Blizzard, as well as just kind of have the bomb to create space even if the Blizzard goes through, so you can see this, how this interaction works out.
Let's see, the Blizzard goes in and does not get doubled, but Robbie puts 3 or 4 on the floor, and Panic B's Blizzard finds 3-2. Oh, so Chili or Atomic, they all fall down, and thanks to basically 1 or 2 ultimates, that all-important Blizzard in this Brawl Mirror, Panic B saves Hayden's Overwatch team from the jaws of defeat. They bring them up, and they finally flip the point over.
But if you're Atomic, you're not really worried about that flip. Like, sure, you would have wanted to win that 100-0, but you're pretty much content with this, right? Osiren's going to have the Amplification Matrix, as well as Cute White Boy having this Shatter online. I feel it's going to be super massive heading into that fight, especially if Robbie's not there to block it.
Good window, absolutely. Just having no Blizzard means that they can't really be scared too much of the time. That's going to be a Rage Bomb. The Interflux doesn't find anyone. Doc, though, takes off the head of Panic B, so no main means that really Robbie can't mess with both of these DPS. Got no one to peel him, bar the Gurgler on the DM. Speaking of, Gurgler goes so deep, finds a slam potentially. Does feed up onto Interflux? No, never mind. Doc who finds 2 in the backline. This Reaper is off somewhere. He's in Narnia, he's on the flank, but he found both Hayden and Greenie, so that's 2 big picks from the Reaper of Atomic to really help swing this fight their way. He's going to go in for another Death Blossom. There's no resources left on the side of Hayden Overwatch team. The Blizzard from Panic B is just going to be online too little, too late, and Atomic's back together. Oh, it's going to be a sacrifice Blizzard as well. So if Hayden Overwatch team manage to get the touch, they're not going to have Blizzard, but it looks like as the clock ticks down, it's going to be 1-0 for Atomic.
Yes, indeed. We're just kind of waiting for these staggered out picks to come through, unless some miracle happens with Robbie Shatter and he's able to get back to the point. It is just going to be that quick little 159-0, and there it is. And I mean, overall, just a very interesting round. Atomic, they knew their game plan coming in to that one and just kind of played it exactly as they needed to. Won the fights they needed to, lost where they needed to, and just calmly reset.
Yeah, Atomic really kicked up the tempo this round. When you're playing that composition that Atomic pulled out, you just have to run into them. They got not lucky, they scouted well. This is a composition that we've seen do wonders against this standard 6-man composition. It's really the counter. It's the Doom and the Reaper, because you can just sort of run on this monkey, give him the uppercut, and then send him back to spawn. Oh, looks like we got a little bit of a pause, but Panic B spams the R, so we're going to go back in now. Hayden Overwatch team, they're going to have to swap it up because they can't play 6-man on this one. I don't think they want to play 6-man anyway, Megalas, but What do you think Hayden Overwatch team need to do to sort of swing back this up and even it out to 1-1? If they don't, then it's going to be a quick 2-0 and first blood Atomic.
I mean, objectively, it's just gonna be kind of playing your game, right? The fights you were able to win were off of Tanic B's phenomenal walls on the May, but it's going to be a little bit harder when Atomic is running this Symmetra. As you see, they already have full control of points, so you're not going to be able to wedge a wall in between a team that doesn't have to really move.
Yeah, exactly, and they're just going to sit on point with the Symmetra. The longer the fight goes on, the more the Sim is going to get charged up, and it means that Robbie and Gerald could potentially be one-shot by the death beam of the Symmetra, but Lamp falls early from the Pyro means that Greeny has got this off-handle. He's found dodge, but great peel boot from Rafa. Cassidy goes down back into the docks of Ilios. First cap comes away with Atomic, and it should be just clean up for Toxic's team here. They're going to roll through. Kemi finds 2. Rafa gets 2 for the fight as well to clean up. And Atomic, they take the point. They're decisive. Good boot after an overextension from Greeny. So Rafa really breaking the fight open for his team. Good job, Rafa.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, once that Cassidy goes down, you just lose so much damage on the Hayden Overwatch team that it's just kind of already over before it can truly start. But heading into this next fight, we're looking at a pretty even old thing for the most part. Maybe Atomic coming a little bit ahead with stuff like the Shatter. And as we see, they're able to just keep back. There's no real reason.
Yeah, it's a really good sim wall to go against the Amplification Matrix, but ults are being thrown out left and right. That's a huge slam from C-Dub on the floor. Oh, C-Dub does it again. It's flashbacks to the Ballback Isles off-season tournament, the British Brawl. His actual name, C-Dub put about 5 on the floor against Robbie when he played against Burger Squad, and he does it again. It's a huge slam. All of the ultimates that got thrown out Megalas, and it was the Earth Shatter from C-Dub that came in clutch. I did not expect to see that.
I mean, neither did I. And the way Atomic is playing is beautiful, right? They're forcing the high ground, but they're already kind of jumping off the high ground for no reason.
Yeah, they drop off the high ground, and it means that the slam comes in when you drop off the high ground. You're really, really vulnerable. Hayden Overwatch team sort of pick them apart. Both supports full solo. The lamp falls earlier. Siren is now gone to this beat from Rafa. Rafa, if it comes in, it's got to come in quick. Hayden cleans up dot on that Cassidy. So finally, Hayden Overwatch team off what is honestly a mistake from Atomic. They end up capping the point and giving themselves a vital lifeline into this series.
Yeah, I was going to give Atomic full credit. I feel like they were using the teleporter from Kimi on the Symmetra beautifully to contest that high ground and back out when they needed to, but instead of using the teleporter, they just kind of dropped while Hayden Overwatch team was rotating and ultimately cost them the fight there. And speaking of the fight, we've worked Ice Block already as we're seeing.
Yeah, the Ice Block early, but that's a swing. Rafa gets a little bit too close to the German Hammer of Robbie, and down he goes. That's a beat from Majestic. It comes in, but Dodge though finds 2. That's the best 2 you can get with the high noon. Greeny though swings back, so not quite sure who's going on with this fight. Is this Sim is on this high ground? That's a bomb forced from Interflux to keep him alive. Can they chase down the Symmetra of Kemi? I think they can. Greeny pops 1 in the chest, so down Kemi goes. Looks like Hayden Overwatch team though. Greeny though pinned back on the high ground by a Siren, so he's done a great job of just keeping this high ground for his team. Interflux pulls back, and by the looks of it, Hayden Overwatch team managed to stall as Atomic just don't quite have the resources to push through onto the objective.
Yes, indeed. Now we're going to have just a reset here for Atomic, praying that they don't get walled off. Luckily, they're able to kind of wipe those. He doesn't want to go in with the Shatter.
It's such a big slam again, but unfortunately, the Blizzard from Tanic B is better. They almost get baited by the slam that comes down, and Tanic B's Blizzard's man, he's too clean on this hero.
Ooh, and that was about to be a brutal stagger, but yeah, Tanic B has been phenomenal at getting these blizzards in, especially past Gurgler on the D.Va, not being able to eat any of them at all. And now we're seeing just the high ground tech getting everybody back up on high as we're approaching final fight territory for Hayden Overwatch to take this round. And
Gerald bomb, and Gerald's bomb finds the Simon and Kemi. There's no lamp available. Gerald does it. Huge bomb from him. That's the 2k. And Atomic unfortunately fumbled the bag. Once they flipped over the objective though, Hayden Overwatch team control of that choke, control of that high ground, ran Atomic out of Ilios Lighthouse, and they ran out of ideas, to be honest. They could never find the fight. Tanic B's Blizzard just before this in the penultimate fight was so clean, and it meant the Hayden Overwatch team could just stuff the chokes of Atomic, and really, although they had the composition to run them over, they just couldn't get through that first vital choke with their Megalas. And you know, if you can't run it them with that composition, then really I think you just got to go back to spawn and swap.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like it just kind of came down to almost the Symmetra play, right? Once you lose points, Symmetra loses a lot of her value there, but we saw Kemi stick on it for about 1 to 2 fights after that, maybe hoping that a pick could come through, maybe just believing that the hero could still work, but just the Mei getting so much more value, Panic B doing absolutely everything, as well as Robbie finally starting to kind of come ahead in these Rhine 1v1s, potentially just more support coming onto the Reinhardt character there, but if it keeps going this way, Hayden Overwatch team have found their way back into Ilios.
Yeah, definitely. And although Robbie's definitely picked it up this map, the Mei of Panic B is doing such a huge job at peeling in. Compared to the cute white boy of Atomic, Kemi and Doc don't feel their Reinhardt. They go past their Reinhardt and onto the enemy Reinhardt. But Robbie, though, falling solo thanks to set pressure from Kemi and Doc on those 2 tank-busting DPS. That's going to be an aggressive TP on the other side of the ice wall. They've got to break middle to save Doc, and luckily they managed to, but Atomic, yet again, they take the point, and I think they're just going to flip it over. Yeah, not really a fight goes on here. Just trading out cooldowns, my glass, and they've got control of the objectives for now. Atomic, if they're going to bleed, they're going to bleed slowly. Kite away, it's going to be a recontest window from the Siren, so both amplification matrices out for both teams. So much damage. Kemi, though, finds the off-angle pick. Hayden gets put into a wall. Robbie finds a 2k slam on the tanks. Unfortunately, none of them go down. The Doomfist going down, though, means that Atomic don't have some instant burst. It goes back to Rafa. Has charged up a beat extraordinarily quickly. This is such a long fight that's going on, but I think as it dies down, Atomic here sends a complete mess, a complete disaster, a complete capitulation. Atomic is going to hold on to this objective. They're going to win basically 1.5 fights, and they're going to get themselves a really chunky percentage to open up our final round here on Ilios.
Yeah, and just kind of, as you highlighted, Rafa was able to get that beat online, Majestic falling just short, and it kind of came down to that back and forth, right? While ultimately the Mei Walk and Fantasy was phenomenal at putting on top, when Hayden fell there, it was the end of the line, and now we're seeing Shadow potentially at the end of the line of this fight.
Ooh, the slam doesn't manage to find anyone. Kemi gets locked in the team with no meter strike to escape, and he falls. Seed up, though, gets to pick onto his opposite number. It's traded back. Dodge, though, the Reaper, the win condition for this Atomic team. Now that Kemi's gone, he's gone for the Blizzard. There we go. Oh, almost went a little bit too deep, went a bit too big for his bridges, and Greeny fells him, so no Reaper, no Kemi on that Doomfist means that Greeny is just free to unload, and there we go. The High Noon is popped. Rafa falls. Hayden Overwatch team now doing a nice job. They rotate now into Windmill, where Atomic are looking to recapture. Speaking of recontest, it's going to be an Siren swing with the window. Can they find anyone with the Diva Bomb? Majestic really don't want to be falling there. The flashbang found the hammer, though, from Greeny. Finds Dodge, so once again, that's going to be no Reaper for Atomic. No tank pressure gone. Kemi, though, yet again finding big on this mate. Tanic falls means that I think it's just going to be good, and as I blink, as I open my eyes, it's 98%. Atomic run them off the point, and they trigger overtime. It looks like, my last, this is going to be first map going to Atomic.
Yes, indeed, as we're just kind of in this staggered out fight here, hoping people don't fall, but Panic B trying to get back on the lead. It's going to be the nail in the coffin, especially with the Meteor Strike. Kemi doing all of the work here. It's just some quick little cleanups, and it's going to be Atomic getting the first round, doing it in pretty impressive fashion, but there were signs of life from Hayden Overwatch team. I wouldn't say they're out of this just yet, but I don't know. I feel like he's still got a little bit of a ways to go to dealing with this Doomfist.
Yeah, exactly. The Doomfist is going to be the big problem, and I think against this rush comp that you play, I think Doom matches up great against the Mei, against the Baptiste, particularly against the Reinhardt, the Baptiste, and the Diva. Kemi was so aggressive. How many times, my Goliath, did Hayden get slammed into the wall on that Haitian? I believe he's Haitian. On that Haitian by the rocket punch that came out from Kemi. When you play Doomfist, you're absolutely feast or famine, but that map, it was a full banquet for the Doomfist for Atomic, and deserved 1-0 because of it.
Yeah, and I mean, it just came down to almost like the Doomfist enabling the team to play a little bit faster, right? When you're playing with a Mei, you do have to look for those walls, so despite you having that Lucio player on your team, in Majestic, you can't really speed engage onto anything. You want to wall something off, play a little bit slower, and keep your tempo. Whereas Atomic, with that Doomfist in play, they can just kind of full go 24/7. Yeah, pretty much inting almost. But I mean, a very wise man once said that one man inting is, well, inting, but 6-man inting is a push. So at the end of the day, it just kind of worked for them to continue snowballing into Hayden Overwatch team over and over again. And I mean, your solutions for that are either you're going to have to find a way to slow the game down even more to where you can finally slow Atomic down, Or if you're Hayden Overwatch team, you're going to have to speed it up yourselves. Maybe play with a little bit Doomfist. Maybe send Robbie in a little bit more. We all know Robbie as the aggressive Reinhardt. 100%, he's probably willing to hold that W key from here to the end of time. You just got to enable him and let him.
Yeah, I think so. And I think potentially it's going to be difficult. I think Hayden Overwatch team are really backed into a corner because Atomic showed us there that they have the ability to just run anyone over. This is going to be a tough test for Hayden Overwatch team, though. These guys are 1-0 down. They're revitalizing themselves as a team, and unfortunately, they walk up against the big dogs. And I do believe the best team in B League at the moment in Atomic, even though they are sitting equal, second behind Heartbreakers. I do believe this team are absolutely the better core. And I talked about it at the start of the series, Medalas, about that core 4, about Doc, aka Hammer Down, Siren, Interflux, and C-Dub. But that map was absolutely all about Chemi. Some big plays coming out from the Doomfist. Of Atomic have got a 2-pronged DPS threat, when most of the season we've only seen them be sort of a 1-pronged DPS threat and basically sort of play around the individuality of a Siren and Interflux on these tanks to almost be tertiary and secondary DPS. Then Atomic have upgraded, and oh my god, they've upgraded at the perfect time, because that is scary for the rest of the league.
I mean, yeah, definitely, especially as we're heading towards these final weeks and potentially heading towards our B League playoffs here. This is the time to maybe show these scary looks from these teams, right? This is when you want to put other teams on high alert, say, hey, this is what I'm capable of. This is what you have to match. And especially going into our next map of Hollywood, it'll be interesting to see if there is a match of any kind, right? We could continue to see this aggressive Doomfist rush come out from them. I know they really seem to be fond of playing it so far, simply because they've proven it can't be stopped by Hayden Overwatch team at the very least.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, it's really going to be interesting to see, because Hollywood does provide some niche strategies. You know, you could hold high ground with a few different comps, including but not limited to some double shield, a little bit of Torbjorn. On the offense as well, you can kind of run some stuff like an Echo or a Pharah, simply to just kind of poke damage in over those rooftops. I know a lot of teams find success with that, but not going to be able to talk about the offense yet, because they always like to troll in the spawn room, hover heroes that they don't intend to play. Meanwhile, the defense, as we were talking about, you know, that double shield.
Yeah. So finally, Tanic B goes over to the Echo, which is going to allow a very vital and pivotal off angle. Unfortunately for Hayden Overwatch team, and they would have loved to have the Gurgler in on this map. Gurgle the world, and Gurgler's Sigma is just so deadly. And Sigma on this map is such a big carry potential hero, so it's got to be big from Mr. Beastburger, and is going to be playing against the rush composition. So, Atomic's the win condition here is simple. They're going to rotate long and they're going to force the off angle out. Once they force the off angle out, then they can speed under and go to Cafe. That's what they should do. Let's see if they manage to go for it. Hayden Overwatch team are going to have to instantly give love. They just recognize the W key. They see that Atomic are on the same comp and they respect it. Now, Atomic have got a decision. Medalas, do they go to point or they go underneath? And the looks of it, Chemi is just in charge of the punch. Going straight in. They found Greeny eventually. Sorry, they found Greeny on the Ash. That's a punch goes in, it denies the grasp that comes out from Mr. Beastburger. So Doomfist and Reaper so good against that Sigma in particular. Look, Chemi just having a field day yet again. After demolishing them on Ilios, the Doomfist comes in and he gets the perfect 2 tanks to go against Doomfist, and Reaper so excellent against Orisa. And Sigma, look, it forces Mr. Beastburger over onto the D, but almost immediately as Atomic just going to collect their staggers and cap this point.
They force off with the double shield almost instantly. Probably Greeny's going to stick onto the Ash Hero 4 now, simply because you're close to the Bob ultimate, and of course Bob he can go to card, he can create space for you in multiple different ways, being that 1200 HP turret that he is. But Atomic just did that beautifully, mastered themselves in with the Doomfist and just held W in the best way possible. So now heading forward, their next win condition is probably going to be both Siren with this amplification matrix just to amplify any damage as soon as the team Overwatching will.
Well, they drop and they go for Cedar, and they absolutely have to get a quick pick because Atomic win this brawl, I think, every day of the week. They cannot roll against this. Oh, what they say that? Greeny's Ash is big. But Robert making it to 76. To say what you will, can't beat is going to be pretty late. You lose your Reaper, which means you don't really have any tank shredding potential, and you're just relying on picks. Unfortunately, Chemi didn't get any. It's going to be a quick ST though for Hayden Overwatch team if they look to hold this choke with some brilliant walls from Panic B.
Yes, indeed. And now that Hayden Overwatch team has been forced to the low ground. You know, cute white boy licking his lips in anticipation of this shatter could potentially be massive, but Robbie on the other side wants to make his massive as well, so it truly will be the battle of the Rhines this time.
Yeah, it's gonna be Tanic B goes straight in with the Blizzard though. That's so ballsy. Forces an S-key to come in. Robbie, oh no! He gets half hung over the shield. The bomb stops. I believe the payload going backwards actually managed to push the Diva bomb straight into straight into Robbie. And now Hayden Overwatch team they don't have the Reinhardt. They can't hold this. They have to back up Megalast.
Yes, indeed, and it's smart, right? Give space, wait for Robbie to come back, because you don't have to give too much, as well as you're not feeding over Overcharge. Phenomenal play, and now they're engaging with the bomb.
Oh, the shatter bomb is so big, it finds everyone. Sans the lamp that comes in from the side, and once that lamp goes down, they're just 5 HP anyway, which means they can be welcomed into the all-important arms of Robbie. Great fight for Hayden Overwatch team. I think that on the compositional mismatch, I think their composition is worse at brawling, but when they can play and win ultimates like that, it's so vital for the time management and ult economy, really stopping the snowball that can come out from the top.
Well, the thing with Hayden Overwatch team's comp here is it's kind of the Ash on high ground, right? The only one on Atomic who can really contest it successfully is going to be Interflux. Lisa can't get into too well, but these Shatters, these Death Blossoms do not care about your Ash, do not care about your feelings, just because it's so massive at the top.
Yeah, there we go. They just see the Ash on the high down and they run straight into the team. And one thing that we got to mention as well is if they do decide to go for this Ash on the high ground, then that means that Interflux cannot DM his Reinhardt, and they just go for the more important value. They get Doc, they get C-Dub into the depths, into right up against Hayden Overwatch team, and they just W and M1 them straight back to the spawn room. 2 minutes 36 left on the clock. Atomic put themselves in a great position. Now if they've got themselves the high ground for this recontest that can come in from Hayden Overwatch team, but on the flip side, looks like Panic B's Mail could potentially be a flip. It's gonna have to be the Peak versus the Blizzard. Where does the Blizzard go?
I mean, definitely that Blizzard absolutely massive here, and
yeah,
now we're seeing just kind of the fight break out on card. You know, cute white boy swinging away.
He's just gonna swing away. I was actually lost for words. I forgot I was play-by-play casting for a second, but off the back of Panic B's mail, the mailed incident on Hollywood, Interflux is just going to be collecting a couple of picks. Emmy is back in the spawn. The slam potentially from Robbie, but I don't think so. Not going to go for this fucking Death Blossom in about 1 minute 30. Just the intense brawl potential is so good for Atomic. They just get to stick on the payload, they get to live, and despite the picks that can come in from Hayden Overwatch team, I think the cap is going to be here any second now, especially if Panic B falls to 10.
Yes, indeed, and that fight just kind of, it almost felt like an entirely staggered out fight from the side of Hayden Overwatch team, where they were constantly down one from that fight that initially happened about halfway through point B, and they never really gave themselves the opportunity to regroup. They just kept chucking bodies at the point, and that's going to give Atomic point B here, heading into point C now. They have some ultimates to work with. I think with Siren, with his amplification matrix, they've been massive all night so far, probably going to be big again here, so in Overwatch team, you got to look at tight and counter that one.
Yeah, and they've got the resources to do it. The High Noon and the May Wall. The Assassin Overwatch team should be good enough to take the window. It's really helpful on the side of it. But Panic Beat goes first. There we go. This time, the May hits and it rings true. A Siren gets frozen up. Should just be one in the body, one in the head. Panic Beat falls in. This Doom ult is too little, too late. And Hayden Overwatch team, they go with one ult, perfect for their economy, and they find themselves tempo back in favor on this defense.
Yes, indeed, and they're setting themselves up pretty well as we're seeing Doc now switch over to the Cassidy, simply probably to provide more poke damage, just like we were seeing do on the other side. And again, it's just going to come down to this amplification matrix. We're seeing the one from Hayden drop first, but as the fight's already devolving.
I think so, and the Cassidy going down means that Atomic can just roll them over. They lost the support though so early. Hayden fell down and it meant that no sustain should come through. Panic Beast's going to get a nice exit headshot onto Kemi, but once Hayden fell, that was no primary sustain, no lap, no passive burst, no right clicks, no burst healing. You just lose so much when the back teeth falls early. It means that Atomic can just roll it through here, but Hayden Overwatch team, as this payload rolls in, they've got that Blizzard again, so Atomic B just going to have to be the saviour.
Yeah, absolutely, and now it seems just kind of the Blizzard take space on cart, going back and forth with these teams. Do just engage again from Kemi. I mean, I know the confidence you have, but your team's pretty much already down. I don't really see the point of going all in like that. But hey, when you got less than a minute on the clock, maybe you start feeling a little too desperate. But now Atomic's going to have to force the regroup here as they head towards what could be their final fight with the Shatter and Bomb combo online, ready to go. Let's see if the tanks can line this up once again, make another big bomb.
Yeah, Shadow Bomb could be the key win condition here for Atomic. Kemi's ult's going to allow them to basically go straight onto Hayden anytime that they're needing. You just are likely going to see the Doomfist of Kemi just completely int into them for the free escape. Here we go. The Shatter Bomb gets stunned, but into Flood still finds two. Doesn't even need Shatter, and it goes in and it gets basically both times from Hayden Overwatch team. And no times means no control on the objective. Tanic B has to cryo, and once they pop out, they're sent back to the spawn alongside everyone else that was in that horrifying cinematic on Eco Point Antarctica. At least both the tanks respawn in tandem, but unfortunately it's 2 versus the world. Greeny's High Noon on an off angle finds Darker, I think. Unfortunately for Hayden Overwatch, not taking that off angle onto the Cassidy is too little, too late.
Just some cleanup here from Atomic. They are going to get the cap, but the silver lining for Hayden Overwatch team is that cap did happen in overtime, which means you're not really worried about any time constraints at the moment for your offense. All you have to worry about if you're Hayden Overwatch team is just getting across that line at some point to force some overtime rounds. And with the May play that they were able to execute, I feel as though it is possible for them to do this, but again, I mean, you gotta find a way to mitigate Kemi on this Doomfist just doing way too much, getting way too much value.
Yeah, I think the Cassidy is going to be big from Greeny. It has to be. If you just manage to flashbang Kemi when they go in, then it completely shuts the entire comp down. Cassidy and May actually really good at pairing up against the Reaper that came in from Doc that did so much damage from Doc. And it's interesting, these two compositions, these two styles. I think personally, at least anyway, Megadeth, I think Atomic's comp, this full Send It comp with this Doom Reaper rush, I think it gets scarier on the defense because of the high ground that you naturally get. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. What do you think of this comp? Do you think it's better on defense? Because I actually do.
I mean, I feel as though just kind of the way they're playing it makes it better on defense because they're not really waiting for Hayden Overwatch team. They're not like setting up being like, okay, when they get to this point, that's going to be our go button for Kemi or anything like that. Atomic, they just kind of, the second one of them lays eyes on an enemy, they're willing to say, we go, we push, but that could force them to give up the high ground extremely early, and that could kind of be their kryptonite here. And also we're seeing Tanic be on the Pharah, which is a pick I honestly love to see. You know that they're lacking those hit scan plays when they're playing this aggressive rush, so hopefully this Pharah will get you exactly what you want in terms of like potential damage, and that's a huge anti.
Huge nade, but unfortunately, I think Atomic has just decided to run into them. It's basically Pharah against a Reinhardt version of 6-man, and we all know how that goes. The Pharah on the backline here just going to get sliced by the back teeth of a Siren. They scouted the comp perfectly with Atomic. I mean, I say scouted the comp perfectly. They catch up when it hit 3.45, and they thought that they were on a dive comp. They looked for Robbie, they ran him over with the Reaper, and down he went. So Hayden Overwatch team going to have to fight back a bit better if they want to even get the chance of building up a nano to engage.
Yeah, definitely. I know Siren's lamp there was crucial in living through that massive purple. Another purple comes through again, getting all 3 tanks, and Robbie's having to dive to high ground, but fortunately nobody falls there. Just too much healing after the anti is over.
Oh, I thought they find Kemi, and they do. He 1-for-1s, but unfortunately he 1-for-1 for basically the centerpiece, the crux of this composition is Robbie on that Winston. They can't push without him. It's going to be a nice res when you need the Pharah as well. That's your second most important piece. It's a nice sleep on the high ground from Hayden. Mr. Captain onto it. It's going to be a prayer of a bomb. It's just a victory. Ultimate Majestic falls to that. It's going to have to be the reset for Hayden Overwatch team because Robbie could potentially be dying for a 3rd time here in basically 1 minute. Now Hayden Overwatch team, yep, does Doc just going to run him down, and Atomic doing a great job of trading the clock here.
Yeah, exactly. We're already just about to be at the 2-minute mark, but Hayden Overwatch team, they have pretty much their entire ult bank to work with heading into this next fight. Maybe potentially use your Primal Rage first just to create some space and force some support ultimate. But it seems as though Bob Engage is going to be the name of the game.
Ooh, the Nano Barrage, Justice range down, and it's boosted by the Mother, you know what they say, and Mother-daughter relationship with Tanic B absolutely popping off thanks to the help of the Egyptian Grandma. Unfortunately though, his backline is getting completely bounded as we say it. It's been a split fight rotation as Tanic B has basically gone off on his own to find whoever's left on Atomic, but Robbie gonna provide a pincer, and finally Hayden Overwatch team off the back of the Nano Barrage. Yes, it only found one, but it found Dark, and no Reaper means that both your tanks on Hayden Overwatch team can finally play the game, and they unlock the objective because of it.
Yeah, but Hayden Overwatch team had to commit a lot into that fight, so you're not going to have anything but your Diva Bomb for this next fight. And, I mean, maybe you could have held on to Valkyrie, or maybe that Bob wasn't necessary for the engage. You don't really know at the end of the day. You were just too concerned about unlocking the point of your Hayden Overwatch team. And now we're seeing them continue to run this Pharah here, just kind of gaining them control of the high ground for free almost, simply because of the presence that Pharah exudes.
Yeah, good nade. The Diva, though, going to potentially go a little bit too deep. Mr. Beastburger goes. The bomb is popped instantly. Dog finds two, both times. Unfortunately, Mr. Beastburger from the grave gets it. Panic B, though, is the problem for Hayden Overwatch team, and he's been left unchecked. And you know what you say about problems? They don't fix. They don't go away easily. Panic B roaring through the skies right now. Rafa, sorry, that's not Rafa, that's gone. Overextends, does not manage to fall behind his Reinhardt shield in time, and well, down he goes. And Hayden Overwatch team, they were down on ultimates. Now it's looking pretty sunny for them.
Yes, indeed, and it simply just seems to be that Panic B on this Pharah cannot be contested. You know, the only person who really has the ability to on Atomic is Interflux on the Diva, but you can't really send your Diva into a pharmacy cold 24/7. The Reinhardt needs to defend the mission to live through some of these things.
Right hard.
But yeah, I mean, Phenomenal Happy is going to actually force him down there.
Ooh, it's a fourth barrage from Panic B. I understand the pace, but it's just not quite the time. He times are out. It's going to be a celebratory shatter from C-Dub as well, just to clean this fight up. The Nano, the anti from Hayden, though, potentially could swing it. Now that the Reaper, if the Reaper falls, then Robbie's going to be free, but look at the pressure that comes in. The Defense Matrix and the Reaper just batting away. Robbie, as he goes with the Fists of Fury, goes with that Primal Rage. The beat from Korn is just going to expire. And unfortunately, Panic B can't race back into the fight, and if they finally do, they fall. ×2 on the payload, unfortunately. For Hayden Overwatch team, it was just a cart scuffle, and you can't win a cart scuffle on dive against a Reaper.
I mean, that truly is just unfortunate to see there. I feel as though Majestic potentially over-invested the Valkyrie into that fight when it was just the two supports and Robbie on the Winston there. Now heading under a minute 40 here. You don't really have any ultimates online because you're seeing Hayden Overwatch team kind of reset their ult bank to switch over to this standard rush. And, you know, it's very interesting to me that they're switching over to standard rush now, especially when the Pharah was getting so much value. They're just deciding after one fight of losing with the Pharah, they've had enough, and Emmy's farming.
Oh, it's a great hat on Titanic B. They have to kill Titanic. I think they're going to have the EMP to do it, but Greeny falls Dark, which means it's a 6-man EMP, basically, from Kemi, and they have no cooldowns. When they have no cooldowns, that is the go button for Atomic. As they say, that Interflux manages to trade his life. Hayden then takes down Cute White Boy, and despite having no cooldowns, the EMP coming through, that's the fight you should win, Atomic. And unfortunately, unluckily, whatever you want to call it, it's a 6-man EMP, but it comes up with a fight loss.
And now we're seeing Kemi switch off of the Sombra over to the Doomfist. Just kind of, again, back to what you know works. Cute White Boy unfortunately got the forward spawn there, so will fall. And, I mean, it's just kind of baffling, right? You go into that fight with a 6-man EMP. Sure, you lose your Reaper first, but I guess there was just no follow-up damage after the fact.
I think there you go. Yeah,
once you lose that follow-up damage, you don't have anything. Yeah. So now heading into this next fight, Panic B's been big with these blizzards all night. Another one coming up in just 20%. See one right shatter.
Oh, nice flick and adjust. Only Panic B on the floor, but that Maywall comes down just in time. It's going to be a freeze onto C-Dub as Atomic flip the map on this rotation, but they flip and it ends up turning into a pincer as they just roll them over. The WP potential comes back finally. It's what we saw them do so well on Ilios. Mr. Beastburger gets punched out the mech. Not quite sure that's an intended interaction. Blizzard, please fix your absolute dog shit, boinky, fucking completely uncoded mess of a hero is Doomfist. Nonetheless, 1 minute 16 left. Hayden Overwatch team has got some great tools to go back into this next fight for the recontest.
Yes, indeed. But on the other side of it, Atomic has some great tools themselves. They have Con with the beat to live through everything, and it's going to be the Deadeye from Greeny first. Though the Dark Side create space, maybe find one kill.
Ooh, the Blizzard from Panic B. Robbie finds 2 with the Fire Strike, and it's a 1 ultimate fight win yet again. Panic B just so efficient. He's doing all he can, Megalas, to raise the, to lower the temperatures in the ice caps in either pole. Panic B really not a fan of global warming.
mean, definitely. But now they're gonna have to warm something up and get to the cart with just 30 seconds left. Panic Beast already in your backline, freezing everything. This beat keeping everybody nice and healthy though from the death stick. Could be disasters for Atomic.
Oh, it could be. Seed-up though, finds 2, finds the Reinhardt, which means that's Reinhardt advantage. Interflux's bomb finds 3. Yes, it was a clean up 3, but there was any potential if they had a lid, if they had an inch, if they had a hope. Rare. Interflux just goes in, sends them back to spawn room, gives them a backhand across the face and says, no, you will not be winning Hollywood. Now that they have to brawl into them, Megalas, this is going to be difficult. Hayden Overwatch team has to rush the payload. They're probably going to lose their Diva mate for it, and it puts themselves in a 5v6 in overtime.
Absolutely, they're just kind of throwing back and forth, back toe for toe, but the Bastion from Kemi, this is the perfect time to bring out the Bastion. Nobody can contest it. Doc, meanwhile, just in your backline, along with Q White Boy swinging that hammer, and Atomic has decided to end this series here and now with a quick 2-0 over Hayden Overwatch team. And I mean, they did it in pretty good fashion.
Yeah, Atomic stake their claim. They now put a question over to Heartbreakers. They say, Heartbreakers, what have you got? Can you take down Goliath? If you cannot fell the Titans that come out, if they cannot fell Teku's Titans, then #1 first seed will be Atomic. And it was always comfortable. This tempo, this pace that they played, they potentially clicked. Have they found the formula? This composition that Atomic played today, they relied on it and they played it well. I think it's very strong on these 2 maps. In particular, it gets stronger on some other maps. As you welcome back, Jimmy. Really clean fight, I think, from Atomic. Really clean 2 maps. Absolutely ran Hayden Overwatch team off the park. Great grasp of tempo from that composition.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that win, Atomic are actually guaranteed top 4 now. So this was very, very important for them. And they really showed up, you know, after last week when they lost to Heartbreakers in a pretty clear fashion. What do you guys think has changed from this team that we saw last week?
I mean, ultimately, it was just kind of potentially that rebound, right? Maybe losing that game kind of reminded them of, oh, we aren't immortal, we can't just do whatever we want, and it kind of, sometimes you need that humbling game, right, to just kind of bring you back down to earth, remember, and remind you to focus on your mechanics as well as what you're good at. And Atomic, they played what they wanted pretty well. That Doomfist from Kemi always kind of being in the right place at the right time, and yeah, it just worked out for them well today in the day.
Yeah, that broad composition is so scary, and I think one thing that they've almost found a opposite end of the spectrum for that Heartbreakers comp is we're probably going to be welcome C-Dub and a Siren in. What this Atomic composition does is it punishes a misposition, it punishes over attention. What they punished, what they fell against last week against Heartbreakers is they failed to rotation and micromanage their cooldowns correctly. So both Atomic and Heartbreakers right now, I think they've almost taken a page out of the Heartbreakers book, but they've read it upside down, they've read it in the wrong language, and it's worked somehow. They've played at such an amazing tempo today, have Atomic, that it meant that Hayden Overwatch team just haven't had time to react. They just weren't able to play the video game. Robbie could barely play the video game. Tanic B's May was very, very impressive still nonetheless, but a May against a Doom Reaper and a Baptiste and a Diva, it's just too much pressure the 2 people can handle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as you said, this was less Hayden Overwatch team maybe looking weaker and just Atomic looking really, really dominant tonight.
Absolutely.
We have some interviews coming in here. I believe it's C-Dub, their main tank, and Siren, their flex support, who we just saw in the match. Hello, C-Dub and Siren. How's it going after that match?
It was good. It was a hectic beginning. Doc wasn't there. Osiren was getting into his home from college, so we were scared that we weren't even gonna get R6, but we did.
Yeah, I guess thank you for cutting it short so we can be on schedule again. You know, last week you guys went up against Heartbreakers, a match that a lot of people thought would be really close, but we all know how it went. Were there any lessons you guys learned from that last week's loss? And what was this week looking like leading up to tonight's game against Hayden Overwatch team? Because if I may say so, you guys looked like a completely different team tonight.
We basically stopped playing like a bunch of bitches.
Yeah, we
like,
kind of just...
like as Jace knows, his team, that comp is so good when you play slow. It pokes you down, you engage with 0 resources, and we weren't playing decisive, and their team was dismantling us. And yeah, Toxic put us on this comp, this Doom Reaper comp, just play really fast. When
Atomic plays best when we're decisive, and finding a comp this week that actually worked for that helped in Scrimbucks and translated to today. I think it was just like a total mentality shift, and Toxic takes all the credit for it. I think we kind of did get like a spreadsheet on the other team, like word for word, bar for bar on them, but I didn't really think it mattered. It was really all Tox explaining on our end.
Yeah, big coach gap. If there was anyone to pull you out, I believed it was Tox. I just want you guys to speak. I said before the match that I do believe your core pieces, your fundamental powerhouses for this composition. Say what you will about the Moneyball strategy of Atomic, I don't believe it is that, because you've got like 4 Masters players on your team now. Your core 4 I would identify as both of you guys, Doc and Interflux, but it was Kemi today that I think was absolutely the game changer. So were you impressed? What was the plan? How did Kemi end up going into this role, coming in on the Doomfist and just completely pounding? I want to hear a little bit of insight into how that transpired and how that happened.
He's just so much more vocal on the Doom. I think he feels really comfortable on the Doom, so he like is decisive. Like, and also Kimi's a tank player too, so he has a little bit of that knowledge, which helps with his Doom play because he knows where we should engage. Because what makes a good Doom rush team is your Doom calling engages, and he calls them. He goes, I'm slamming in on Ilios. He was calling for like punch shatters and stuff like that, and we had the punch shatter that canceled May ult. I don't know if you guys caught that on stream, but it was.
Yeah, we were wondering what happened.
It was,
it was his right click.
I canceled.
That was crazy.
My shatter canceled the animation, but it was just it's all
on Hollywood.
Doom. I feel so bad on Ilios. I feel so bad for Robbie because he was getting punched on cooldown, and it was just like I can imagine he was not having fun.
Yeah,
playing.
How it is sometimes.
It's so unplayable for your Reinhardt, like absolutely.
I absolutely agree with Kemi, or about Kemi, as someone who was on a team with him before. He's definitely a very flexible player, and it's cool to see him pop off on a Doomfist. Definitely one of his best heroes. With this win, you guys have locked down a spot in the top 4, which is great for you. I was gonna ask you guys, heading into playoffs, is there like, now that you've played against all the other teams in scrims and regular matches, is there an opponent that you really want to meet again in the playoffs? Any builds you feel like you need to settle?
After deals, right?
I mean, it's the big 2. It's Heartbreakers and Redwood. After both weeks, when we took those 2 losses, we just bounced back with just absolutely whipping out the 12-incher against the team next to them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as I said in our team chat, we don't have another chance to come back from that. So it's gonna be like it's gonna be 3 strikes and we're out. So we gotta go full force against those teams and not play for the next match. And
the biggest thing I'm proud about this week is we, as anyone who is an avid Atomic watcher, we have the sickness of starting extremely slow, no matter what. Even the matches we won, we'll like lose our first 3 team fights. Everyone will be screaming, no one's all tracking, and then one person clutches, and then we lock in and we play better for the rest of the match. In this match, we didn't do that. We came out immediately on the go. We were confident. We played on the front foot, and I was just happy to not throw the first minute and a half of our match like we've done the last 6 weeks.
Well, your manager does agree, in which Toxic also said he really wants to play Heartbreakers again. So hey, we might see that again in 2 weeks.
He smells like shit.
Hey, Jace, do you wanna tell them what happened in the scrims this week?
PU Toxic is
what against the Heartbreakers senior scrims?
Yeah.
We were trying a little bit. Yeah, we I'll be honest, I've seen that composition from Atomic before. I believe it matches very well against the composition. Obviously, Heartbreakers have had an internal shift, and there will be adaptation. But now that I've seen that you guys can play that comp, I have to respect it. So don't worry, we'll be trying some stuff out. You never know.
Yeah.
I mean, I know how to beat Doom Reaper, guys. Don't get me wrong.
No.
So
as long as you don't tell any of the other teams, okay?
Oh, no, fuck the other teams. Where I want to see you guys. I want to see you guys in the finals alongside Heartbreakers, hopefully, and then I want a best of 7 to the death, and may the best team win. But until then, it's on both of us as teams to not throw it away. I think we have more potential to do it, but who knows? Sorry, other B League teams. I've completely trashed all of you. But prove me wrong. I don't know.
On brand for the team, definitely. I want to say
on brand for me. On brand for me, to be honest.
Thank you, Cedar and Siren, for talking to us. Congrats on the win, and very excited to see you guys again in the playoffs in 2 weeks.
Yo, shout out my mom.
Shout out Siren's mom
for setting up my setup, but because I had like 1 minute to get in the lobby.
Shout out Duck's mom.
Yeah, shout out Duck's mom. The best
it's mom night. It's mom night here. 12-minute pauses. fucking going in bed with mothers. Mothers would be the best thing that ever happened.
Shout out moms.
Shout out moms.
All right. Enough of that.
Alright.
Thank you guys very much. I also want to say thanks, Jace and Megalas, for casting this game. That's also it for me. I think Invictus is going to take over hosting from now on. Up next is going to be not 7 Piece. It's going to be Heartbreakers taking on Goliath. It's make or break for Goliath. Heartbreakers are already locked in for top 4, but Goliath really, really need to win this match. We will find out who will emerge victorious after this short break.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by Bagcliff is a proud sponsor of BPL and of late night Taco Bell runs. We're an apparel brand raised in escape vibes and weird rides. We make cool stuff and even cooler stuff with creative people. Our items are always sporadic and always quality. No knockoff lame stuff here. We take our time and don't release anything until we're completely happy with it. So check out our sizzling pizza collection and our 2 spicy collabs with Basically I Do Work and Trevor May. And since this is an ad read, we should tell you that you should go to bagcliff.com or tweet a taco gif at us at bagcliffbrand.
Welcome back, and we're here. I'm joined by MFG and Salsa. Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Well, we have 2 more games left for the B League regular season, and then we're off to playoffs. So this is going to be really exciting. These are very, very important matches. Our B League is very top heavy. Everyone's like 1 win away, except Gerald Fan Club. Unfortunate, but everyone else is within a win each. So there's 2 teams that are 4-3, I think, and then 2 teams that are 3-3. So it's really, really close. And Heartbreakers versus Goliath. If Heartbreaker wins, they'll be top 4, and if Goliath wins, they'll be top 4 pretty much. I mean, that's assuming other things go as planned as well. So this is a really, really competitive league, and this is a make or break match for Goliath, and it's very important for them to win this if they want to stay in that top 4 and get those better seeds for the playoffs. But every B League team will be in the playoffs, so even if you get last seed, you still have a chance. So keep your hopes up high, Gerald Fan Club. You can still make it. So I'm gonna ask you guys, which of these teams do you think is gonna make it?
I personally feel myself siding towards Heartbreakers just because looking at their record, the teams they beat, it seems that they've done so in generally a dominating fashion. They do have their handfuls of map 3s, but I'm not seeing as much as Goliath has, so that's telling me that Heartbreakers are capable of doing a lot more 2-0s.
I mean,
what about you, Salsa?
They only have 2 2-0s, and one of them's against Gerald Fan Club. Granted, the other 2-0 is against Atomic, and they are the team that is in first place currently, in the standings as of this moment. And that is going to be pretty key. Heartbreakers, if they win this match at all, doesn't matter the map score, as long as they win, they will take the first seed in the playoffs. So that is their stakes in this game. That is what they care about. If they can clinch this game out at any cost, they'll make it through. Goliath, on the other hand, is indeed trying to fight for that spot. Let me pull up the standings really quickly because the Atomic game did change some things with my math. Yeah, so 7-Piece and Nitemare are playing, and both of those teams are 3-3. So either one of those teams, if they were to 2-0, let's say, and particularly 7-Piece is who matters here. If 7-Piece was to 2-0 Nitemare, and Goliath then only win this game by 1 map, it'll be down to their head-to-head, and I believe it won't actually even be down to their. No, it will be down to their head-to-head. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry. We spent the last week working out every single scenario. There were 68 different scenarios, and we worked all of them out. So don't worry. Whatever result comes up, Solomon has a whole spreadsheet and everything. So we have everything set. We just need to find what the results of these matches are, and as soon as we get the results, we'll know who will make it. So, but that makes it all the more important for each team to make sure they can win their games decisively as possible. So a 2-0 is good, 2-1, try to not get a draw and stuff, because all those are calculated in those 68 scenarios. And in one of those scenarios, Gerald Fan Club can be not last, so that's good for them. One of the maybe it's still possible, but we're just about to get into our first map. Will be Lijiang Tower. So. Getting into the games, Goliath versus Heartbreakers.
All right, here we are. Beautiful Lijiang Tower. We have the Garden coming up first as our map. Compositions coming out, some similarities, some differences, primarily similar supports, semi-similar tanks, but semi-similar DPS. Interesting.
Goliath is pulling out something a little strange, I'd say, but it also could just be in-room swaps, so who knows. However, they do have, it looks like 2 subs, Null and Brightside. I don't think that they're normal players for this squad, so they might be dealing with some ringers in this, their final match here in the regular season.
Both teams pop out the teleporter, classic strategy on this map, and now it's a fight to see who can get the first kill. Turret's already up, lamp already depleted. Dragon Watch getting the first kill onto Squall after that early lamp usage. It looks like Heartbreakers are going to be taking this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this fight, it's nominally now just over, but for a little bit there, it wasn't. Squall falling early is just really brutal. You want to keep your Lucio on speed almost always, so to have Lamp go away and lose that a large amount of healing that Baptiste can provide is really brutal for the fight. And Spooky just going down immediately afterwards just meant the fight was absolutely over.
Optical crash from Goliath goes onto the Cassidy, possibly trying to see if he can one-on-one the Lettuce on the Symmetra, waiting to go in, wanting to zone the window and find an opportunity. Here comes the push in Lamp, though, coming out from Heartbreakers, as well as the Symmetra wall, and even the Shatter. Large commitment there from Heartbreakers.
Yeah, it is a large commitment, but it does pay off. It's 3 ultimates committed: the wall, the window, and the Shatter. But Squall commits the window, so you actually traded that off, and that's not that bad for Heartbreakers, all things considered. Provided that this beat can be used to negate the Spooky Shatter.
Teleporter comes in from Goliath, trying to sneak around. Null does the sim wall of their own. Shatter coming in from Spooky too. Essentially a mirror of the ultimates we just saw being used. But Dragon Watch and Lettuce, the DPS duo for Heartbreakers, it's not going to matter for Goliath because they are still going to be able to get the kills to hold the point.
Absolutely. I mean, that was so critical for that beat from Silk, and then Dragon Watch can just come in and clean up because the beat just gets, or beat nullifies that entire Shatter and leaves Goliath open to the side.
All right, another attempt coming in now. Same composition, different ultimates now. Both Beat and Noon get committed. Still not finding anything yet. Stratocaster's Lamp does go down, but another stun. Dragon Watch finding Squall, then Lettuce not far behind with Spooky. Main tank and main support going down early does not spell happiness there for Goliath, and it looks like Heartbreakers is going to take this 100-0.
Yeah, I mean, it was really brutal for Goliath. Just kind of, they didn't get a great start trying to run that Orisa comp, and they just should never reset their footing on the map. Heartbreakers just had dominant stage control and not a whole lot you could do. And now they have to put in some wholesale changes, but it actually seems like that might not be the case. It looks like they're running the Orisa comp again.
Maybe they're taking the time right now to figure out a possible new strategy, or maybe they're confident that their strategy will work on the different map layout, because this obviously is part 2 of Lijiang. Heartbreakers, though, coming out with something different. We see the Dragon Watch Stratocaster Pharmacy duo.
Yeah, I mean, the Sombra also is going to be pretty critical here, trying to get rid of some of the abilities of tanks, mainly. But in this case, the Orisa actually does quite a bit. You avoid a lot of these rockets coming in from Dragon Watch because of the large amount of area you cover.
Yeah, that TP really helped them get onto the point, and like you said, that double shielded tank barrier really allowed them to get the kills onto Heartbreakers without absorbing any damage themselves. Already a response from Heartbreakers as we see Dragon Watch going on to the Hanzo. Possibly more switches coming as well with the respawn. Yep, Ryan now instead of the Winston, and Sigma as well.
I mean, almost complete changes. I'm surprised the Sombra actually got swapped out here. I don't know if the double sniper strategy will be the most effective to break this because of there's giant rectangles in your way, but it certainly is a way to try to burst down the shields, which is absolutely a legitimate strategy.
Ron does find a kill onto Spooky. This could be a great opening, especially since Squall's Lamp is down. Null, though, gets the kill on the Ban as they try to push in. And with the combination of the window, things are not looking good right now for Heartbreakers. They need to go ahead and do another reset, especially Optical Crash coming in with the 2 kills before falling down.
Yeah, I mean, Optical just gets the job done, gets out, even if it's through death. Good enough. And now we're looking at 60%. That's about 2 fights remaining. Heartbreakers are about to get a decent amount of ultimates online all at once, but Goliath has a massive, both tank ultimates. You have the wall from Symmetra, and you have Beat here. So a lot of this can be equalized, and something big has to happen for Heartbreakers to be able to turn things around.
Early window there committed by Stratocaster. Dragons do find 2 though. Kron also following up. This is it now for Heartbreakers. Their chance to solidify as they drive the rest of Goliath back to the respawn.
That was ideal. The Shatter didn't get anyone, but the rotation that caused allowed Dragon Watch to get a lot of kills and a lot of damage through, and that sealed the fight. Now we see Goliath. They did not use all their resources though. They still have the bongo. They still have the beat. This is something that they can use to get a quick re-engagement. But Bant also is about to have Shatter again, so
we'll have to see. Already the TP and beat committed as well. Little bit of an early beat there from Edenhall, but Lettuce did pop out the high noon, but didn't get any value because of that. Supercharger also as well, but oh! The response from Heartbreakers, heartbreaking for Goliath there. That bongo did not get as much value as they hoped. And Heartbreakers, they have both support alts for this next engagement.
absolutely. I will comment that I think that I think Flux was a bit of an overcommitment. But you want to seal the fight, especially when if you lose a fight, it's over. Essentially, with the amount of percent they've given up. We're going through the bridge now. And no boot, it looks like?
Oh no, there is one onto Optical Crash. That's gonna put a little...
that triggers an instant reset from Goliath. You just have to get out. Which is, like, that's the risk, I guess, going with against a Lucio on the bridge there. And you see now they're going the other way because they know it's just not the right choice. You do have this window that's going to be your try to be playing around it to try to win here.
PP coming out, trying to go aggro here as it's their final fight territory. Silk pops her beat as a response, but then Spooky lays down the Shatter. Squall also committing the window. Now to see who can get more aggro. Shatter coming down from Ban and Squall, but Optical Crash, Spooky, and Edenhall finding kills in response. A little bit of a back and forth, but it looks like it is going to swing into Goliath's favor.
Heartbreakers do get to 99 though, and they have maybe just enough time to touch. This will be critical. This Flux could be huge if Silk can touch the point, because they are the only one who's going to be able to at this rate.
Time ticks down. Lettuce with the high noon as well. It looks like Silk is going to be able, and now it's up to the rest of the team to get on there as well. Will they make it? Yes, they will. That was a little bit close. Cassidy duel going on a little bit there. Still pot ults coming out left and right. Optical Crash though winning that Cassidy duel. Spooky winning the Ryan duel. Again, Goliath looking strong, especially the beat from Edenhall to seal the deal. Even though they do fall, the rest of Goliath is there to seal the victory. We are going to map 3 of Lijon.
It'll be a control center, which I'm gonna say honestly, the way that the compositions that Goliath have been playing actually might be pretty decent there. I think that it will be a little awkward, but I think that they're actually not playing the Sarissa, they're playing the Sigma. They're kind of matching what Heartbreakers are playing, except they'll have the teleport, and Lettuce swaps over, so it's actually going to be equal, but we're getting a pause called by a Goliath, so we will see if that anything changes with that.
I like how I'm seeing the standard compositions for Control Center, because both teams elected to run the Junk Sim, and it's not much differentiation in the comps, but it's more so about the aggression factor when it comes to Control Center, because who's able to push more Junkrat bullets into that crevice? Who's able to set up the turrets first in order to not let the other team pass? It's all about that, and I think that both of these teams have shown even amounts of aggression.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the map. I think that Heartbreakers are really good at kind of getting in to the place initially, but Goliath it really is compositional. If you saw in map 2, Heartbreakers, they took like a dive approach. They had the Pharah, they had the Sombra. They were going to play spread out a bit and just try to rein in damage and hack targets, and that clearly didn't work out. And once they had to go towards the rush-ish, it's not real rush, but it's rush-ish. When you had to go into there, it didn't really work out. It was hard to find those little tiny openings to get through Goliath's kind of sit on the point and survive forever comp. But obviously, Goliath sit on the point and survive forever comp didn't really particularly work out during the first map at all, and the second point when they were trying to recap until the very, very end. So we could see these small play differences in their strategy, and it'll be interesting to see how, now that their compositions are equal, how that impacts things on Control Center. Teleports come out, so
yeah, already
Record
seeing the
reaction.
classic junk sim usage on the point. Though, interestingly enough, Goliath is kind of rotating directly on point instead of trying to fight in that little narrow area. And Brightside even finds the first kill. Dragon Watch going down. Looks like now they're going to try to push in a little more now that they have lost a member of the team. Especially being the Junkrat, they have more freedom to move. But they're still going to try to be a little bit cautious there because of the shield health. But Bant does fall, which gives them automatic free reign. But ooh, Lettuce's turrets do find Optical. That's not going to matter though. Point flip goes to Goliath, and we are at yet another pause.
It's on a B League stream. That pauses, huh?
Oh, 2 people are gone. Bant and Stratocaster have disappeared. Spooky.
Pee poof.
PP poof. But judging by those first 10-ish seconds, who do you think had the upper hand there? Or who do you think's going to have the upper hand?
Well, I mean, Goliath are up 2 players, and one of them's the tank and one of them's the Junkrat. So there should be no way that Goliath loses fight unless they're throwing. But to analyze the fight a bit while we have the time, I think it was wise to kind of just they moved some of their players, like you move Spooky to the side to towards the point to draw some fire. Still had some pressure on the hallway, and you can use Brightside to throw in a rock or throw in orbs and have, I believe it's Chimoran on the Junkrat. I'm not 100% sure. No, it's Optical on the Junk. You see that, so now you've created a lot of space. You do a lot of damage, but they know the threat could be from Spooky coming through the flank, so they have to kind of double defend, and they can't use their rush well, because normally both teams are right there because they don't want to have to deal with just then the team running down the stairs and then they're getting flanked, because that's the real concern. But Heartbreakers didn't want to pull the trigger, and if you do that, that means you're double defending, and that's how you lose some of these players, and that's how you ultimately seem to be losing the fight here.
Very detailed and thorough analysis. We love it when a caster can take only 10 seconds and create a very informative paragraph. And we are going back in soon, just fixing a little bit of difficulties. But in the meantime, since we've already analyzed all we could out of those 10 seconds, let me go on a little bit of a tangent here. How is BPL celebrating their Thanksgiving holiday? What about you, Salsa? Plans?
I mean, I'm gonna go see family, but really, the holiday I care more about is 20th anniversary of Melee on Sunday.
Play some Smash?
Oh yeah, a lot. That's how I got into esports.
All right, here we go. Pause has been lifted. Goliath still have a healthy point control. Heartbreakers sticking with the composition, just trying to get a regroup going. I don't think they necessarily need to switch here. They just need to figure out a way to crack through the barriers that Goliath has set up.
Absolutely, the composition is fine here.
Already the fight breaking out. We see Heartbreakers moving onto the point from a lot of different angles. Goliath not seeming to push back too much. Riptire does come out, does not find anything though. Spooky finding a kill onto Bantho, but then Lettuce, as Spooky is using the shadow, kills him. Ooh, that's not good. Right side though, trying to put an end to the enemy Sigma there on Kron. Stratocaster and Dragon Watch though finding the rest of Goliath, and it looks like they are going to seal the deal. Poor Spooky though, that must have hurt.
Yeah, it's those small timing things in Overwatch where you can really just get kind of brutalized, and that is absolutely one of them. Spooky just getting burst down with the use of the shatter. And now a lot of the momentum that Goliath had is gone. Obviously 61%, still plenty of time to get back into it. But you have to kind of use some economy fights here.
Already Null starting, and as well as Edenhall, Beat and Wall committed. Beat also committed by Silk. Bant's turn to Shatter does find people, but Am's gonna negate the damage. Dragon Watch with the 3K Riptire. Heartbreakers is holding on.
Yeah, I mean, that is not my definition of an econ type fight where you use both of your ultimates right off the bat. But it does force out every other ultimate from Heartbreakers. It's just going to be this window probably midway into the fight from Stratocaster. Maybe let us get this wall, but you have your own window, you have this tire and potentially a flux. This is going to be what's key here.
I like how Squall has set up that window, especially because Optical can get a lot done with it. Null is already out of the fight. Looks like Goliath is going to be a little bit more passive here now that they are fighting a 5v6. Yet, though, it doesn't look like Heartbreakers is going to go on the aggression. They're essentially just going to wait for Goliath to have a full 6 again.
I mean, I think it's some ultimate tracking and also knowing there's a Junkrat on the field. There's no reason you'd go through that little tiny room. You are just asking to get destroyed.
Seems that they are playing it smart. Another Riptire from Optical, though, gets destroyed by the turrets. Gotta watch out for those if you're a Junkrat. Right side with the Flux. Wall does come out, but not in time as he finds 2 with that. Still a little bit of a back and forth right now. Dragon Watch already finding Null with another. Spooky, though, finding Stratocaster. Bright side finding Silk. Both supports down for Heartbreakers. Doesn't look good right now, but they still have 99%. So all they need to do is realistically win one fight.
Yeah, but, I mean, they were about to be able to retouch and kind of keep this fight going, and they still have plenty of players ready to go, and Goliath still are waiting on one. So they, that being a man down is kind of difficult here, because Heartbreakers are ready to go right now.
And here they go. Kron opening up with the Flux there, although the DPS are getting low. Spooky putting down a Shatter, Eden with the beat. The aggression from Goliath is real. Both the lamp and the support fall Stratocaster. Spooky finding 2, 3. Brightside also contributing there. Tank's doing the work there for Goliath. Now it's going to be up to Silk to touch yet again.
Actually, no. Lettuce is still in the back. Lettuce can get the touch here. I think. But yeah, Silk goes down and can't get in there. It's unfortunate. Goliath take map 1.
That was a nice win for Goliath. It was definitely super duper close on every single map. If I'm one of the maps seemed one-sided, but I feel like the last 2 really definitely seemed more close. And that kind of shows that Goliath is kind of taking what I said and shoving it back in my face, because they definitely seem like the ones to produce this 2-0 sweep.
It's difficult because honestly, I thought Goliath, it was going to be a very even match. I had a little bit of a line. I thought that the support line for Heartbreakers was going to be a little bit better, but a lot of what I had was kind of thrown out the window when I saw there were 2 subs for Goliath, and clearly that does not matter for them because they are still rolling on all cylinders, it looks like. It took a little bit of time to get there, but their playstyle has been working so far after that bit of a rough patch, and now we go on, or will be going on to Hollywood next map. And I think that the playstyle of Goliath will be also very good there. So this is going to be a very difficult situation for Heartbreakers to try and conquer, because they need this win if they want to guarantee themselves the top seed.
Yeah, and looking at the statistics here, the times that Heartbreakers have played Hollywood, they've gotten a win, or they've gotten both losses. For example, when they played Nitemare, they lost to them on Hollywood. And even though they won against Redwood, Redwood did take Hollywood off of them. So that supports your claim of saying that this isn't going to be a good map for Heartbreakers. But if we look also on the statistics for Goliath,
they played it once. They've played it once, and that was against 7Ps.
And they've won it.
Yeah, the 7-piece game was a little wacky, I will be honest. I'm pretty sure I was casting that. That was a little bit of a wacky game. But here's something that's actually really important for Heartbreakers and why the pressure's now really on. if Goliath gets this 2-0 sweep, they're going to be 4-3 with a +2. Heartbreakers will be 4-3 with a +1. So Goliath will have jumped Heartbreakers in the standings, and they'll be at 4th. Furthermore, if 7-piece, what was the result of 7-piece game? Heartbreakers lost. If 7-piece sweep their game against Nitemare, Heartbreakers will be the 5th seed. They're gonna drop from 2nd to 5th.
That is definitely a big deal. Both of these teams have a lot on the line. It's going to be very interesting to see what outcome comes out, because I believe there's actually over 60 possible outcomes depending on this match for standings. So
I would
love to
ridiculous.
see that. We'll see which one wins. We're almost ready to go back into Hollywood, but back on my little tangent before we go in. I think I'm going to be doing the same, spending Thanksgiving with the family. You know, the huge, having our turkey and also lamb. We do lamb too.
Nice.
Do you think that we are going to go to Dorado, looking at the map set on the screen? If Heartbreakers manage to take Hollywood, we will be there. What do you think? Do you think that they're going to be able to? Or do you think Goliath, their just comp is going to be so favored on Hollywood that they're not going to have a chance?
I mean, Goliath's composition is probably a bit more favored on defense. And that's kind of where they have to be. It looks like Chimorin is back in for Goliath, so they'll have a bit of the DPS strength again. Meme in for Lettuce for Heartbreakers. So those are the substitutions. And right now it's difficult to tell. I see a Genji in the spawn room, and it looks to be like just like dive play with a Genji. I don't know if I agree with the dive play with a Genji call, but
yeah, especially since Heartbreakers have McMeme on the Torb. If that Genji tries to dive, he's just gonna get obliterated. So my guess is that they're gonna run it and then immediately swap. But very, very different compositions. A complete 180 from what we saw in Lijiang in terms of mirroring.
yeah, I mean, well, there's a swap from Chimorin onto the Tracer, which I like a lot more. I think the dive, though, is not a bad call for against this kind of composition.
Dive already coming in, pushing them back a little bit. They had a bit high ground control. Chimorin finding Silk, already support off the table for Heartbreakers. This is a great opening here for Goliath, and let's see if they can capitalize. Dragon Watch, though, nasty headshot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that Silk got killed, and there's McMean gone, and now it's a 4v5, and Chimorin will be back in this fight before he gets here. So it's very brutal. Right side on a mech, though, this could be important. But Goliath now having to take a bit more of a passive angle, and it looks like Heartbreakers will be able to at least regain the high ground significantly. But the tick is being built up. It's not been earned yet. There it is. Right side goes down, but permanent progress has been made on this point.
I think you're right about the dive, because even though it looks like right now it might be a little quickly floppy, yet still in the favor of Goliath, their dive really worked. I definitely saw Spooky and Optical pressuring those shields in the top, and not to mention having a support fall first. We mentioned it in Lijiang as well when Squall went down first for Goliath. It's never good to have your support down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I really wish we had a bit of a replay to see how Silk died there, because getting caught out by a Tracer in the position that Heartbreakers was taking is not ideal for kind of a but we have a bit of a swap. We have Bant over to Rhine, which I think is a good call, especially if we're taking the high ground here to deal with this dive. Dragon Watch gets slept. What a sleep by Squall. Just slowing down this attack just a little bit more. Or I mean defense, excuse me.
Stratocaster finding Spooky. It looks like they are going to be able to find their footing. I was a little worried because I thought that it was going to be a repeat cycle of Heartbreakers trying to set up and then the Goliath dive just tanking on him. But we already see a copy coming out from Optical as that ride. Shatters finds nothing though. Krod responds with a Flux along with the Molten Core from McMeme, and it is going to allow Heartbreakers to win the fight.
Absolutely, and they still have these support ultimates and the Shatter ready to go, and that's really important to be able to maybe stop this dive early. The Nano is the only thing that Goliath have to use effectively. This bomb will be online in a little bit, but the nano is going to be the kind of the key aggressive ult. The turret goes down though from the stickies, so you at least take out the 7th man.
Looks like Bant's looking to try to do some sort of sneaky shadow or a rotation, already trying to trap the diving tank. Spooky kind of caught off guard, but he does have the nano and pops the primal. Cart still making a little bit of steady progress, but not for long as McMean finds 2 turret kills and an additional headshot onto Chimoran. Looking good for them. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stagger. You want to see a battle of literal milliseconds? Right side was at 99 when they got demeched. Like they kicked to 98 or up to 98, ticked up to 99, got demeched, and they were not able to get their last little tick of ultimate charge to be able to bomb and potentially change that whole fight around, because not only can you re-mech, but the bomb will have to force everyone off of the high ground.
That would have been the ideal situation. Maybe they can replicate it for this, because Brightside's ultimate has finally ticked up to 100. And Chimoran also has a pulse bomb. Bomb coming in already, though. Doesn't find anything. Spooky tries to capitalize and succeeds with the help of the 4K from Optical, Stickies, and Beam in that fight. Chimoran using the pulse, maybe a little of overcommitment, but it looks like they are going to be able to successfully get point B.
To be honest, sometimes whenever, like, if you ever say pulse bomb and overcommitment, it's usually not that important because pulse bomb grinds up in like a moment. But I mean, Chimoran's already 30% to the next pulse. Make that about 40. So, Optical, what are you doing? You're out of your mind.
Optical killing it on the Echo. We love to see it, chat. We love to see it. And yeah, Goliath's gonna continue with that aggression. Almost spawn camping Heartbreakers now. And as the point comes closer to completion, it doesn't look like they're going to let up.
I mean, yeah, there's no reason for you to be so aggressive right now. Just get the cart around the corner and then use all this ultimate charge you got to kind of stifle Heartbreakers. This is... like, Heartbreakers has the ultimates to be able to stop this, especially because it's Hollywood and you have this great corridor, but you still have so much utility to use here now.
Everything's popping out. We see dragons coming in from Dragon Watch, but Optical Crash already used the dupe to find even more kills. Chimoran as well. Goliath DPS line just ripping through Heartbreak's defenses right now.
Absolutely. The Dragon Watch, Dragon Strike was just a little too early to be kind of properly comboed with the Flux, because people were still in the air, right, like when the damage was starting to be dealt. So maybe a little bit of anti-synergy in Heartbreakers right there, but it still didn't really change how brutal that 3rd point defense was for them. And now is where they are going to have the difficulty. This is where we said Goliath can be playing this Orisa composition that we thought we were very good at. And they got 2 minutes 33 seconds on the clock for Hollywood. That's pretty good, and means that Heartbreakers really needs to break through this potential Goliath position really well if they want to really have any shot at taking this map to continue the series.
It might be a little bit of a challenge now. Pause coming in, though, just because of a little bit of an owner issue with the admin. But Goliath is doing that Orisa Sig, as you had predicted, so it is going to be really hard for Heartbreakers to break the barrier because of what we've seen from Lijiang. So definitely Goliath knows that it's going to be a challenge for them, and that's what they're banking on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Heartbreakers, like, if you see their composition, they were playing the Rhine and the Sigma. They were playing, just kind of standard rush, except for that Sigma. So I usually see the Diva, but the Sigma works here, especially for the composition that Goliath are playing, and they can predict that pretty well, especially after Lijiang. They can tell that. So it's going to be, how do you aggress around that? We saw how Goliath did that. They chose to pick dive, and they found a support early and could capitalize off of that momentum gained quickly. On the other hand, with this rush, you're going to have to try to get in and avoid the damage from Chimoran and Optical, which is a very difficult task. And I think the biggest thing will be that Goliath don't have a Brig. They're opting for this Mercy to boost Optical's damage, which, based on Optical's play, is absolutely the correct call, but it just means a little bit less area of effect healing, but you do have the res, so one single pick won't be the difference maker. But a lot of burst damage absolutely will be, and that's what they need to kind of play around. And maybe the Rush will be able to do it.
Well, I like how you pointed out the lack of the Brig, because, for example, like, Heartbreakers had a Brig, but the Brig went down first. So maybe the Brig isn't as integral. But we're already Dragon Watch heading in, different angle taking high ground there, but Optical Crash is going to try to negate any sort of damage that he might be able to produce. And yeah, that double shield, you got to crack that first before you can try to get in there.
Yeah, rotating straight to point is the plan for Heartbreakers now. Dragon Watch goes down though, and that could be really bad, but they do get the tick, so they do have permanent progress. McBean taking down Shamoran is really important too, but the lamp is out for Stratocaster on, and Kron is going very low, but gets enough healing, stunned out, and able to find the kills. It looks like they'll be able to do this.
I like the DPS Lucio action there from Silk, getting things done. She has Stratocaster to heal the rest of the team, so she can do what she does best. Good job for that. It's some of those strategies that you don't expect, but actually are able to produce results, and I don't think Goliath was gonna expect Squall to get taken down by a DPS Lucio.
Yeah, but that's kind of the thing I was talking about. If you had a Brig there, you could probably start to stop some of that aggression. Stratocaster getting boosted down by Optical, never mind. That's huge. And stops the momentum of Heartbreakers drastically. Kron going down 2 means you just have to get out. Fan needs to drop. Yeah, there it goes. And still they get the kills, so wonderful. Yeah, that is ideal for Goliath to actually stop that fight. Because now they get this really early hold, and that's super good for them. And they have basically all their ults. That's the one good thing about their defensive position. They actually don't mind using this composition on defense, and they have all their ultimates ready, and McMean's down, so there's going to be more time wasted before Heartbreakers really even get a good fight going, and Goliath still have yet to use an ultimate.
Goliath is doing the right things because Optical Crash is constantly making sure that McMean doesn't have any room to work. And McMean is realistically the only hero on Heartbreaker's composition that can deal with the Echo just because of that long range hit scan ability. Looks like, though, they're going to try to do a sneak around, but Goliath caught them in their tracks. Silk, though, gets the beat to try to make sure the team's alive. Dragon Watch does find a kill on Squall. Bant looking to be aggro and possibly get a shatter in. Goliath backing up, but not before Shamoran dies. But Squall is resurrected, looking to take back this fight that they seem to have been losing.
Yeah, the res was really critical there. Stratocaster going down, no supports for Heartbreakers, and despite the kill on Squall early and Shamoran after the res was unable to be used, they still can turn it around. Just from a good flux and a bongo, it looks like. Also, the coffee, excuse me. The blade, we could have a nano blade potential here, and the shatter is ready to go for Bant. But that shatter is gonna have to do a lot of work here for this to deal with the 2 support ultimates for Goliath.
Shamoran already shooting out the dragons. A little bit early there, but Dragon Watch gets caught out by Brightside. Almost a blade though, at least he didn't use it and die. But it looks like Heartbreakers is still going to try to commit for the time being. Spooky though falls. That's another great opener, almost getting that Mercy there. But Edenhall is able to escape. But it does look like now Heartbreakers are advancing to the high ground. At least Bant is anyway. But Optical Crash, Sticky's fine too! Optical Crash, more like Optical Cracked! This Echo is dominating!
Yo, I think we might have done MVP voting 1 week too early. Because this man wants to drag his team kicking and screaming into like 3rd place in the standings. This is ridiculous play.
Already a really, really, really sharp here, not commitment.
Nano blade,
That was a good engagement there. Just letting things happen, taking it in. Even though a resurrection comes, it's not going to do much. Nanoblade did get the what's it called? Get the job done. There we go.
Marissa, yeah. Spooky dies from that, and it causes so much chaos that the rest of the team can follow up. Even though Dragon Watch did experience the Genji curse. Use Dragon Blade, and then you're sad. Hayden comes out from McMean, finds Optical, so that's a key pick early on. If this can't be rezzed, it does get rezzed, and that's basically a trade for an ability for an ultimate, which is always pretty solid for the person using the ability.
Ooh, Bant laid down the shatter, and it looked like he thought that he got Shimoran, and he was gonna go for him, but Shimoran released the Dragons. Didn't find anything, though, but Kron with the Flux still going for it. That beautiful purple, though, by Stratocaster onto the supports of Goliath. That is great for them. Optical Crash, so finding Bant. Kron, though, finding Spooky, so it's tank for tank on each team. Still looks like Heartbreakers have a decent chance here. Stratocaster trying to fight Shimoran, fails, but nonetheless, Dragon Watch on that Genji is going to be cleaning up the mess, and point 2 is going to go to Heartbreakers.
Point 2 is going to Heartbreakers, but they already have worse time, and Goliath have a bit to play with. They have this Fongo ready to go. I mean, this could get in trouble right here, but they do. Looks like they'll get out of it. Evenhall swaps to Lucio. That's like you didn't have a ton to Valkyrie, if I'm calling correctly, and I think the Lucio is a bit better here on point 3. You have the window ready to go, and the dragon isn't really that far away, and the dragon's kind of going to be the thing that can open up the heart, great passageway.
Definitely, that is going to be an important ultimate coming into this next defense when Shimoran builds it up. But speaking of the other dragon, Dragon Watch has a blade online. No nano to go with it though, but he may not need it if he can find the right opportunity. But it looks like McMean is going to try to find an opportunity of his own, trying to battle for the high ground there. Edenhall spots him, but isn't able to take on the fight. Though coming out, will it find anything? No, but nonetheless, another sort of zoning, as you mentioned that the dragons could do. McMean with the High Noon finds nothing, but there's your dragons finding 2. Shimoran making the prophecy come alive.
Yeah, kind of a seer, I don't know. But, I mean, 45 seconds, we're looking at last fight. Heartbreakers have a lot to play with. The only thing they're missing is this High Noon, but Optical ready to play, and Spooky swapping over to the Reinhardt. Spooky's really good at grinding Shatter really quickly, and the beat will be online for Edenhall. So you do have enough to play with that there's actually a decent competitive advantage here. Or not advantage, it's a competitive nature for this fight. Teams can get in there, but it looks like it'll be overtime. Heartbreakers, so they only are playing for a draw.
Still also being thrown left and right. They still want that draw. They'll take what they can get. Kron built up a lot of extra armor there from that eat, and there we go. Dragon Watch fighting both supports and more. They are going to be able to take it in nonetheless overtime, but hey, 3 is better than 2.
Absolutely. Not having a win condition is very bad, but having a not lose condition is still good enough. Especially because that means that they'll see if they draw the map, they'll see map 3, and they could turn around to still see a map 4. And since all they're worried about is just winning the game overall, winning the match, to ensure their top seed, they don't really care how dirty it is to get there. But Goliath really would like this 2-0 here, and if they can get a quick fight out or a quick win using this dive, if they can catch a player out just like they did the last time, could be very good for them. I think the difficulty will be, excuse me,
A little bit of a different composition here. We thought they were gonna go originally
Genji?
what they were trying to do, but now we see a Genji Diva.
The Diva, I'm okay with. The Genji, I'm not. That's that is really really hopeful is the word I'll use. They're a bit really optimistic. about how well they'll be able to play around this dive. Game plan for Goliath is the same as before. They want to try to see if they can catch a support out of position, or just kind of burst down either Bant if Gold is not online, or just I guess knock Prawn out of mech.
Here we go. We already see Spooky getting into position. Optical, of course, doing echo things from far away. Chamoran looking to go around. Possibly that's how they were able to kill Silk in the first place. Still, though, no kills coming out yet for either side, but the ante, though, onto Bant is going to allow him to fall. Same with Big Meme. Fighting for their last desperations on the point. Dragon Watch does find Edenhall. Kron also. But nonetheless, it looks like the kills are starting to flow in for the side of Goliath. Tick progress, not much, but it's soon to be more, as I don't think anyone left from the side of Heartbreakers is going to be able to touch.
Yeah, this is on respawns now, but you do hit the ball, I guess, that you can just hog around the cart, but it's still going to be really Chamoran kills, though. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Will that matter?
No, the res comes out, and that should be it. It's a clean 2-0. Actually, not necessarily clean. The first point on Lijiang was maybe a little brutal, but otherwise, it was a pretty substantial 2-0 for Goliath. That will set them at 4-3, and I believe places them third in the standings overall.
That is really good.
It locks them into third overall. They cannot be dropped lower than that.
Love to see that play there, though, from Optical. That little last play of the game there. But yeah, we have a little bit of shift in the standings. Heartbreakers still in the top 4, though, so not the end of the world, but Goliath definitely, they are happy to secure their spot.
Yeah, well, the thing is now is that their destiny's not in their own hands. It's obviously because their match is over, but it relies on Nitemare picking up a map. It doesn't matter the result of the game, as long as Nitemare pick up a map. If 7-piece 2-0, Heartbreakers drop to 4th. Or not to 4th, to 5th. And they don't even... They can be selected by a team such as Atomic, who they lost to pretty... Or no, they did not Atomic. Sorry. I'm thinking of, like, Redwood. But they also... Like, if it's those kinds of teams that you might want to dodge.
All of these complicated scenarios, but nonetheless, like you said, we will have to stay tuned a little bit to see the final solidifications of those standings you just saw. But I think this definitely has a great impact, as we've discussed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a solid victory for Goliath, who I think had a bit of an up and down regular season. I think they have always been a really good team, but sometimes they've just had some difficulties. Their second week against Hayden Overwatch team was a little and just getting upset last week, I would say, by Nitemare was. I could understand why people would maybe have a bit of doubt coming into this week, but they put themselves in a good position for the playoffs next week, and that is exactly what you want to see. Just a nice boost for the morale, as we have a couple of Goliath players. Everyone, basically.
Hello, Goliath.
Hello.
How are you guys feeling after that 2-0 win?
Pumped.
Very happy.
It was a much needed win for our playoff standings. Yes.
True and real.
One could say that.
Salsa, you got any questions for our winners?
Optical, how does it feel to have just dominated an entire team and bullied everyone?
Yeah, Echo's just a very cool character in B League. Blocking me, it's pretty easy, just killing all of them.
There you go. I do have a question for you. So I kind of said this in the beginning of the match. You guys definitely proved me wrong, but I did think that Heartbreakers had the edge. Did you think that too, or did you think that this was going to be an easy 2-0?
Easy 2-0.
Easy 2-0.
In our mind, this game was super winnable for us. It's something that we planned for, and we knew how to take it down.
Fair enough. Invictus, now that you're here, you got any questions for the crowd?
Well, not really. I just want to congratulate Goliath, as you know, one of my favorite teams in BPL. You know, you guys are guaranteed top 4 now, I think. So good luck in the playoffs. You guys played really well, and you know, Azu coaching diff.
I'm pretty sure it's guaranteed top 3.
Yeah, you are actually guaranteed 3rd.
Yeah,
Well,
I want to say before we head out, that bomb play on Hollywood where we sent in the bomb and then dived after, that made me so happy as a coach because that was something I told them to do during a VOD review, and they executed it to perfection.
They
So I'm very
did.
happy.
That was great. Look at all this team synergy going on. Well, we wish you luck in your future endeavors within B League, and thank you for joining us.
One last thing. Can I say one last thing?
Yes.
Heartbreakers, you guys are amazing. Like, keep it up. Go into playoffs like you're like one of the best because you guys are great.
Aw, that's so wholesome. Good sportsmanship. Applaud you for that. Bonus points from MFG.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
What a match that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is. I mean, that's like I said, one of us needs to win a decisive 2-0 to make our job easier, so we don't have to worry about the head-to-head and the match differential and all that. We just look at the record, and I think now they're.
It still
like you said-
matters, Vic. Did you not hear like all the yapping I did?
Yeah. I'm just saying, like it's still. It makes it a little bit easier, easier to like see, you know. Otherwise, they'll be like, oh, why is this team 3-3 and this team 3-3 and why is this team ahead? And we have to explain that it's a whole science behind the scenes.
Of course, yeah. I mean, the scenarios have just dropped so significantly because it's only down to one map. I mean, there's 4 outcomes, 2-0s for each team, and then 2-1s for each team. So 4 outcomes really is all we have, and that'll change how the playoff standings go. And
Well,
I think
we just have one match to go. So 7-piece Nitemare, and this,
right.
you know, it can't change too much.
No, I mean, I think the only significant change is going to be in that 4 to 7 slot. If Nitemare lose, they'll drop below Hayden Overwatch team.
Yeah, if 7-piece 2-0, they will be above Heartbreakers, I think. Yeah,
Yes,
that
is the only scenario in which Heartbreakers fall out of the top 4.
They might still be there because there's a +1 as well.
No, 7-piece won their tiebreaker. Not their tiebreaker. They won to their head-to-head match.
Okay, yeah. Then
Yeah. So if 7-piece get 2-0 here, it is a guaranteed 4th seed for 7-piece. They won't get to pick their opponent, but they at least avoid getting picked. On the other hand, Nitemare is really going to be playing spoiler here in this match.
Yep.
Well, it looks like we have a lot to look forward to.
At the end, it doesn't really matter that much because it is just for seeding. All the teams are still in playoffs, so you know, just have a good performance on the day off, and you can still make a lower seeded run. You know,
very true.
Place all the way to the finals as possible. I've seen it. Gerald fan club in the final. You heard it here first.
Vic predictions, everybody.
Well, so we have one more game to go for the day, and then we'll be done with B League regular season. So we're gonna take a quick break, and then we'll be back right after this break.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by John's Overwatch Coaching. Struggling to hit plat? Want some advice in your BPL scrims? Need an owl coach? Book a session with John at medify.gg/@John for a high-quality professional coaching session regardless of your skill level. He has excellent experience from XL2, Team Doge and British Hurricane, but will still give you incredible advice at whatever rank you are. Support BPL's coaching partner today at medify.gg/@John.
Man,
Hello and welcome back to our final game of BPL B League Season 3 regular season for the B League. It's the final game, 7-piece versus Nitemare. Like we said earlier, this is basically, it's not that important for the standings, but it is still possible for 7-piece to sneak into the top 4 there, and for Nitemare to perhaps place spoiler for that. So it's still relatively important, but it's a chance for these teams to show some new strats, some new gameplay that they have been cooking for the past week. So we're once again joined by MFG and Salsa. Hello.
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 And we have something special for you guys today. Nitemare, I think 4 of them or 4 or 5 of them are at a clan cafe right now, and we have a live cam set up just for you guys.
Oh my gosh, they are. Neighbors actually like together. That's kind of cute.
I'm not sure who these players are, but they can introduce themselves. Do we have audio?
You need to drag them in.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's drag them in. Tell them to join a waiting room, and I'll drag them in.
Sure. 1 second.
This is actually so cool. Like, see chat, BPL is evolving. We've got people together. We have cams. We have our very own players finally in the spotlight, live from NYC. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, it's good to see that we have a bit of a physical representation and BPL in general.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Greetings.
Oh my god. I can't.
I think so.
Well, welcome, Pomku, and who else was it?
This is Para. This is Para right here.
How are you guys doing? You guys at a LAN cafe, huh?
Absolutely.
Is this the first time meeting up, all you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's it meeting fellow BPL players?
It's been interesting. We were just streaming outside of a car driving through New York. Where is Spider-Man? So it's been quite interesting. BPL players are quite different.
Making sure they knew Spider-Man was a menace.
Right.
Yeah, we need to know where Spider-Man is.
Oh my gosh, I can't. I want to be there too.
Well, it's wonderful to see you guys all excited to play together at a LAN cafe in person. So hopefully this provides some much needed team synergy, and you guys
Absolutely.
look really happy together. So
Absolutely.
we'll let you guys go back to prepping some strats or whatever you guys do, and good luck in your game today. We'll see you after the game.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm like smiling right now, like so much. That is actually like amazing, especially since like obviously like it's been tough to find LAN opportunities, and since BPL has one, we are right on par with Overwatch League. We love to see it. Round of applause.
Yep, more lands than all this year. Well, maybe
one.
Yeah, well, we might have two.
Oh my God.
Yeah, for playoffs. Let's go.
Yeah.
Brazil LAN finals.
I mean, it's possible. Maybe season 4 we'll actually, get some teams at a LAN. Who knows? No promises. Maybe season 4 will force players to form teams in the same city or whatever, so they can go play together.
Oh my God, I would love that.
But yeah, that's really nice to see they all met up and now are playing together. I think 5 of them, right? Yeah, they're at a LAN cafe and they're gonna be playing from the cafe live from New York. But yeah, we're just yeah.
So they're now the New York Nightmares. Ooh. I like that.
That's
nice.
Interesting. Well, we're just about to get into our final game of the day, like I said. 7-piece versus Nitemare. So just about to get into our first map, Ilios.
That's gonna be an interesting one.
It will be very interesting in general to see how perhaps the synergy of being in person can affect and just that kind of maybe boost in morale. I believe this is Nightmare's first time playing Ilios, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, it's actually these teams' first time playing Ilios this season.
Ooh.
So no data. It will be a completely fresh experience except for all the other maps they've played. And in general, these teams have been, I think they're very equal on playing field. I think there's some a little up and down. Nightmare got a pretty nice upset last week against Goliath. We know 7-piece got both of these teams have taken out Heartbreakers in the past. It was 2 of Heartbreakers' 3 total losses. So they're just a very oddball kind of squad. And now this is just to kind of wrap everything up with this final match is interesting. We have Rush coming out from Nitemare, classic 6-man coming out from 7-piece.
I had no idea that I was gonna be playing Lucio today. Haha, we got Lily, get it? Ha. Anyway, both teams rushing to the point. 7-piece is probably gonna get there first, although they are taking a somewhat unique angle there. But it does look like Nightmare's gonna get that high ground ledge. Both of them still pretty even. Nothing's happening quite yet though. Ascend making sure that Freya does not get behind them. Smart move from the Mei because of that semi-long range gun. Can easily catch a Sombra in the tracks.
Yeah, if your Diva's too busy doing something else, you can absolutely spy check as Mei. And Adam Mech thanks to actually a shot from Pomku rather than Ascend, but job's still done, and they do get the first cap.
There you have it. Nitemare also has accumulated a lot of ultimates coming into that. We have Rain already with the Shatter, Mini with the Beat, 7-piece almost to Sly's Coalescence. That's going to be probably the ultimate they're going to use to try to break in, admittedly, when they get a little bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of always the nature of the beast with losing first fight. You don't have a lot of resources. You have this primal eventually, and you absolutely have this coal. But the coal on its own, I don't think it's going to be enough to do everything else Nightmare has. You just have to kind of use it to do whatever you can, really.
Well, the coal there does come out.
Yeah, it forces Nightmare actually quite a bit back, and the Shatter comes out from range. But the kills are coming through from 7-piece, and there goes Rain. So that's about 4 or 6 of the enemy team gone, and 50% given up, but it is a recapture. And you now have... Sorry.
It looks like Rain and Minnie used their ultimates there in that fight, and obviously they weren't successful. Losing the Shatter and the Window could spell trouble for Nitemare. Lily does have the beat to use as 7-piece comes in for the aggression, though. EMP finding 5! Freya, that is fantastic! Cartoon Blaze going in for the cleanup. Rain falls. Kumpu does, though, get... And Lily coming in to win the Lucio duel. This might not be over.
No. I mean, surviving both of those big ultimates from 7-piece is pretty big, and does look like they'll actually take this, recap the point.
Oh, it's definitely not expected. And now it's kind of 7-pieces for it, where they have kind of an overcommitment, because look at that, no beat, no EMP, no Blossom.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, that I don't know if starting a fight using those when you're in the need to be in the aggressive stance is necessarily overcommitting. That's the difficult part. It's like that's a normal play, and you just kind of got diffed because they survived it. And now you have you have all the ultimates you already had to deal with. Your Shatter, but Beat can't get two.
There's an opening now for 7-piece. We already see Sly coming in with the Coalescence as kind of a snowball. Sat B does release the bomb. They find Cartoon Blaze. Not gonna matter much though. Point is gonna be flipping once more just as soon as Sat B dies after trying to do that recontest.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Sat B was about to get booped off of point entirely without even having to get killed. So there, and the percentage was so close that 7-piece might have been able to actually stagger Sat B pretty badly. Doesn't come out in the end though, but Nitemare only have this high noon from Pomku. Excuse me, the Primal almost has to come out there because Sky gets really low, but ultimately does not occur. And now 7-piece have used a bit of the resources just to try to keep Sky alive without having to use that ultimate.
Freya already finding Kumpu to begin the fight, also very close to another one of their EMPs. If they can get another 5-man combined with Sky's Primal, that could spell victory there for 7-piece. Doesn't look like Freya's going to be using it just yet because it looks like 7-piece is going to be able to win the fight without it. But as a contingency plan, it is still there. Beat also came out there from Lily to try to keep the team alive in this last desperation, but then a return beat from Chicken Nugget God, as well as finally Freya's EMP, is going to solidify this map for 7-piece just as soon as even Cartoon plays with that Blossom. It doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to touch Nitemare.
No, I mean, Nitemare, despite those early losses in the fight, they actually could have touched, and like they did, but 7-piece was aggressive. They forced Nitemare out of position. They made chaos. And ultimately that meant that you didn't have to get good ultimates. Freya only got a D-Mech Diva off of that EMP that was like in the middle of point. But it doesn't matter. The chaos is already there, and there's no need to really get a good EMP. The jobs was done beforehand. The EMP is just gravy at that point. 6-piece doing a swapping over to this to an Echo comp. They have the Symmetra to get there quicker. The Pharah I think is an interesting call, but I don't hate it from Nitemare. I think it's just gonna be how they want to play around this, like their Sky piece basically, in relation to this high ground or the high ground cover.
Yeah, Pharah is pretty popular on this map because, like you said, that high ground range, and also just because of the boot factor, because, you know, there's the big well. Speaking of that, I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing any hogs, but we're literally seeing me personified because it's Lily on the Mercy, which is, like, my only hero I play. But it looks like Freya is going to be finding Kumpu to begin as they have switched from the Sombra to the Tracer. And fighting Minnie as well. Freya doing work, but Ascend catches them in their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, trading 2 for 1 when you're a Tracer is almost always a good thing. Lily gets sticky down, and this has to be the immediate retreat call for Nitemare. Ascend getting tickled down. Will they stagger Ascend? to health? The answer seems to be no. Gets healed up, and Ascend lives to see another day. A bit of ups coming in for Nitemare. They're actually going to nearly match 7 pieces comp. They're going to stick with the Pharah. No, there it is. Okay, it is going to be an exact match of the composition. And that means a huge amount of ultimate charge advantage in the way for 7-piece just because they were on the composition first, and obviously they have point control. So just good things all around for them so far.
I think because of that discrepancy, there's 2 options here for how Nitemare can take this. One, they try to bait out the ultimates of 7-piece, which it looks like they're doing really successfully right now. And then they can just go in with the advantage now, because look at all of those committed. We got the Primal committed, we got the Nano committed. They have a lot still to work with, yet, though, Nitemare's now on more even footing, because look, Satby, Mini, almost to their ultimates as well. Kampu can probably build theirs pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't think that those ultimates on their own are enough to equalize just the amount of fight like you have still to go. There's 60%, 40% to go. That's about 2 fights. And the
Satby eats Freya's false. That's gonna be a good, because that was probably gonna be their primary engagement point if Freya could find a kill.
Absolutely, that is actually pretty game changing. The bomb comes out, forces everyone away, finds Mini. That's actually huge. You don't have that Nano anymore.
Yeah, Bean Can really helping 7-piece solidify that fight. I don't know about this one in terms of if Nitemare is going to be able to bounce back, because look at the percentage ticking up. Now they're going to have to be forced to go on to swaps. I wouldn't be surprised if Brain suddenly pulls out the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think that actually just has to be the call, is to try to touch with either like a ball. They're going to stick with the Winston, but you do get the touch, so that's ultimately what you want. Bomb comes out. Do you think it's going to get bubbled? No, the bubble's already down, excuse me. But Nano comes out. This is actually kind of back. Oh no, the pit!
Uh-oh! Nitemare is actually coming back a little bit, but looks like the rest of 7-piece hasn't given up yet. There are still kills coming in for both sides. Satby, though, finding Cartoon, looking like they are going to be able to crush this, especially since that baby D.Va is so low.
Wait, but Bean can get to the remake. They're back into this.
Oh wow, Primal coming out too. Tracer duel though, won by the side of Nitemare. It's still going back and forth. Hard to say who's the winner here.
Ascend wasting all the time trying to find Chicken. Ultimately does it, but unfortunately, I mean, it's just so back and forth and trying to, like, the fight just seems to be trending a bit more in 7-piece favor, but Sky and Cartoon Blaze going down. Bean can get moved into the pit, and now I'm eating my words. It's just Freya trying to hold back from the cap being happening, and it does. So that was a fight that probably lasted more than the entire length of the match. Or not the map. You have 99. So for 7-piece, you could take a couple eco fights. You can just try to make a Nitemare use ultimates because they have to win the fight, or else they lose. And then use that to get a nice, like, complete knockout punch. Freya purpled early on. Virtually is going down, so just not really going to be getting any ultimates out during this fight. But the pulse bomb gets eaten.
Eat the pulse this time. Both divas are doing great jobs at shutting down the tracers. And it looks like still Nitemare's going to be holding on. Rain and Ascend finding the supports of 7-piece.
Yeah, it's good enough, but what was Pumpku doing, huh? Land diff, I see, okay. Good to know, Pumpku. Good to hear. 7-piece have a lot of ultimates to play with now. They have basically everything except their rally, and Cartoon should be getting this copy pretty soon. Nitemare also have quite a little bit to play with. Both Tenkles, they'll have this copy, and they'll have beat pretty soon. So it's going to be kind of the beat get ground up early. Freya goes down. That loses the Tracer duel, and that is actually a great start for Nitemare's trying to defend this. This is approaching last fight now.
This is looking great from what we've seen versus what we've seen before, because Nitemare didn't really seem to have much fuel in the tank, but now we are seeing something different. And in terms of the ultimates, Nitemare is just waiting for 7-piece to touch because they have secret weapons, but so do 7-piece. Already trying to touch the point, as you see Sky's gonna walk on there. Same thing with Bean Can. We see a little player cam in the bottom there. for a second.
Alright, both tracers are down. The top that's now Cartoon Blaze and Ascend already topped theirs. So a bunch of divas all over the board. It's going to be a nightmare mess. There's a ton of matrices all around and a bunch of bombs too. Cartoon Blaze taken out of, I believe that was Mech and not Coffee, but I'm not 100% sure.
Ooh, Ascend fighting too with the Coffee Bomb! That is amazing! All evening, Echoes have just been the stars of the show. Bean Can, though, takes down the Echo, doesn't want them to remain the star. But looks like it's ultimately going to be going in the favor of Nitemare for this. We're going to, I want to say we're going to map 3 of Ilios, guys.
It does look like it, and oh, they get the touch. There's one more touch. Still a shot.
They're going to keep touching, hopefully, to try to catch someone, but it might just be stalls at this point, because it doesn't look like anyone's getting caught off guard from the side of Nitemare, and kills just keep flowing and flowing. Ascend on the Doomfist now. Chicken doesn't even get a chance, and there you have it.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
nice job.
There's the clear cams. I like to see it. Very.
Yeah.
Chaotic. Yeah, very chaotic. Fight there.
Okay. What are we doing for this fight? What are we doing?
Are able to pull it out in the end.
Back to us.
Now we come to Lighthouse. 7-piece one or look to be
Are we running Sim Rush? Do we run Sim Rush or no?
Well,
okay.
It looks like they're deciding, but it looks like they're also heading towards Rush, so we're going to get the Rush duel. But we have Freya on the Sim, so we might be able to see some teleport shenanigans. And some little turrets. So, and on Lighthouse, it's actually a pretty decent call, I won't lie. Being able to put the turrets inside of the point means that it's could be a pain for the enemy team to get in there. So I think the call's not bad. Here comes the teleporter. They will get the point first.
Yeah, that's a good call for the Sim just because of the... And then it also combined with the May, definitely kills are going to be flowing in their direction. Chicken already finding Rain. Interesting. Lucio finding the Rhine. Sky also finding Kumpu. This is just a back out moment now for Nitemare.
Yeah, I mean, losing Rain there, it doesn't even matter if Kumpu dies. It's an immediate retreat, I think, on first fight here. You're not going to be doing a whole lot unless the fight's been going on for quite a while because of the value your main tank brings you, and you don't have that anymore. Beancan dropping a little low, but gets healed up as Nitemare takes the high ground. And as they try to address the point, it's going to be interesting to see how they want to approach, knowing these turrets are going to be here, and the teleport strategy come through.
Trying to find any openings they can. 7-piece already retaliating early. Sly brings up the wall. Nitemare, Ascend finding Chicken Nugget God. This could be it for them. Also Skyfire low, Freya low too. Double stun, but that lamp coming up from Sly is going to save the DPS, but not for long. Rain and Ascend taking them out as soon as they have been saved. Rain finishing up the work, finding Sly, and this is going to go into the way of Nitemare.
It absolutely will, but 40% for 7-piece on that first fight in.
Sappy? That was a little questionable.
That was the remake. That was fine. That is absolutely 100% normal. They needed a remake. The only difficulty is that normally that would be very good and fine when you're not playing against a Sim. You're playing against a Sim, which means Sappy will not be here in time.
Ooh, that was a good wall there coming out from Ascend, blocking the bomb. Shadow does get blocked. Blizzard, though, getting thrown in from Ascend. Doesn't seem to do much work. Still on the point, though. Nitemare's got the presence. Lily does have the beat and already pops it. Chicken Nugget God, though, does a copy. Cartoon Blaze's turn to launch the Blizzard. Looks like they're going to be a little more successful. Freya and Cartoon Blaze finding kills. Ascend, though, does get Freya and Sly. This is still anyone's game right now. Sappy stomps on Cartoon. That's gonna hurt. And the freezes an additional power. Lily even punching Sky out of it all. Mini solidifying the fight with that window. Heartbreaker, Nitemare, hold on.
Yeah, they barely do. I gotta be honest, I think like, maybe it's just... I'm pretty sure Cartoon Blaze had Shift ready to go. So, maybe not ideal. But, used a lot of made Nitemare use a bunch of resources. Sky is about to get Shatter, and that could be fight turning. Window already out, gets walled off, so forced to kind of rotate around it a bit and burst it down. Chicken Nugget God falling early is really bad, but this shatter could be huge. It gets so many!
But that saving grace of the lamp is not going to give it too much value. An additional blizzard from Ascend is going to make sure that 7-piece does not win this fight. The Mei have been very, very, very good on both sides. Obviously, Ascend being the one to win it, Nitemare taking Ilios, but this match was pretty, I would say it's pretty even. I didn't see any real one-sided maps or moments.
Oh, look at these, look at them. Let's go. Yeah, it is kind of the land if, huge raid.
Great.
Also, the 4.
I don't like what is it?
That's a 4 AM diff according to Minnie, but yeah, that was awesome from them. I very much so appreciated Nitemare's determination because obviously they were down and it didn't look so well. But then they were able to come back and obviously win. So we gotta give them props for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's tough sometimes to see, like to evaluate, especially was difficult to see at the beginning. But I think that, I mean, first, I should mention this. Heartbreakers, you can rest easy. You will be locked into 4. Because Nitemare took a map. So you're off the hook. Your playoff scenario is locked in. And so that is like just good news for a different team. For Nitemare, on the other hand, I mean, they're pretty close to being able to, I think, place 5th. I think that's what happens if they win this. So they're doing pretty, like, I mean, placing doesn't matter a ton because none of these teams will get to pick their seed, who they play in the playoff. But obviously, some bragging rights and some morale going into the playoffs is absolutely a good thing. So I think it'll be interesting to see. If I'm not mistaken, they are playing Hollywood next?
It does look like it's going to be that way. I'm interested to see what kind of compositions we'll see because I want to say that there isn't really any necessity for these teams to change up anything because I think the compositions worked.
Well, part of it will be subs. I think I mean, it depends on like who is like able to play. But like I think Thomas is a pretty good Orisa, and you're going to Hollywood, so you could opt towards that. On the other hand, 7-piece are probably like they generally just stick to the Skybeam can tank line. So like they don't have as many like significant subs that are going to be like, oh, here's a good game plan for Hollywood, or here's a player that we have to sub out that would have been nice to play on Hollywood. So the strategy around there could be very interesting. Hollywood, I mean, we saw it end the game last match. It will be it'll be interesting to see if it'll happen again, and what these teams want to really do to try to kind of play around the way this map particularly plays.
Well, we're going in now, so we will see how these teams are able to play around it because we have seen a lot of different strategies judging by our first match we casted in this evening, you and I. And I think you also said that, like, for example, that one, Thomas being the good Orisa, definitely have the opportunity to see it again. Our friends in New York look pretty confident, though, getting ready for map 2. We see them walking around, strategizing. You know the vibe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's actually like one of the really cool things about having so many players in LAN like at once is that you can just talk through things, you can hype each other up, and get a huge morale boost that wouldn't be there, like that no other team really is going to have to a certain extent.
So it looks like for substitutions, on the side of Nitemare, we have Pop Thomas on Winston, and we have Burns now on the Brigitte. And 7-piece, we have Bordando on the Ashe and Italian Mob on the Mercy. I know Burns is obviously one of the more famous players in our league, and we're gonna see if Burns can be a Brig that survives, because we've seen Brigs on defense on Hollywood not living long.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see Nitemare trying to go towards a bit of a dive. I mean, like, you have the dive tanks, you have the Doomfist, and then Pomku kind of trying to deal with like this with Cartoon Blaze really on the Echo here. 7P's kind of going with what looks to be a bit more of like a defensive comp, I'll be honest, with just like the double shield and the Ash and the Echo. But it absolutely could work out here if they can try to find someone out. Minnie's very low on health. It could be that. And there
it is. That's going to be the opener there. You already see the aggression start to move in. Cartoon Blaze directly above the point. Kompu, though, does find Sly, so it is a 5v5. They might need to be a little bit more cautious, especially Thomas finding Cartoon. Bordadando and Beancan, though, also find returning kills. Sky getting the third, although falling to Statby. Not able to go in yet, 7Ps, but they are close.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult when fights like that happen, but you still have Beancan on the high ground, which is a good thing. And a lot of your team can just get quick mobility up there. So you can put still a little decent amount of pressure on while not everyone's here yet, as we see Sky rotating around to get on the high ground. Wait, here comes Ascend, trying to dive in, and I mean, it's really just kind of like a tickle contest, at least when it comes to Thomas here, just trying to tickle down. And here comes the Nano, gets rocked out, so fortunate, but the Primal comes out, knocks everyone down, Verdando falls, Ascent dies, which is a little odd, but the res comes out, Sly traits off of that though, and it doesn't really matter all the things that 7P's kind of tried to set up. Nitemare pulls it off with just 2 ultimates. 7P's now have all their ultimates online, ready for this fight. I mean, the Valkyrie's not here quite yet, but it's so little percent that you're going to get it in the fight and be able to use it at any moment you really want it to.
Nitemare already waiting to see what they have planned. We might go into a pause, though. It looks like we might be 4-1. But yeah, that last match, Nitemare was still able to hold strong, but 7Piece looks really confident to take this, and just because of their pure arsenal. But I do find it pretty interesting how I feel like in some of these fights, 7Piece has used commitments that haven't really been working. So it's kind of just the matter of the alt rush to get them to win this fight, which I would argue isn't necessarily skill. So I don't know if that's saying that Nitemare has kind of shown themselves as the more composed team, or what do you think?
I don't necessarily know about that. I mean, Rush is like, whenever you're playing Rush, it's a very just like small thing. I mean, it punishes really bad positional play, but doesn't like punish minor positional play. And like on like really high levels of play, it's super interesting in like where we just really
Triple kill on the Deadeye. Beautiful response from Nitemare there. And I thought that it was going to be 7Piece with that alt rush, but no. Nitemare heard me and they said, MFG, stop being wrong. Again with the land div. I honestly feel like it's a land div there. They probably went together and said, hey, here's their alts. Here's what we're going to do. Love to see it.
Yeah, why do you think the pause happened? It was Chicken Nugget God trying to coordinate all the players to come to one place. That was the goal. I mean, you have these 2 ultimates. The copy has to be huge right here. It's 46 seconds. It's on Hollywood. That's basically just the last fight. Thomas goes down early. This could be big, but the bomb is here and to cause havoc. But so many people for Nitemare falling down. 7P look to finally close out this opening fight. Opening fight first point is what I meant to say. But so much time off the clock makes it difficult to try to maybe potentially complete the map if they reach that point.
If they reach that point, indeed. Now it looks like it's going to be 7Piece's turn to try to go on the aggression here, looking for any points of contact. Caught out already, Ascend on the Doomfist, got in a little bit too deep. Now you already see the Nitemare setup kind of crumbling. They're not able to find a solid plays as and 7-Piece is just invading the high ground right now. Thomas, though, already fighting Italian Mom. Beancan, though, finding Burns. Both Brigida's out of the fight. Mini gets a Sly support trade there. So Sky finds Kumpu, Thomas finds Sky. So many different types of trades here. No progress significantly one way or the other. Ascend now on the Genji, though, finding Cartoon Blaze. Looking better now for Nitemare to solidify themselves on the high ground. Yet Cart is still moving thanks to Beancan.
Yeah, I mean, if the cart's still moving, it's usually pretty good for the offense. So 7-Piece, I think, is coming out a little bit ahead here. But Nightmare's positioning is actually really good, and the window coming out could mean disaster. Cartoon Blaze getting triggered after Burns is probably more of a negative for Nitemare because you lose the rally as well, and Pump falling too means this fight is looks like it'll just be a solid offensive win.
7-Piece doing that they do best, that aggression. It's gonna serve them well. You see Sat be kind of caught out there, but it doesn't look like Gordon Dando sees that. But you can already see Gordon Dando trying to go up, trying to find where Nitemare is going to attack, diving in already that the Winston. But Gordon Dando finding 2 anyway. Monkey and Ana down. Things are definitely looking good on the side of 7-Piece right now. Lamp even comes out just in case, but they don't even need it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the difficulty with playing Monkey there, is that you do, like the bubble can just get damaged down, and then the High Noon just can kill everyone. And that'll change the fight. Thomas swapping over to the Rhine.
Now we see the lamp coming out from Nitemare. Immediately gets destroyed, though. Still fighting. Thomas kind of low. Sky already with the supercharger, but immediately gets destroyed by Ascend. All these stuns and things. Sky and Pumpkin find opposing kills. Bomb comes out. Finds no one, though. Sappy, though, does squish Sly, but Sky comes in with a retaliation. 2 kills already on the table. More ultimates. The Flux, the Rally. That's a lot coming here from them to win the fight, but you see it's overtime now, so they had to commit everything they had. They couldn't risk losing it.
Absolutely, but they didn't use. They still have a ton. They have both their DPS ults, and they have the Sly window, and now they have a stagger on Mini as well, which means this cart can make a decent amount of progress into point 3 without too much risk.
Already a minute down on the clock. Nitemare getting ready to go into their other engagement. Ascend does have the pulse bomb. If they can get around and find an opening pickoff, that could be huge. Or they could wait out until Mini has their window. But we already kind of see 7-Piece looking to make sure that doesn't happen. Ascend is in the back line, but Cartoon spots him. Kumpu, Deadeye finds nothing on that Cassidy, but yet look at that. Burns finds Sky. Ascend, there you go, that pulse kill on the Bordando. Already spelling out great things for Nitemare, but 7-Piece isn't giving up. Cartoon gets Ascend. Thomas, though, finding Italian, is not going to let 7-Piece walk any further.
Yeah, you don't have any support ultimates if you're 7-Piece. Nitemare has both their support ultimates, so a lot of these DPS ultimates kind of have to trade for that, and then you have to get good value off of the tanks and their ultimates, namely the Flux. Because that normally would just trade with the beat. So you have to kind of break the beat out first before you use the Flux.
Early window cast by Mini. Doesn't find too much, but there's retaliation. All 3 ults popped at once. Deadeye and both tank ults on the side of 7-Piece. Although it's going to be Kumpu who finds the kill out of all of that. And look at how fast that the rest of Nitemare are rushing in. Not ideal for 7-Piece. Definitely not what they expected. Lamp coming out, destroyed immediately. Burns, Beancan, fell. Sly, though, finding one, and Cartoon finding another. Bomb, though, coming out. Doesn't seem to find anything. Cartoon doing the cleanup, though, keeping 7-Piece in this. Doesn't look good for Nitemare. Not seeming to be able to find the kills. The little lamp doesn't do much there from Mini, but still, they're all on their surviving. Doesn't look like it's going to do anything, though, as it looks like it's going to go in the way of 7-Piece in order to continue.
Yeah, this ultimately is a one fight for 7-Piece unless some heroics occur, but the team kill gong does signify the end of this round. Nice completion of the map. No time on the clock, but on Hollywood, you're usually going to take what you can get, so time of the clock is just extra luxury that you don't necessarily need. Really just going to come down to, can they defend well, like on like points 1 and 2 particularly. If they can, who cares that they didn't finish with any time on the clock?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Nitemare does manage to cap all 3 points with time, is it one of those draw situations?
If Nitemare have more than a minute, it's a draw. Or not,
So
it's not a literal draw, but that means Nitemare get to attack and the 7-piece aren't given time, and if Nitemare do not get a tick, then it's a draw. But
so
if
essentially Nitemare is going to want to have that situation because it's going to be either a win draw, no room for loss, which is ideal. So they're going to try their best to be as aggressive as they can, make sure 7-piece doesn't know what to do. Composition's looking pretty standard, a little bits of differences though. Harder to tell what Nitemare's going to be since they are still in spawn, but 7-piece, like I said, pretty standard.
Yeah, it is basically, it's pretty standard. Nitemare dive, getting a image back from like 2017, but there's a Brig on the field, so.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
All right, here we go. Here we While Preds are being sorted out, Nitemare's plan of attack is being sorted out as well. Thomas already on the dive as the Winston, looking for that great opening. Sadly, possibly going to follow in right behind. I like the dive. We've seen dive as a popular choice of attack, especially because of the double shield. We've seen teams being able to execute it, but they're taking a little bit of time. They're just waiting to see if they can crack a shield or catch an echo off guard, but they gotta act fast here if they want to they want to get a good time bank, because right now they're just shaving, although they're trying to be smart.
Yeah, I mean, the difference, that we've seen some other dives is usually that they throw in the echo that you can get a lot done with. But Ascend finds beam can, so maybe I should eat my words because they still find the picks they need. Only Burns goes down, and on the other hand, just everyone from 7 pieces sent to the spawn room, getting ready for point B defense. So even though
we are sent back here after a pause.
Oh boy, another pause.
Woo, we've had a lot today.
I think we're really just trying to get the quota for B League pauses done in these last couple games, just because there's been a couple of games that there hasn't been pauses in, so got to reach the quota.
Definitely. But I liked what happened there in that last fight, now that we get to analyze it in the pause. Because I was a little worried, admittedly. You heard me say it. I was like, they're kind of taking their time, Nitemare. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. But it was actually smart taking their time, because you saw that the monkey was able to be nanoed. And a lot of the members of 7-piece were caught up in a sense, because I think they were thinking that, we're probably going to have enough ultimates to deal with them once they come in. But if they didn't have as much as they thought. Or they may have underestimated the ult pool of Nitemare. I
mean, the only ultimate that they really used was that nano. But the key thing was that they kind of brought everyone's attention to the big monkey who's nanoed, and let then DPS kind of run amok. And that is what made everything fall apart. I still think that it's a bit optimistic to play Tracer Genji Dive in 2021, late 2021. But if it gets the job done, it doesn't matter what you did. And the fact that they still have a pulse bomb pretty soon, they still keep their primal, which is a key one there, means that, and Mini's already 50% to another nano, means that they have a great pace going to continue it through this the second point.
7-piece is going to now solidify themselves on the high ground, already seeing though the dive in action. Thomas even trying to be as bold as to reach up there, forces 7-piece to drop, taking the fight to the ground. Ascend getting in their faces, Thomas getting in their backline, finding Italian with that primal. Bordando's Bob though finds Ascend. Trade-offs right now occurring, but it looks like Thomas is going to bring Nitemare on top. Sly is going down. Also finding Cartoon. Will he get a triple kill, possibly a quad? With the help of his team, that will be possible.
Yeah, general rule of Overwatch, if your supports die and nobody else is there and the fight's not even close to being over, it usually means that you lost the fight. And that is absolutely true for 7P's here. And, I mean, they have to kind of pull out the Desperation Bean Can Hog. Little odd, but, I mean,
Alright.
the momentum for Nitemare is just so extreme, and, I mean, they're on the verge of, oh, Thomas is already dead.
There's the power of the Bean Can Hog. And then a bomb coming in from Sappy trying to help the case of Nitemare. Blade coming out, though, from Ascend. What will he find? Doesn't look like anything personally, but it still opened the door for a little bit of Nitemare. But 7Piece is gonna say no. They don't like Genjis. Maybe it might be time to switch. Tracer Genji, maybe not the 2021 call.
No, they do like Genji, except for right this second. Now they don't like Genji anymore. Yeah, that's ideal for 7Piece to get that hold, and now momentum's back in your favor for the defense. You're burning time off the clock, and you have this rally to be able to stop anything happening for the next little bit. Mini dying now is a really big tragedy for Nitemare.
They're already gonna go in aggressive on that kill. You see Bean Can looking for yet another hook. Tanks trying to do some poke, but also knowing that they need to take a step back. Burns also caught out by Cartoon's turret. They need to figure out where that is in their next engagement. Possibly Kumpu or Ascend is gonna have to go around and destroy it, because this defense structure that 7Piece has set up right now essentially covers all angles. We got the high ground, we got the flanks with the turret. But I don't think that Nitemare is gonna be able to be doing a successful dive without making sure they map out the area.
No, I mean, Ascend going over to the Hanzo so you can be able to shoot it down, which is the correct play. But it's just really it's difficult to deal with, just based on the hold, and this is really good for 7Piece. Thomas gets Matrix, so Thomas will survive the hook, but...
Primal coming out in response. Also the window, though. Sky's gonna find the kill, so is Bordando. Ult's looking beautiful right now for 7Piece. Coming out one after one. We've got the rally, we've got the Deadeye. Doesn't look like much was committed on the side of Nitemare other than possibly the Primal and Nano. But they have more to come into this next engagement. They have Burns' rally, they have the Kumpu's Pulse, they almost have Sappy's Bomb. The question is, though, are they going to be able to find an opening with the ultimates they have?
Yeah. I mean, having to deal with, not to say that Whole Hog is not an ultimate in the game, but is it a useful ultimate? Generally, what? Pumpkin dies, okay.
That is going to be an immediate set there for Nitemare, taking a bit of a step back. Final fight territory approaching, though. Doesn't look like they're going to back up too much. Looks like they're going to try to get onto the high ground. Bordando going low ground, though, to try to catch anyone who may fall. Bean Can falling low as a failed hook attempt ensues. Supercharger, though, by Sky, all ready to try to zone, but they are waiting it out. Nitemare's playing smart. Another failed hook by Bean Can. I like the way this is playing out right now. They're kind of playing a little slow, but at the same time, there's the engagement, the bomb. Sky does not have the shield, and there you have it. Opening secured. Beautiful execution there by the side of Nitemare. Playing it slow, waiting for the right time. And when they see that the cooldowns are not in 7Piece's favor, they react. And another failed. I feel like Bean Can's tried to get 3 different people in the span of those last 2 fights and failed. I don't know if they're going to continue on that hog.
I mean, you absolutely should not continue on the hog for the duration of point 3, I think. I don't think there's actually a situation in which you should at all. Thomas swapping over to the Rhine, so that is better, and there's Bean Can swapping up. I think Bean Can got 4 spawns, so I think that's why there was a delay there. But
and Mini also on the BAP, and now Burns going again from the break to the Lucio now. So something again we've seen before, but now is a little bit of differentiation, a little bit more differentiation between the 2 compositions. But ooh, Bordando wins the Hanzo duel with the help of the Sly window. Now it's gonna be 7Piece taking control yet again, and just in a blink of an eye, we have already approached last fight territory. bit hard now for Nitemare, because if they win this next fight, they still have probably like 1 or 2 more to go before they can successfully even push it.
Yeah, I mean, the fight's scrappy, but I mean, positionally, Nitemare is just worse than 7-piece, and both supports go down. This is absolutely a retreat call with only 20 seconds left. This will be the final fight. Thomas not quite at the shatter there. The critical ultimates is going to be this window, and the Dragon Strike already comes out, try to clear out some space away from the cart. And 7-piece are just a little too far away from their support ultimates. It's going to be, can you kill the supports before those come online? Thomas is already down, no shatter at all.
It's not looking good for them right now, especially because that supercharger from Sky is going to allow 7-piece to make sure. But yet, Kumpu finding Sky. Bean Can, though, with the flush, looking to secure those kills. Finds Burns and Mini, both supports down. Bean Can securing the win right now for 7-piece. Though Thomas and Sadby do not want to give this up. Ascend on the Reaper, too, able to get a little bit more life just because of that lifesteal ability. Things are not over yet, though. Satby may be able to get the remake. Possibly, no, not able. But Ascend able to escape from there with that Shadow Step. Coming back to touch. Same with Burns. Kumpu finds Bean Can. This is continuing on. Cartoon Blaze, though, the turret and himself find the DPS. And with the combination of the Dragon, I don't know if the beat's going to be enough there from Nitemare. Though, I can't say anything yet for sure still, because they're now back. This is good staggering on the side of them. Cartoon Blaze already lays down the Molten Core, but gets caught by Satby's bomb. Don't think anyone can touch them just because of that ability usage. Burns trying his best, but gets caught. This is going to be it.
There it is.
7-piece is going to take this to a map 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a nice and close. Just map in general, kind of quite back and forth. Nice to see. And I mean, that particular fight was just very chaotic. I started to go in Nitemare's favor again. They had a decent amount of players. The bomb took out one, but unfortunately the Molten Core came out just a bit too early. It came online a bit too early for Nitemare to be able to survive it. So it's unfortunate if you're Nitemare. You did absolutely want to clean up the game right there. But you still have one more map. That was your one you could give up because you won map 1. It's going to be Havana. And let me double check my statistics. Hold on. They've lost every Havana game they've played. It looks like. Yeah, they've played it against Atomic and they lost it. Meanwhile, 7-piece have played Havana once and also lost it against Goliath. So, not maybe the ideal map selections for either one of these teams, but an interesting map to say the least. I think it'll be the ability to play Rush and kind of get that early spawn hold will be very interesting to see, particularly from how I think Nitemare's been playing, because I think that they've preferred the Rush more, even if because we've seen a bit more of the dive look during but not dive, excuse me, the double shield aspect from 7-piece.
Friends in New York still looking as lively as ever already with the backpats. They're ready. They are smiling. They're like, oh man, we made it so far. I can read it on their faces. This is definitely going to be a riveting Havana map. I'm interested. I feel like we're going to see some even more differentiation between these compositions because Havana is famous for being a sniper map. So we know that some people play Hanzo, but will we see Widows? Will we see more Ashe? Will that be able to work with their compositions, or have they just not shown us anything yet? Or something yet that they have up their sleeve?
I don't think it's they haven't shown us certain things. I think that you not to say that they've pulled out all their tricks, but I think you're going to see a lot of what we've seen before. You're going to 7-piece are going to want to try to particularly stop maybe an early spawn hold with their double shield compositions. While you might, I mean, you're probably going to see Nitemare, I think, running on the rush quite a bit more. I think that's what they would prefer to run. I think that Nitemare might maybe try dive, maybe a little bit on their attack, but I think they'd be rather sticking to the rush and dealing with the map that way. 7-piece, I don't necessarily know exactly what they're going to do on their defense. Almost always on Havana, you do play that rush to be able to spawn camp, but they might want to take something different and try to use their double shield prowess there.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Substitution, it looks like Lily is back in for Nitemare. I believe Rain was out, but now
Rain,
back. And
Rain
then
is back in.
7-piece, Freya is now in for the Lucio, which is interesting because on Ilios we saw Freya playing the DPS role. So now we have Freya. I don't know if this is an off roll or if they were off rolling as DPS.
I mean, there's just a lot of weird role picks in general on this team. I mean, Chicken on the DPS and support this season rather than on off tank, so it's just a little chaotic no matter what. And it looks to be like that is. Oh wait, no, we have a bit of swaps. 7-piece actually, they're still doing double shield, but they're now playing with the Rhine to try to break this spawn hold. Nitemare playing the traditional rush, but they do have the sim, and I actually like the sim. I think it's a good pick here.
It's really close hold is not going to allow 7-piece much room unless they can find something off with Nitemare's positioning. Risky, this is pretty risky, close holds like these, because if you're doing it pretty well holding out for a while, then you're going to shave off time. But if you get caught immediately like it's going on now, Cartoon Plays finding your key support, they're just going to probably get the majority of this for free, and that is not what you want if you are Nitemare. You took the risk, though. I give you credit for it, but it just did not come out in their favor.
I mean, that's the thing. I don't necessarily know I would call it a risk. You have so much room to give up on Havana first just because of how the map's designed that it's the reason why the spawn hold is so ubiquitous. Is that you could give up, you can lose the first fight pretty badly and still have let off enough time to come back and have a decent, first hold, you still have a normal fight and the last minute stop the cart fight right before the point.
Fire coming in from Cartoon finds Lily shy with the double shatter. Look at that. I was gonna say the reason why I said it was a bad risk is because since they got picked off so early, the members of Nitemare, 7-piece was able to aggress and get a footing and an aggressive stance, so when Nitemare tried to come in, they were able to use that alt rush in their favor because they were already set up and prepared to do so. Sly now coming out with the window to solidify the winnings here. Rain falling as immediately as they walked in. Already mini Cartoon Blaze taking him out. Sky as well. Clean, easy first point, I gotta say, for 7-piece.
Yeah, I mean, normally a team is try to stabilize on the second fight at first point. Nitemare couldn't quite do that. Just 7-piece had so many ultimates that they could just bleed them down, and they get to cap first with extra time on the clock, which is, I say, pretty uncommon for Havana first. Nitemare have to play around this beat. They have to play around the Shatter and this Blizzard. Those are their key ultimates here. The Flux is already out for 7-piece. It seems to find Sky, and Beacon just kills many on their own. So enough to send Nitemare retreating once again, and this card is about halfway through point B for 7-piece. Just keep everything rolling. And now they have B2 from Freya, so a ton of just momentum just kept on going, just keep roller coastering. And now this is the first time that Nitemare might have to really fight back with any of their tools.
Another tire from Cartoon Blaze, starting the fight the same way as before. Will he find anyone again? He will find the lamp, and Ascend, though, is going to be able to find the first actual kill. Bean Can and Sly following right there also. 7-piece still having a good momentum. Nitemare not being able to find any sort of openings there. More consistent time on Havana. Not too common, but pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's It is good enough for 7-piece to cap second, and Rain taking a drink, just trying to retreat back to spawn as fast as possible, because this is just, it's so brutal. Oh no, Mini. Oh no. That's a brutal stagger.
Yeah, I was gonna say painful stagger there for Nitemare. 7-piece already super aggro. The cart distance and the people distance is large. Bean Can and Sky holding an aggressive tank line in the front. Nitemare though, Ascend is on the Widow. We finally see that famous hero for Havana. Will he be able to find anything?
Len Widow, I'm scared.
Len Widow, beware. Sly though, popping out the window, doesn't see anything yet, but then Minnie decides to do one as well. Cartoon trying to get up on that left ground, doesn't seem to find much, but Rain finding Sky, boarded Dando winning the duel. Lily on the Zen now finding Sly. Trade-offs after trade-offs. Looks like though Nightmare's gonna try to walk in here just because they were able to get some kills. 7-piece trying to use the cart as a barrier, but doesn't seem to be too much of an issue as the members of Nitemare are still standing.
Yeah, but they do get a little bit more card progress, which and now a lot of 7-piece are back in this, so they actually can regress pretty quick. And they still have so much time to play. They have 3 full minutes on the clock just to get a couple of meters ahead. The Flux is already out, and the
Sadby's gone finds Sly.
Excuse me?
And the lamp, so Sly must have been stepping out of the lamp, and then all the other kills just flood in. Minnie finding both the tanks, you love to see it, finding 3. The Baptiste is on fire. 2 minutes and 40 seconds now on the clock. Now it's time for Nitemare to finally find the footing. Took them a while, but all that matters is if they stop them from completing and if they themselves can do that as well. 7-piece has a little bit to work with. We see Sly and Cartoon and Dando close to their ultimates. Nitemare, though, already has some available, especially Lily's Trans. That's going to be interesting to see how she chooses to use it.
Yeah, Freya's swapping over to Burst Zen. I don't know if I like that. I think you still need the speed if you're 7-piece to try to get into these fights. I think that's very important. You get wall hacked now for Nitemare. And,
ooh, 2 kills easily right off the bat. 7-piece looking very strong already. Trans coming out from Lily a little bit late, doesn't seem to do too much. Looks like 7-piece is going to be able to cap this with about 143 and get a bargain. But still Satvi trying to stall the best he can. Even the Tracer coming out from Ascend. Might not be over though. Already people trickling in, but yet the Supercharger coming in from Sky is going to solidify this cap.
Yeah, 133. Really brutal. They didn't even need the time from third to have completed the map, which is extremely good for Havana. And now you're gonna have to just be aggressive if you're Nitemare. You have to get through and try to really honestly complete with more time, because like obviously goal 1 is to complete the map, and there's no draw condition here, at least when it comes to completing with time or not. But to give 7-piece 2 minutes 30, when we saw what they could do with just like a little bit of time at the beginning, is very dangerous. Nitemare look to be, starting to play the rush. That's what they want to lock in the spawn room. 7-piece playing their kind of maybe slightly off rush. They want to put with the Junkrat, which I think with what Nitemare actually is maybe trying to swap to, they're trying to play this far. It might actually be potentially good. It depends though if the May can kind of dome Ascend enough to not have that be a problem, because that could be a lot of unmitigated damage if they aren't able to deal with Ascend.
7-piece already rushing out as soon as the gates open, copying Nitemare's close hold. Judging by their aggressive behavior, I feel like they're going to be a little bit more successful, but it looks like Nitemare kind of saw this coming. Playing it a little slow, making sure they don't get trapped by that attempted Maywall there from Bordando. Ascend taking the correct angles to just try to disorient them. It's going to take a little bit, but I still think that they have what it takes to crack this. No kills coming out yet though, but Rain is going to fall. Dando got him frozen up there. Even now, focusing the pharmacy. It's gonna be a little hard as May just because it's not a hit scan, but it's still possible. I've done it before.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is this fight, like the fights are really very close together. Another fight's already starting, and the ultimate charge, Mini already has Nano. That could be something that changes the fight here if they use it well here.
Dando's doing a great job on the May. You already see focusing both the pharmacy on the right and then walling off opponents on the low ground. Doing everything, covering all bases, but Nano Farah and stunned rockets. Great response from 7-Piece. Although it doesn't matter, Ascend retaliates by finding 2. Putting up the pathway now for Nitemare to continue their cart push. But now they need to replicate again what 7-Piece did in terms of having an aggressive advancement. They need to get up there already, leave 1 or 2 on the car, make sure 7-Piece doesn't have any room to come back.
Absolutely. I mean, you need to be aggressive here. You have the ultimate to do so. You're about to get Shatter. You have this High Noon. You're about to get Bomb. You have the Valkyrie. You can be aggressive. And
there's that aggression right there. Combined with the purple there, beautifully done. But yeah, looks like Kumpu though finding Freya, Lily, rezzing Rain, Ascend, cartoon plays. For a second there, I thought that 7-Piece was gonna do that with the ultimates, especially Sky Shatter, but Rain Shatter is going to be more powerful. That's exactly what Nitemare needs in this situation, because they both force 7-Piece to commit a lot, both tank, ult, and even the High Noon, and yet they've even put themselves still in a good position. Nano almost online, Barrage almost online, Bomb is online. 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough for Nitemare, and you have a ton of time on the clock. 7-Piece used Shadow, they used Bomb, those are big ultimates gone. Unfortunately, the Blizzard is still available, but Bordando falls, and Ascend gets...
6K! Ascend gets the 6K! Ladies and gentlemen, Nitemare is on a roll. Beautiful execution. We have not seen many 6Ks in this league, and when it happens, you gotta celebrate.
Wait, where's the face cam, huh? Where's the face cam? I wanted to see Ascend pop off, huh?
Yeah, gotta get that raw
And immediately Ascend is onto the Junkrat. The Farah has outlived the usefulness and onto newer and better things.
I appreciate the versatility though, but that's a little bit sus there on the part of Satby, but let him use. That's what I say, because the more that they commit to this fight, the more that Nitemare can come back. Although the ult economy is looking into 7-Piece's favor, cleaning up the rest of the fight. Nitemare ain't out of this yet, though. Satby could probably find a good opening with the Bomb at the right angle.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad non-eat from Satby. The Matrix was out, but did not move the mouse to ultimate, and costing the fight there. Bomb coming out from Satby, doesn't find anyone, but forces people off the high ground. Ooh, falling down though, that's good.
Nano Cassidy finding that. Lily following up onto Sky. Sky and Sly, the rhyming duo, are gone. Lily finding Freya too. Lucio on a roll. We love to see it. Now continuing that cleanup there. That May Bordando down. Tanks up top though, thinking about possibly recontesting, but they're not too sure though. 7-Piece gonna try to go on the low ground route as Nitemare rotates to the high. Gotta be careful though. It looks like Rain and Sky are doing a peek battle to see who is going to get caught first. Rain has the Shatter to work with, but Sky's gonna try to block it. Oh, but he doesn't! That's a 4-man, you beautiful! Rain, look at that! Finding one and dying, but Kumpu's gonna come up anyway with that cleanup. Blizzard coming in, Beancan squishes Lily, but here comes a tire to find 2! Solidifying here Nitemare's position. Here we go. Beancan D-Max might be able to find someone, but nope. Gets punched in the face instead, and now we are on road to point 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good for Nightmare. I mean, the clock, you wish you had another minute or so. But 7P's have just basically nothing. They only have this window because of the composition changes that they're making now. And Nitemare just have both their support ultimates. They have Pomku's ultimate, and Ascend is dead. But who needs that? The card is still moving. And you're getting close to bomb as well. Ascend also taking the time to swap to the Hanzo, so you're getting the double sniper aspect in there. You have this. You could try to get in with this nano, or try to aggressive beat. Both are options for Nitemare here. Obviously, you don't want to overlay your support ultimates, so it's not the call. The window comes out, meaning that you want to try to hold back with an aggressive beat.
Yeah, Kumpu finding Cartoon. Raid also finding with the Shatter, Freya, and even Sly, both supports down. I like that execution a lot. Both support ults were used. Satby holding on to the bomb. 7P's ult economy now looks like it's going to be in the favor. But if Nitemare can be aggressive enough to make sure that the rest of the players go down before that they have the chance to even use the ultimates, they could clutch this right here and now.
Absolutely. I mean, this is ideal. You just have you're down just a tiny little bit of time, and you have the ultimates to get it done if able. But Rain going down early is making this thing very difficult. Cartoon Blaze getting traded out though. That's really huge because just how much damage Cartoon Blaze would do this whole map. But so many losses for Nitemare mean that they will be pushed back. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, and 7P's getting their ultimates back. This could be a hold.
Lily swapping onto the Zench, gonna maybe try to get more damage there. Ascend and Mini close to their ultimates. I might... Ooh, wait a minute. Ascend on the Pharmacy. I like this a lot. I do.
Oh, let's go.
I like this. Here we go. They're gonna go behind the double shield. I like this adaptability because that is what you need right now. 40 seconds left on the clock. Ooh! B-Can gets stunned out of the flux. It gets negated. Guy wins the Orisa battle on the half of that window there. It looks like Far has been nano. Doesn't look like Ascend is going to be able to do much. So a little bit of wasted opportunities there from Nitemare. Not going to be good in this last push.
I don't even know if you can call it a little bit. That's really brutal. And now they're starting to come out with the spawn hold, it looks like, basically. Just holding as forward as possible. Rain just gets domed down. That's 10 seconds left. You have to use res for that. Pomku getting very low, and somebody has to be able to touch here.
Looks like Ascend is going to try to go for it. Ascend might be able to go for it. There we go. They get the touch. Now let's see if they can continue this on. Dragons from Board Danda just going to be zoning them off the card. And as they fall one by one, ladies and gentlemen, we have been able to crown 7P's as our victors for the match, 2-1.
Yeah, a very close game, but 7P's just able to hold it off in the very end, and now that's the final map of the regular season.
Let's watch this epic 6K first before we continue.
Oh, yes.
Beautiful.
Oh, yes, look at this.
Oh, man, you love to see it. Ascend getting work done. Wow, what a match. Although 7P's won, literally just now was a prime example of just the fact that Nitemare played just as well. It was just a matter of maybe timing or composition changes, but I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
Yeah, it was a very close match. But 7P's do get kind of the upper hand. I think the map pool was a little bit helpful for them in some of the ways they wanted to play. But, they get the job done, and I believe they are now the 5th seed, if I'm not mistaken. In overall placement, yeah, they are 5th seed by 1 map, just because they lost that map to Nitemare. That'll be it for the regular season. I mean, very solid set of games, I'd say, for 7 weeks.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, a lot of parity in B League, which is always a really fantastic thing. And I think that just that level of every team being really close has made so many nice games, and I think it'll make a really good playoff set.
I, again, couldn't agree more. I think that all of the matches we've seen today in our final week of play of regular season have definitely shown that these B League teams were fighting all they could to secure their spots in the standings. And those who won, obviously, congratulations. But I wouldn't count out those who lost, because coming into playoff season, those could be underdogs. We've seen them before.
Absolutely. I mean, every team gets to play in playoffs, so even if you don't get you get selected poorly, you can still show up. These are the games that matter now. The other games, I mean, they were nice to win. They're great, but they don't have any true stakes. These are the matches that matter for the championship of B League.
I'm excited to see who our champion will eventually be when we come back for our B League playoff rounds. I don't know who to root for, honestly, because I feel like I don't know if the top contenders right now are going to stay that way. They definitely have what it takes, but at the same time, you never know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we might be having some interviews coming in from our winners. We have Freya representing our beloved 7-piece. Hello, Freya. How are ya?
Feeling pretty good after that win.
Congratulations yet again. Were you a little nervous starting this match? Were you thinking that Nitemare was going to be a bit of an issue, or did you think that you guys were capable of beating them quickly?
No, we knew that we were the better team. We just had to prove it. First map a little rough, but we brought it back. Especially I want to shout out to Vinny. The Italian mob dude he's just too good. Bringing our mentals back up, and he's really like a key piece of the team.
He had clutch fights too on last points, both games, both rounds on Hollywood. Just oh my god, such a good man. Everyone stepped up tonight though. Really, the comms from everyone was just super good. The planning. I trolled on Ilios, it happens, but I'm just so proud of this team, man.
I also have a quick other question for you guys. I noticed that you two particularly were kind of doing multiple roles throughout the match. I've seen Freya, for example, I saw you on both the support and DPS. Chicken, I feel like I saw you doing the same. Did you guys always practice that off-rolling strategy, or did you just think that those kinds of substitutions were kind of a one-time thing for the match?
Everyone likes to clown me for, hey, why do you hate having ringers against your team? You know why? Because I draft flexible players who can play anything. And that's what we're all about here at the Chicken Nugget teams. We're all about if whatever you can play, being flexible enough, if you can play support and DPS, or, maybe tank and support, you never know. I have a cracked. You never know. I have a cracked soldier myself. I only played at one map, I think, this season. I think I played every role this season, which is pretty hard. But I don't know. It's been a lot of fun. Everyone being able to flex around. Personally.
So I have a special request from Signet here. I'm supposed to ask about the warm up. If you have.
Definitely
we got to warm up with the legendary Alwyn. He destroyed us. They destroyed us. Cinex on the Lucio in our back line. Mahir, the GOAT. There was a lot of things going on in that warm up. But honestly, it tested our mental. So W, I guess.
It proved we're unshakable. If we could survive that mental onslaught, then we can get through anything. And this map kind of this game kind of showed that. Definitely the warm-up was one of the biggest differences here, I think.
No, absolutely.
BP's tracer is cracked. And Alwyn is a freak beast at that game. I forgot how good this guy was. Like, you could put him on literally anything. Talk about a flex lord like myself. I can respect another flex lord when I see one. Oh my god, just insane.
Just insane. Salsa, you have any other questions for our winners?
No. I mean, one question. Who would you like to see in your first round in playoffs?
We don't care. We literally could care less. I've been going this one game at a time, one fight at a time, 1 week at a time, one scrim at a time. We take it one match, take it one fight at a time. Doesn't matter who it is.
All right. I like to hear it.
One thing before we go, though. Shout out to Beancan, shout out to Sky, shout out to Sly, shout out to Freya, shout out to Italian Mob 64, Vinny, shout out to Bordando, the Cartoon Blaze, everyone on 7-piece. My dogs, let's go.
Congratulations again. I love the sportsmanship. Wish you luck during your playoffs. And again, good job with the win. And now, folks, don't go anywhere yet, because even though we are done with our matches, we have our selection show in order. We've got Atomic, Redwood, Goliath, and Heartbreakers picking their opponents, so stay tuned.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Get a discounted rate on the world's largest premium VPN service with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Head to expressvpn.com/BPL and help support our shows.
Hello? Okay. Hello. It's me, Bad Pachamari. All the other admins are dead today, so I will be hosting the B League selection show. We have a bunch of B League is finally over. We have the standings. Atomic is number 1, Redwood, Goliath, Heartbreakers, and in the bottom half we have 7Ps, Hayden Overwatch team, Nitemare, and Gerald fan club. We'll be going through each team and we'll have them do a selection. They'll talk some shit, whatever, and we'll make it quick because me and Joe don't know what we're doing. Solomon's left us on our own. So without any further ado, we will drag up Bradley, representing Atomic. Hello.
Hey,
Hello?
How's it going?
Going good. You think Atomic had the best season overall? You proud of that?
We had some rough spots, but it's been a pretty good run, especially near the last game. It finished pretty strong, which I'm happy with.
Okay, awesome. Do you want to talk over your selections? Or just make a pick? What are you going for today for playoffs?
I think
first seed.
Thinking back to the A League selection, we were the first team to select for the A League play-ins, because we were 9th seed in the bottom 8. I think that was a much easier pick than this pick is. I think this B League pick is incredibly difficult, and we've been doing a lot of discussion in our team chat about the options.
Are you afraid of Gerald fan club?
I think they're not. Even though they have their bad record, they changed their roster up for the final 3 games, so they're not like as bad as their record shows. Because the team is not the same team that lost half those games. It's a better team than it was at the start. Today we even saw them. They full capped Hollywood against Redwood, who people hyped up quite a lot at the start of the season. So they're clearly not the worst, in my opinion.
Okay.
Like, they're not bottom of the barrel like people like their record shows them to be. I think they're better than their record shows.
We can get through this quick, as some people are telling me. But you have the choice of 7-piece, Hayden Overwatch team, Nitemare, and Gerald fan club.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we just placed Hayden's team. I don't think they had their strongest roster because Dux wasn't there, the GOAT. So I think we're going to end up ruling them out of the equation. So I think we're going to pick Nitemare.
Nitemare. Okay, let me drag up Thomas. Hello, Thomas. You have been selected by Atomic for BPL playoffs. Is there anything you?
Yeah, that's a mistake. We're gonna beat you guys.
Joe made the bracket. He's awesome.
Sure thing, dude. Sure thing.
So Nitemare have had not a rough season. B League is very close, but they're at the bottom end. Do you think you guys can kick it up in playoffs?
Yeah, I think so. I just think we need to figure out roles and stuff. Since we have 2 weeks, we're just gonna figure out stuff and think we're gonna win. I especially want to win this because I want to send Rafa to the lowers. That's all I want.
Okay. Will your 8 team staff be able to form you guys into shape?
I mean, it's 8 people staff, but one of them shows up.
Okay. You still have anything else you want to say to each other?
Just get ready.
Yeah, I think this was the most obvious pick.
So Brad's saying they're free, and Thomas is saying to get ready. Well, let's move on. Thank you guys for joining us. We'll start bringing up Redwood. You guys can go.
Alright, cheers. See you in 2 weeks.
Okay, now we're joined by Fish representing Redwood. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the BPL selection show.
Thank you for
How do you think your season's gone?
Definitely been some ups. Started the season 3-0.
Definitely been some downs down at the ending of the season.
Definitely been some downs, but I think I think we had a pretty okay season. Ended strong. That's what you like to see. So.
Nice. Well, you now have a choice. You can pick out of 7-piece, Hayden Overwatch team, and Gerald fan club.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I did not expect Nitemare as the pick. I thought it was for sure gonna be between Gerald and 7-piece because that's who I was going back and forth with in my head. It's definitely not gonna be Hayden's team. I think they're a pretty solid team. We lost to them, and they're pretty good. And I would like to avoid them early. So it's definitely between Gerald and 7-piece. We just beat Gerald 2-0, which would give me a pretty good confidence that that's who we should pick. I've heard some things about you can't beat a team 2 times in a row, but I don't really believe that. I think we just beat them, so our pick is going to be Gerald fan club.
Gerald fan club. Let me grab up Turtle Shell. Hello, Turtle Shell. You have been selected by Redwood Rockets to play against them in BPL B League playoffs. Is there anything you want to?
I don't know. I think Brad hit it on the nose. I don't think our record really reflects the team that we've become, and I don't think our performance today was representative of our true skill. I mean, it was comparatively close with Caden on Bastion and a Monkey comp. I think that our team really has a high limit, and we're just constantly improving.
Do you want to talk about your season? Are you confident as a 1-6 team you can make do and you fix your mistake for playoffs?
Yeah, I think Our past 2 matches has honestly been plagued by a lot of misfortune. I think especially against 7-piece, where we didn't have a single tank player, we somehow still lost by a team fight. And I think that goes much differently if we don't have a 2.5 tank player against a 3.5 tank player.
Okay.
But I think we're still honestly a good team that has the ability to punch up.
Do you have anything you two want to say to each other?
I mean, good luck. I don't have any bad. Me and Turtle Show don't have bad blood, so I think good luck.
You can start. You can start some bad blood. You can be like,
guys suck.
No, I think Redwood Buckets is a nice team. That I think ultimately they're a nice team. Bunny's a really good person. Vincent's a good person. Perdy's a good person. So this is fine, I think.
Awesome.
I don't know.
Well, that's out of the way. We can, you guys can go, and we'll drag up the next team, which is Goliath. So, hello, Spooky, representing Goliath.
Hello.
You want to talk about your season a little bit before we make your selection?
I'm very happy about this season. Like, I felt like it was very close. Every single B League is close. I feel like definitely from last season, it looks so much more competitive, and I'm so happy with my team with that.
Nice. As you know, there's a lot of teams that ended like 4-3 and 3-4, and you've only got 2 choices left, which is Hayden Overwatch team and 7-piece, which are like both a bit scary. 7-piece was 4-3, Hayden 3-4. Which one are you going to be choosing?
I'm not going to just explain it. I'm just going to say it. It's 7-piece.
7-piece. Okay, let's drag up Freya. Hello, Freya. Freya.
Hi, Freya.
I'll drag up Chicken too. I don't.
Wow. I didn't expect this. We scream you every week, Spooky. I was about to call you Turtle. Oh, yeah.
Well, we won't be screwing.
So my mouse died a little awkward, but all I can say is honestly, I think this is the best outcome for us. You know, it might have been awkward if we were like 4th seed and we ended up facing Heartbreakers, because I think they're probably stronger than Goliath, and I think Goliath is honestly the most winnable matchup for us going in. So I think this will be easy for us. I think this is our best chance right now.
You can have all that ego you want, but I think it's going to be a great match and a close match, and we're going to have fun at the end.
I would have to agree, yeah.
I mean, it's not ego if you're just right.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a close match, and I believe my team's going to.
Oh, you're just scared of Hayden's Overwatch team. Oh, I see why. I did not realize. I gotcha. You're afraid of Ducks Nation, but what? You know what, Spooky? My MTD veteran, my brother, we went to Vietnam together. It's going to be a great game.
I believe it. It's going to be great.
It'll be really great. It'll be super fun for us to beat you guys.
No molding at all. No molding at all.
Honestly,
I'm
I was expecting
to
to beat by Heartbreakers, and I was ready to shit talk, but unlucky.
No, we could still shit talk. I think we're
You
just
guys-
a better
you guys-
team.
you guys
Just
can
straight up.
shit talk.
I think we just win. I think.
How about I don't shit talk, and it's going to be a
think
good
it's
game.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game because we win. You know, that's
of course.
all I'm thinking here.
I get. I don't need to ask you guys any questions. You've talked enough shit. You guys can go and we can grab up
good
the
luck to you
final
guys.
matchup. Wow, goes down.
What's up, BP?
No. Okay, so we have the last matchup, which is going to be Hayden Overwatch team versus Heartbreakers, and we're going to drag all of them up. We're going to drag up Robbie. We're going to drag up Hayden. And we're going to drag up Stratocaster. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hayden,
Hi.
Stratocaster. So
What's up?
you're both some very scary teams, and we all know you have had a little bit of beef in general chat. Some people pinging each other at 4 a.m. Some people talking shit for no reason. We all know you guys have had a little bit of beef. So what's going to happen in this match?
Heartbreakers. I want it to be known. I despise them.
You just rise Heartbreakers.
You know, I think it would be a good game as long as the rest of their team doesn't get banned before we play them.
Real as hell. They got no hose. If you're a member of Heartbreakers, you suffer from no hose. You play fucking. What do they play? They play like fucking Orisa everywhere. And
Whatever
they
it
play, like,
is,
Hanzo.
we don't like it.
Is
I don't even know if Stratocaster's here.
Grow up.
anyone from Heartbreakers?
Hello?
What's up?
They don't.
Well, this guy just
didn't
woke
even
up.
show
Hello,
up.
hello, Stratocaster. Good morning. You're playing Hayden Overwatch team in BPL
I hate your
League
team.
playoffs.
Nice, man. Easy.
Man, I came in here ready to like yell, and this guy's just like in bed.
I feel bad now.
Yeah.
Actually, I
We-
don't.
we woke
I
him up.
fucking hate Heartbreakers.
Yeah, we win as long as they don't get like another like Masters player to carry them. I mean, Gurgler kind of came in, saved
I
them.
mean,
But,
your
like,
MVP, like
you
you're
guys
like
do
fucking.
have Ducks, and Ducks is like the best player to ever touch the game. So
I
I'm
mean,
kind
hey.
of scared of Ducks.
I'm just gonna say.
I don't
last
think
time we
your
faced you. Oh, you go.
I don't think your team is like one to talk about getting carried by an individual player.
I mean, yeah, at least we didn't lose the Gerald fan club.
Oh.
Hey,
That's true.
mean, that's fair. That's a good blow. But at least our team. Actually, I was gonna no.
At least we're not
Okay.
cringe like you
At
guys.
least we get hose on the
Yeah.
daily.
Exactly.
Okay.
Are any of you guys at the LAN right now? Bro, that looks lit.
Okay, we're gonna dial down the shit talk a bit. I'm gonna ask you guys both a question. I'm gonna ask Hayden Overwatch team first. How do you think your season went? You finished 3-4.
Could have gone better, but overall pretty good. I think as a team, we feel pretty confident about like our team as a whole, and we've definitely gotten a lot better.
Do you guys think you can win playoffs
Yes.
Easily.
without
Like-
dropping into losers bracket?
Yeah, no,
Who
like,
knows?
okay. We are just sometimes we're very stupid.
Okay, and
But
one
if
lo-
we're not stupid and like Ducks actually have a PC also, nope. Everyone go donate to Ducks' GoFundMe. He needs a computer.
and I
Very
have
badly.
one thing to ask you two. What are you two going to do if you two come second again?
We're gonna cry.
I'm going to
throw
walk
up.
into the woods, and you may never see me again.
Okay,
I'm gonna
that's enough.
take a note from Alwyn.
Strato, how do you think
Yeah.
your season went?
Honestly, I thought we were gonna get last, baby, man. I mean, we were like hoping for like
would've
one win at
if Dragon
least.
Watch didn't carry you.
Yeah, Dragon, he's pretty cool. He plays Genji, man. Genji's cool.
He plays
Okay,
nothing else but Genji.
Okay, is there anything you two want to say to each other before we wrap up the stream?
I hate Heartbreakers.
Yeah.
You know, Hayden, just
Tell your team to avoid making questionable comments in Discord, so that they're all there for the game.
you know he's not on the team. Right? He's gone. Reduced to Adam.
He is, but we don't want your team taking notes.
Yeah, don't follow that example.
Okay.
Grow up, get some hoes, maybe play an honest comp. I know it's hard for you guys, but it'd be good to try.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just hard playing against the best ball in BPL.
We'll send these guys
Real
back
as hell.
down because they
Burger
will
is the best
shit
ball.
talk all night. Thanks all guys. Special shout out to Joey, Joseph, the GOAT, for stepping up today. I don't know if he's here and he wants to say anything, but good job, dude. Solomon's been dead all weekend, so he's stepping up a bit. Joe, you even here? His mic's not on stream, but like I would talk for him. He's like, "Thank you, BP. I'm so grateful for this opportunity." You're welcome, Joey. Let's put things to an end. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you next week. No, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow for A League.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by Bagcliff is a proud sponsor of BPL and of late night Taco Bell runs. We're an apparel brand raised in skate vibes and weird rides. We make cool stuff and even cooler stuff with creative people. Our items are always sporadic and always quality. No knockoff lame stuff here. We take our time and don't release anything until we're completely happy with it. So check out our sizzling pizza collection and our 2 spicy collabs with Basically I Do Work and Trevor May. And since this is an ad read, we should tell you that you should go to bagcliff.com or tweet a taco gif at us at bagcliffbrand.